Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of the Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in the Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, and Senator Sophia Choate, SC, both of whom are out of the country. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency, the President, Christine Kala Kangulu, ORTT. By Her Excellency, Christine Kala Kangulu, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Mr. Josh Drayton. Whereas Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of his absence from Trinidad and Tobago. Now, therefore, I, Christine Kala Kangulu, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44 1A and Section 44 4C of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Josh Drayton, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from 20th of January 2026, and continuing during the absence of Senator Anthony Vieira, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, is 20th day of January, 2026. To Ms. Zola Phillips. Whereas Senator Sophia Choate, SC, is incapable of performing her duties as a senator by reason of her absence from Trinidad and Tobago, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangulu, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Section 44(1)(a) and Section 44(4)(c) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, do hereby appoint you, Zola Phillips, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from 20th of January 2026 and continuing during the absence of Senator Sophia Choate, SC, from Trinidad and Tobago, given under my hand and seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the office of the President, St. Anne's, is 20th day of January, 2026. Honorable Senators, Senators are required to take the oath. Could we all stand?
I, Josh Drayton, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do solemnly affirm that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
I, Zola Phillips, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by Almighty God that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, former Senator Mr. Deodat Oja Maharaj passed away on January 5th, 2026. I now invite members to offer tribute. Senator Darrell, Allahar.
Mr. President, I rise to say a few words in tribute to former Senator Deodat Oja Maharaj, who departed this life on the 5th of January 2026. Mr. Oja Maharaj was born in Las Lomas No. 2 on the 20th of April, 1947. He was born into a political family. His father was a Caroni County councillor in the 1950s and 1960s, while his brother Bisundat Oja Maharaj was a former senator. His sister-in-law Indra Sinanan Oja Maharaj served as a member of parliament. So he was immersed in this environment at an early age in the politics. And because of that, he developed a very strong sense of civic responsibility, formally entering politics in 1970. He attended Las Lomas Primary School, St. Charles High School, Tunapuna, and later went to Osmond High School, San Juan. He was a graduate of the Morsica Teachers Training College, and he later obtained a diploma in public relations, marketing, and advertising. But before entering that teaching profession, he worked for 2 years in the Civil Aviation Division at Piarco International Airport. And what is interesting, Mr. President, is that even during his tenure as a teacher in primary and secondary schools, he was known to have provided mentorship and guidance to his students. He taught at Freeport and Riverside Hindu primary schools, and he taught Spanish at the junior secondary school level. He was actively involved in youth development, Mr. President, and he was a founding member of the youth arm of the Sanatana Dharma Mahasabha. That is not all. He co-founded the Georgian Youth Assembly in El Socorro, San Juan, and his commitment, Mr. President, to youth development gained national recognition, leading to an invitation, by the former Prime Minister, Dr. Eric Williams, to serve on our country's first cabinet-appointed National Task Force on Youth. And that task force produced several recommendations, many of which were implemented to strengthen programs and services for young people in the period following the 1970 social revolution. Mr. Oja Maharaj was also a member of the Junior Chambers Youth Arm of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. I think it was called the Junior JCs. Those of us of that vintage would remember it from our secondary school days. He had a commitment to public service, and that started in the 1960s. And of course, that profound interest in youth development and social activism. He was a child of the 70s, which later guided his entry into national and political life as a member of the PNM in 1971. And, Mr. President, in his later years, Mr. Oja Maharaj remained politically active, providing mentorship and guidance to those who came to him for advice. Now, in the Parliament in 1989, he began his career as a temporary senator, as so many of us do. He served as a government senator in the 4th Republican Parliament, that's 1992 to 1995, and played an active role in shaping government policy through participation in key debates And I think it's important to put on record for posterity, whenever we rise here on occasions like this, some of the words on the Hansard of those who sit in this chamber, regardless of the side that they sit on, and help build and develop this nation. And in 1992, Mr. Oja Maraj made a contribution to the budget debate and the appropriation bill. And he reaffirmed his commitment to inclusive national development. And this is what he says, which I think is worth stating for posterity. I quote, "There can be no rest until poverty is completely eliminated, until all are housed, all clothed and fed, all educated, all find meaningful employment, and feel a sense of security and belonging to the family of Trinidad and Tobago," unquote. And I feel that all of us here in this chamber would endorse those words, regardless of where we sit. Mr. President, Mr. Oja Maraj's parliamentary contributions address critical national issues such as foreign debt. He also spoke on he sponsored a number of private bills for incorporation, such as the Rotary Club of St. Augustine and Swaha. So he was involved in the NGOs as well in bringing bills before Parliament for their incorporation. And he presented the first special report of the Committee of Privileges from 1992, from the 1992-1993 session, and also engaged in the regulation of alcohol and tobacco advertisements, even back then, when those sorts of regulations were relatively new. Mr. President, Mr. Oja Maraj was married to Leela Oja Maraj and a father of 3 daughters, Ardita, Nishta, and Kavita, who is deceased, and 1 son, Rajiv. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago extends its sincere condolences to his wife and family, and we acknowledge his contribution to our national life. Mr. President, may he rest in peace.
Senator Foster Cummings.
On behalf of the PNM bench, I wish to join with the people of Trinidad and Tobago in mourning the passing of former Senator Deodat Oja Maraj, a distinguished member of the People's National Movement and a public servant whose life was defined by unwavering commitment to national and party service. Born into a politically astute family from Las Lomas No. 2, where he lived all of his life, Deodat Oja Maraj was immersed in public life from an early age. His father served as a former Caroni County Councillor in the 1950s, while his family tradition of service also included his brother, former Senator Bisundat Oja Maraj, and his sister-in-law, former Member of Parliament, Ms. Indra Sinan Oja Maraj. It was in 1970 that he embraced politics as a natural progression through which he could contribute meaningfully to national development. Over more than 40 years of public service, Deodat Oja Maraj rendered outstanding service to both party and country. Among the many positions he held were Secretary of the St. Augustine Constituency in 1979, founding member of the youth arm of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha, member of the Junior Chambers Youth Arm of the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce. He served as a government senator from 1991 to 1995, during which time he also ably assisted the then leader of government business in the Senate. Deodat Oja Maraj also served at several party offices. He was acting General Secretary of the PNM during the 1990s, where he played a pivotal role in the party organization and development. He also worked as a teacher at primary and secondary schools throughout Trinidad. After he left office, he remained politically active, offering guidance, mentorship, and steadfast support to successive generations of party members and citizens. Mr. President, his commitment to youth development gained him national recognition, leading to an invitation by former Prime Minister Dr. Eric Williams to serve on the country's first cabinet-appointed National Task Force on Youth. The task force produced several recommendations, many of which were implemented to strengthen programs and services for young people in the period following the 1970 social revolution. Over more than 40 years of public service, Mr. Oja Maraj served as Assistant General Secretary. I recall when I joined the PNM many years ago, Mr. Deodat Oja Maraj was the officer who signed my approval to join the PNM. He continued his parliamentary career and served as both a temporary and a government senator in the Fourth Republican Parliament in 1992 to 1995. Mr. President, a very humble citizen of Trinidad and Tobago who believed in rural development, youth development, and community empowerment. We express to his family and all members of the community of Las Lomas our sincerest condolences, and may his soul rest in peace.
Courtney McNeish.
Mr. President, this afternoon I rise on behalf of the independent bench to pay tribute to the life and service of Mr. Deodat Oja Maraj, former government senator, educator, youth advocate, and committed public servant, whose recent passing marks the loss of a devoted son of this republic. Mr. Oja Maraj's life was rooted in service, discipline, and duty, values deeply grounded in his Hindu faith and reflected consistency in both in his personal and public life. Born into a family with a strong tradition of civic engagement, he carried that legacy forward with humility, purpose, guided by the belief that service to country is among the highest of callings. He first entered parliamentary life in 1989 as a temporary senator, and later served as a government senator during the Fourth Republican Parliament between 1992 and 1995. During that period, he brought to this chamber a thoughtful, principled voice, contributing meaningfully to debates on national development, social equity, and governance. His interventions reflected a deep concern for the well-being of ordinary citizens and a strong belief in the inclusive national progress. Mr. President, Mr. Oja Maraj was first and foremost an educator and mentor. Whether in the classroom, through youth organizations, or in national service, he remained deeply committed to empowering young people. His involvement in youth development included his work with Zahatan Dharma Mahasabha and the Georgian Youth Assembly, reflecting a lifelong dedication to nurturing leadership, discipline, and civic responsibility among the next generation. Of particular note was his role in advancing the Swaha Incorporation Bill, a contribution that resonated deeply with the Hindu community and reflected his commitment to faith-based service, cultural preservation, and institutional development. In this, as in many areas of his life, he sought recognition. He sought not recognition, but instead meaningful and lasting impact. Those who served alongside him remember him as a man of quiet strength, integrity, and generosity of spirit. Someone who believed in dialogue over division, mentorship over prominence, and service over self. Even beyond his formal years in Parliament, he remained engaged, offering guidance and counsel to young members of the political community. Mr. President, in the Hindu tradition, life is understood as a sacred journey of drama. Duty carried out with sincerity and purpose. By that measure, the life of Deonath Oja Maharaj was one well lived. His legacy endures in the institution he strengthened, the young people he inspired, and the values he upheld. On behalf of the independent bench, I extend sincere condolences to his beloved wife and children and his extended family. May they find comfort in the knowledge that his life's work has left an indelible mark on this nation. May his soul rest in peace.
Honorable Senators, we stand today in solemn reflection on the life and service of a respected colleague and distinguished parliamentarian, former Senator Deonath Oja Maharaj, who passed on January the 5th, 2026. We gather in this chamber, the very place where his public duty was exercised, to honor a life defined by commitment to country, service to community, and devotion to principle. Mr. Oja Maharaj's parliamentary journey commenced in 1989 when he was appointed a temporary senator and continued during his permanent appointment to the Senate in the 4th Republican Parliament. In the 4th Republican Parliament from 1991 to 1995. He brought into public life a strong foundation shaped by his early career as an educator at both the primary and secondary levels. That grounding nurtured a lifelong passion for youth development, mentorship, and social advocacy, a commitment that remained consistent throughout his political and community service. Beyond the classroom and the chamber, Mr. Oja Maharaj was deeply engaged in youth empowerment and civic development. He was a founding member of the youth arm of the Sanatan Dharma Mahasabha, co-founder of the Georgian Youth Assembly in El Zakour, San Juan, and an active participant in youth leadership initiatives connected to the business community. His service on the nation's first cabinet-appointed National Task Force on Youth following the social revolution of the 1970s reflected a forward-looking vision rooted in national renewal and social stability. As a devout Hindu, his faith guided both his public conduct and private discipline. His role in piloting the Swaha Incorporation Bill stands as a meaningful contribution to the preservation of religious and cultural institutions in our society. His philosophy of service emphasized social responsibility, equity, and the elimination of poverty. Principles that mirrored a belief that national development must uplift the most vulnerable. I had the opportunity to serve alongside Mr. Oja Maharaj during the 4th Republican Parliament. Though we may not have shared the same political perspectives, I recall him as measured, respectful, and deeply attentive to the issues affecting young people and community development. He approached debate with conviction, demonstrating the kindness, the kind of parliamentary temperament that strengthens democratic institutions. Mr. Oja Maharaj devoted over 4 decades to public life as an educator, youth advocate, parliamentarian, and community leader. His legacy reminds us that service is not confined to office alone, but expressed through consistent commitment to people, principles, and progress. Rabindranath Tagore once observed, and I quote, "I slept and dreamt that life was joy. I awoke and saw that life was service. I acted, and behold, service was joy." End of quote. These words captured the spirit of a life such as the one lived by Mr. Oja Maharaj, devoted to purposeful service. And so I stand here today to place on record my respect, appreciation, and sincerest condolences on behalf of all honorable members of the Senate and the staff of the Office of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, as we offer well wishes, strength, and comfort to the Maharaj's family during this time of loss. May his soul attain peace and liberation in accordance with the Hindu faith. May his memory continue to inspire service and integrity among us all. Honorable Senators, I now ask that we stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Senators, the clerk will convey to the family of Mr. Deodat Oja Maharaj the sentiments expressed today. Honorable Senators, former Senator Dr. Sahadio Basdio passed away on January the 11th, 2026. I now invite members to offer tributes. Senator the Honorable Darrell. Allahar.
Mr. President, I rise once more, and this time to pay tribute to former Senator Dr. Sahadio Basdio, who passed away on the 11th of December 2025. Dr. Basdio was born in Rosilac, South Trinidad, and he attended St. Benedict's College, graduating from that institution in 1964. I can't resist the temptation to say that St. Benedict's College is a very important institution in San Fernando. It is from that institution that Presentation College San Fernando was given birth. And we all know that Presentation College San Fernando is the best secondary school in the country.
Get back focused.
Good Southman, he studied at Brandon University in Canada, and the University of Calgary in Canada. And Dr. Basdio earned his doctorate at Dalhousie University, Halifax, Canada. Dr. Basdio was a distinguished academic and a public servant in the true sense of the word. He started teaching. He taught history at St. Benedict's College from 1965 to 1967. He was professor of history at the University of the West Indies. He was also a professor of history and international relations at the Okanagan College in British Columbia, Canada, and he retired there as Professor Emeritus. He was appointed an opposition senator in November 1981, and in February 1988, he was appointed a government senator and Minister of External Affairs and International Trade. He has been described widely as intellectually sound, articulate, compassionate, and humble. And I think he had written several books and articles, and I think most notably, there are two I wish to mention. One is a textbook, Labor Organization and Labor Reform in Trinidad and Tobago, 1919 to 1939, which was published in 2003. And also a book called The Foreign Relations of Trinidad and Tobago, 1962 to 2000, which was his last publication in 2001, well, which was published in 2007. He served as an opposition senator during the second Republican Parliament and as Minister of External Affairs and International Trade during the third Parliament. He was described by one of his students as, I quote, a soft-spoken individual with a passion for healing relationships and uniting people rather than creating divisions. He sought the middle ground where compromise was the goal. And if I may share I think it's the only interaction I ever had with him, was in 1989 when I was a student at UE. And it was my first protest outside the Red House, where we all marched. I see Santa Louis is laughing. I don't know if you were in the march too. We all marched around the Red House, about 150 of us. Sadly, that number decreased at some point when the sun got too hot and we had to go for refreshments. But we were there for most of the day, protesting the imposition of the cess. The NR government had put a cess on education. Those of us remember the cess. And we didn't want to pay. We used to pay $275 academic year, and we now were required to pay $3,100. And we all protested. And we marched around the Red House. But I remember Dr. Bazio was one of two who came outside. Very gentle, very humble. I respected him for coming outside and speaking to a group of rabble-rousing students. I can't remember what he said, but I do remember it. He never promised us that he would not remove the cess, and he didn't. But he promised that he would take our concerns back to the then Prime Minister. And I remember his very calm demeanor and his bravery in confronting quite a lot of students right out there on Abercrombie Street. We continued the protest after he left, but that remained in my memory, his humility. And that's how I remember him. No, I wasn't a badger, it was a protest. It was my first protest, it's not my last. Dr. Bazio was married to Beverly Shirley Bazio, now deceased. And together they shared 3 sons, Naren, Devin, and Christian. There's another anecdote by one of those who knew him. And this is from one of his students. He was an engaging professor and mentor. And he had incredible adventures and experiences that he shared through his stories and his teaching. He'll be remembered dearly. This is from a student called D. Hurren. So he was someone who impacted the lives of those he taught with his humility and his intellectual rigor. Mr. President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago and those of us on this side once again acknowledge his contribution to national life, to intellectual life, his contribution to publications about Trinidad and Tobago, and to his contribution to national development. We wish through you to convey our heartfelt condolences to his family, to his wife and family. And may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to pay tribute on behalf of the opposition bench to the now late Dr. Sahadev Bastio. Unfortunately, I have no actual connection and didn't have the privilege of meeting him as he served our country. I do recall with a fond memory the marches and protests of students back in the day. But what strikes me in Senator Bastio's profile, kindly provided by the Parliament, was that he certainly was a servant of the people. He served in government. He served in the NAR government in particular in 1988 onward. And he served at a very difficult time. That was a government that he held the reins of external affairs, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it was a little bit more than that as described. And it would have been under his stewardship that Trinidad and Tobago had to engage the very difficult throes of the IMF, the very difficult throes of austerity, the very difficult throes of structural reform. That was perhaps, if one were to reflect upon a task given to an individual in government, that was no small task. You know, finding out that we've lost a servant of the people as we have, and not knowing that servant of the people by name, by recollection, tells us how quickly it is service can be forgotten. Today, as a member of a parliament that he once sat in, a senate that he sat in, it therefore is incumbent upon us to revive his memory, to share with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, from my perspective, the little that I know, but from which the annals of history can at least tell, his parliamentary contributions, his dedication. I took the chance in trying to dig a little bit more to figure out a little bit more of this man, Dr. Sahadio Bastio. And at his obituary, the event having been held just 2 days ago, there were these reflections coming from students, etc. His wife predeceased him in 2012. She was Canadian in origin, and it was after he left public service, after he had done his tour of duty as a lecturer, etc., he returned to Canada, and clearly it is there that he found his home. We know that he is survived by his son Narin, daughter-in-law Louise, his son Devin, daughter-in-law Vindira, son Kristen, and daughter-in-law Sherry, and that they had in that family 5 grandchildren, William, Sanjay, Priya, Shreya, and Amili. Again, to those young children who I would never have the privilege of meeting, that I can foresee, we wish to say that we salute your grandfather for his years of service to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, for his service in times of extreme difficulty that our country passed through. As we do know, in 1990, he would have been witness to the events of an attempted coup. He may very well have been part and parcel of how our democracy survived that time. But to someone who has served in public life, to someone who has now departed this life having served in public life, I say thank you, dear sir, for your service to country. We on this bench say thank you, dear sir, to your service to this country. To his surviving children and grandchildren, we say thank you for sharing your father with us, particularly in difficult times, and your grandfather, and may his eternal soul rest in peace. Amen.
Francis Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is with a deep sense of respect and solemn duty that I rise today on behalf of the independent bench to pay tribute to our departed colleague, Senator Dr. Sahadio Bastio. An honorable man, a thoughtful legislator, and a servant of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. His academic career was expounded on by others. He served after achieving his degrees as a lecturer in history at the University of the West Indies, and later in life a professor of history in international relations at the Okanagan College in British Columbia, Canada. And it is the esteem with which he was held that on retirement he was named a professor emeritus. In terms of his service to Trinidad and Tobago, he entered the Senate in November of 1981 and served in the role of in the second Republican Parliament. It's interesting to note that the leader of the opposition in November 1981 was the Honorable Mr. Bastio, later Prime Minister Bastio Pandy, member for Couva North. And the leader of the opposition bench at the time was none other than Mr. Lloyd Best. And so it almost echoes through the history of our republic. He was appointed a government senator and Minister of External Affairs, and international trade in February of 1988 and served in that role to 1991 in the Third Republican Parliament. His Prime Minister at that time was ANR Prime Minister Arthur Napoleon Raymond Robinson, and the government was the National Alliance for Reconstruction. He was a key figure in shaping the nation's foreign policy during the Cold War transition. And some may remember not just the difficulties that we faced as a country in the 80s, to which I am very grateful that my colleague alluded, but it was a time of VUCA, an acronym for volatile, uncertain, ambiguous, and complex. And as our country's representative in that kind of environment, having to steer a way forward. He was a key figure in shaping our country's foreign policy during that period, and he was responsible for shaping, presenting, explaining his government's international and trade policies. From the record, it would appear that his impact was characterized by his intellectual approach to governance, rather than, I suppose, what is more frequent, a more popular style from some of his contemporaries. And what was notable was that his contributions were rooted in historical context and international law. He was a labor historian. He brought that thinking and that discipline to his contributions. He is a very well-regarded son of the soil and of Rusilak. He was very proud of his ancestry and his connection to the broader, wider Indian civilization, and he was very much a Trinidadian with an amazing capacity for adaptability and very much at home, not just in his home country of birth, but across the region. He was well-traveled. He understood the world, and he engaged with it. As a labor historian, he engaged and was very aware of the struggles of working people in the Caribbean and the nexus with the anti-colonial struggle and the struggle for independence in the region. In fact, as a youth, he became involved in the politics of the youth arm of the then Democratic Labour Party. On his return to Trinidad and Tobago as a university lecturer, later he became involved in the labor movement. And it was almost inevitable, according to one friend, that he became involved in politics, and he was able, energetic, and could not help but be involved. I want to dwell for a moment on what my earlier colleague said. We live in difficult times. Our colleague, Sahadio Basdeo, lived through the very difficult times of the 1980s in this country. And in serving both on the opposition bench and then later in the government as a senator, he had to deal with or be part of a team that dealt with all those things that could easily drive a society apart, and to somehow find a way to pull it all together. In chatting with one of his colleagues, I asked that person, who also served in political life and public life, how he would summarize and sum up the contribution. And this is the expression that I received. Dr. Sahadio Basdeo was first and foremost a nationalist. He understood the struggle of working people. He also understood that working together for progress was part of what our mission and his life's mission was about, and he understood the need for inclusivity. As a nationalist, he was very much a regionalist. He believed in the idea of the Caribbean, in the role and the responsibilities of small island states, and in particular of the powers of alliance and of partnerships with others, and trying to find common ground. and he was an internationalist. Having traveled widely, having seen the world, he came to understand that to rule best is to rule on the basis of order and a rules-based order, and to contain the desires, some may say avarice, of great powers, you need international institutions. And he was very much part of the shaping of that. He informed parliamentary debate with his scholarship. He led our foreign affairs and led it admirably. And he brought to all of his endeavors a very strong academic focus rooted in evidence, rooted in history, shaping the perspectives of history and all that carries forward from that. And so, on behalf of the bench, I extend to his family our condolences, and I thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to make this presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Senators, I rise today with a profound sense of respect to pay tribute to the life and legacy of Dr. Zahadio Bastio, a distinguished scholar, public servant, and son of our nation, who passed on January the 11th, 2026. While the official funeral rites for the late Dr. Zahadio Bastio were observed last Sunday, January the 18th, this Parliament rightly deems it both appropriate and necessary to honor, acknowledge, and place on record our solemn appreciation for the outstanding service and enduring contributions of the late Dr. Bastio to Trinidad and Tobago. Born from humble beginnings in Rosilac, Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Bastio assumed significant responsibilities early in life that shaped his character with discipline, resilience, and purpose. Those formative years instilled in him a determination to rise beyond circumstances or circumstance through scholarship, perseverance, and an unwavering sense of purpose. Dr. Bastio's intellectual journey led him to earn academic degrees from several universities, Brandon University, the University of Calgary, and Dalhousie University, laying the foundation for a career distinguished by intellectual curiosity, scholarly excellence, and global perspective. Embodying the essence of a true academic in both spirit and practice, he was guided by a lifelong pursuit of knowledge and reflected the outlook of a global citizen. His academic journey evolved from student to professor as he lectured and mentored at the University of the West Indies and at several other universities across Europe and the wider America. He concluded his distinguished career as a professor emeritus at the University of British Columbia. Energetic, passionate, and deeply engaging, many of Dr. Bastio's students fondly recall his extraordinary ability to bring history vividly to life. A well-articulated historian, composed, astute, and firmly grounded in values of unity, Dr. Bastio's decade-long public service to his country was guided by the ethos of peace and an unwavering commitment to equity for all people. Appointed as an opposition senator in November of 1981, he served during the second and third Republican Parliament, having a keen understanding of the strengths of the nation and an appreciation for the role of our cultural values and the interrelationship between the experiences of the country and its contribution to national identity. Dr. Bastio stood as an architect of foreign policy and international relations. He was appointed as government senator and minister of external affairs and international trade in 1988, in which he served for 4 years. His work reflected that of deep engagement with Caribbean history, labor, and international relations. In addition to his political contribution, he authored and co-authored several books and made several publications on various or a variety of subjects. Through his contributions, we were able to experience a person of great humility, and his measurement as it deals with his character was located properly, historically speaking. Although I did not serve directly alongside Dr. Bastio in the chamber, I came to respect his reputation as a measured thinker and principled public servant whose scholarship elevated national discourse. His life demonstrates how intellect, character, and service can harmoniously advance the public good. Dr. Bastio's legacy is one of steadfast commitment to learning, growth, and service. His life reminds us of the profound impact one individual can have through dedication in knowledge and service to country. It is therefore with deep respect that I stand here today to place on record my respect and sincerest condolences on behalf of all honorable members of the Senate and the staff of the Office of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and as we offer well wishes, strength, and comfort during this time of loss to his family, colleagues, former students, and all who were touched by his remarkable life. May his memory be a blessing and inspiration. Honorable members, may we all stand and observe a minute of silence as a mark of respect. Thank you, honorable senators. The clerk will convey to the family of Dr. Sahadio Bastio the sentiments expressed today.
The Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Prime Minister.
The Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings. Clerk.
The Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General.
The Honorable Attorney General.
In accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings.
The law reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026 in the name of the Attorney General.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 62-1B, I beg to move that the next stage of the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings.
The question is that the next stage of the law reform, Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026 be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the law reform Zones of Special Operations, Special Security and Community Development Measures Bill 2026 will be taken later in the proceedings.
Papers.
The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Priority Bus Route Special Roads Toll Amendment Regulations 2025, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Number 2 Regulations 2025, and the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment to the 9th Schedule Number 3 Order 2025.
The Honourable Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name and in the name of the Minister of Finance. The statutory instruments as follows: the Virtual Assets and Virtual Assets Service Providers Forms and Fees Regulations 2025, the National Insurance Contribution Amendment Regulations 2025, and the the Value Added Tax Amendment to Schedule 2, Number 3, Order 2025, the National Climate Change Policy 2025, the reports of the Auditor General of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago on financial statements as follows: the Miaro Rio Claro Regional Corporation for the financial year ended September 30th, 2013, the National Institute of Higher Education, Research, Science and Technology for the year ended December 31st, 2014, and the National Academy for the Performing Arts for the financial year ended September 30th, 2023. The annual administrative report for the Ministry of Finance for the fiscal year 2023-2024.
Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name: the Animals Importation Control Amendment Regulations 2025.
Skills Training.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed in the order paper in my name: the Annual Administrative Report of the Youth Training and Employment Partnership Program Limited for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
The Honourable Attorney General.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in the name of the Honourable Attorney General. This is the annual report of the Anti-Terrorism Unit for the period 2024 to 2025.
Vice President.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name: the annual report of the Statutory Authority Service Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2024.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers, as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Homeland Security. The statutory instruments as follows: the Immigration Amendment Regulations 2025, the Immigration Amendment Number 2 Regulations 2025, the Citizenship of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago Amendment Regulations 2025, and lastly, the Firearms Amendment Regulations 2025.
Questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 2714, I would ask for a deferral of 14 days for the answer to that question.
Honorable members, the question is that a deferral of 14 days or 2 weeks is being requested, and that is permitted under the standing orders, so leave has been granted. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Drawing to the attention of the Leader of Government Business, as he's repeated the pattern of this deferral request, that there's also a question for written response on the order paper. He might wish to give an indication with respect to it.
What is the position?
Of course, I thank the learned senator for reminding us with respect to the written question. Similarly, in accordance with Standing Order 2714, we would ask similarly for a deferral of 14 days.
The leave to defer for 2 weeks is accepted, has been approved.
Public business, government business, bill second reading.
Minister of Civil Aviation and Transportation.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of a fixed penalty warning for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters now be read a second time. Mr. President, this bill was drafted under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Mrs. Kamala Persad Bissessa, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and reflects strong and responsive leadership through close attention to the concerns of motorists nationwide and decisive action to implement solutions which are now presented to the Honourable House in the form of this bill. I would also like to acknowledge the Honourable Attorney General and the technical staff of the Office of the Attorney General and the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation for their work in preparing the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 now before the Honourable House. Mr. President, due to the technical nature of the bill, please permit me to refer to my notes. Mr. President, the primary objective of this bill is the implementation of mandatory fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule. At present, the existing legislative framework relies heavily on prosecution-based enforcement for a wide range of traffic offences. This approach has placed significant pressure on law enforcement agencies, members of the public, and the courts, often resulting in delays and increased administrative burdens. Mr. President, this bill seeks to address these challenges through the introduction of a fixed penalty warning system for traffic violations. This system would allow certain offences to be dealt with administratively without the immediate issuance of a fixed penalty notice, while still preserving accountability and deterrence. Mr. President, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Act No. 9 of 2017 amended Section 81(1) of the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, states that a constable may issue a fixed penalty notice to a driver who is found to be in violation of the law. This wording deliberately confers a measure of discretion on the enforcement officer, recognizing that traffic enforcement must at times be exercised with sound judgment and fairness. However, experience since the enactment of that amendment has shown that the exercise of the discretion can be uneven and inconsistent across Trinidad and Tobago. In the absence of a structured warning framework, two drivers committing the same violation may face different outcomes. One may receive a fixed penalty notice, while the other may receive an informal warning based solely on subjective judgment of the individual officer. If left unregulated, this situation risks undermining public confidence in law enforcement and may give rise to perceptions of unfairness or discrimination, which are inconsistent with constitutional principles. We have examined the data and note that for 2024 and 2025, a total of 27,554 fixed penalty notices were issued for the 18 specific traffic violations that we have identified for the fixed penalty warning in this amendment. Of that total, 14,887 fixed penalty notices were issued in 2024 and 12,667 were issued in 2025. In addition, there have been 1,414 documented warnings issued during 2024 and 1,091 documented warnings issued in 2025 to motorists in respect to traffic violations. This therefore shows that drivers stopped for the same traffic violations were in some cases given fixed penalty notices and in some cases were given warnings. Furthermore, it is acknowledged that there are circumstances in which the immediate issuance of fixed penalty notices may not always be the most appropriate response. This includes situations where the nature of the violation is such that the driver may not have been immediately aware of the offense, or where the contravention may have occurred shortly before it was detected by law enforcement. In these circumstances, the absence of a structured warning system can lead to uncertainty, inconsistency in enforcement practices, and perceptions of unfairness among motorists, as previously highlighted. This is a serious concern because the exercise of statutory discretion by the authorities must always conform to the fundamental principles of the Constitution, including the rule of law, equity before the law, and procedural fairness. While Parliament has lawfully conferred discretion on law enforcement agencies through the use of the words may issue a fixed penalty notice, that discretion cannot be exercised in an arbitrary, inconsistent, or unguided manner. Where discretion is applied differently to motorists without clear standards or safeguards, it gives rise to concerns of unequal treatment and undermines the guarantee that the law may be applied fairly and consistently. It is therefore necessary to establish a clear, transparent, and uniform framework. This is precisely the rule by this warning system, which provides a balanced approach between accountability and fairness. Mr. President, this amendment to the legislation has received broad stakeholder support, including from the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service and the Licensing Authority. I will now provide a detailed overview of the clauses of the bill to this House. This bill comprises 8 clauses, and I would also wish to make it clear that the government has not sought to reinvent the wheel with the fixed penalty warning system. In fact, this bill represents tried and tested legislative constructs used in similar circumstances, which I will discuss later on. Clause 1 of the bill provides for the short title. Clause 2 provides for the commencement of the Act by proclamation of the President. Clause 3 defines the Act used throughout the bill to mean the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act. Clause 4 of the bill amends Section 20 of the Act by inserting the words or the 9th schedule to make it clear that any breach of the condition which is listed in the 9th schedule constitutes a traffic violation. Clause 5 of the bill inserts definitions for business day and fixed penalty warning into Part 6 of the Act. A business day is defined as any day other than a Saturday, Sunday, or public holiday, carnival, Monday, or Tuesday. A fixed penalty warning means a warning issued under Section 80A of the Act and includes a duplicate of such warning. Clause 6 of the bill inserts new sections A to A and B into the Act. The new section A to A details the procedure and processes which follow after a constable issues a fixed penalty warning for a traffic violation specified in the first column of the 11th schedule. It contains 9 subsections. Subsection 1 provides for a constable to issue a fixed penalty warning to a driver where he has reason to believe that a traffic violation is being or has been committed. Subsection 2 allows a constable to affix a fixed penalty warning for a traffic violation specified in the 11th schedule to any part of a vehicle where the fixed penalty warning may easily be seen. Subsection 3 provides that the owner of the vehicle on which the fixed penalty warning was affixed shall be presumed to be the person liable for the traffic violation mentioned in the fixed penalty warning. Subsections 4 and 5 of Section A to A provide only that the driver, someone under the driver's authority, or the person liable for the traffic violation shall remove the fixed penalty warning that is affixed to a vehicle. A person who contravenes subsection 4 is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $3,000 in accordance with Section 5. Subsection 6 indicates that when a fixed penalty notice is issued or affixed, the police officer in charge of the station for the relevant district shall send a duplicate of the notice to the licensed authority within 1 day from the date of issue or affixing. Subsection 7 provides where driver or owner of a vehicle complies with a fixed penalty warning, he shall be provided with a certificate of compliance in a form approved by the minister and published in the Gazette. A copy of the certificate of compliance has to be transmitted to the licensed authority by the police station or such other person at such other location as designated by the minister within 1 day from the date of issue of the certificate, which verified that the traffic violation was remedied. Subsection 8 states that once a certificate of compliance is issued, the driver or owner will be discharged from liability for the traffic violation mentioned in the fixed penalty warning. Subsection 9 indicates that where a fixed penalty warning is not complied with, it shall be deemed to be a fixed penalty notice, and the driver or owner shall be liable for the traffic violation in accordance with the Act. The new subsection A to B details the contents of a fixed penalty warning. It contains 5 subsections. Subsection 1 provides for the contents of a fixed penalty warning and states that it shall bear the signature of the constable. Section 2 provides that a fixed penalty warning shall be in the form approved by the minister and published in the Gazette. Subsection 3 states that the number of business days in the fixed penalty warning shall be in accordance with the second column of the 11th schedule. Subsection 4 provides that a person and location in the fixed penalty warning shall be in accordance with the third column of the 11th schedule. Subsection 5 states that the minister may, by order, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, amend the 11th schedule. The proposed subsection 5 is especially important as it allows the minister from time to time to add, remove traffic violations for which warnings can be issued, adjust the time frame within which defects are remedied and reported for which a fixed penalty warning was issued, as well as add or alter the locations at which violators can present themselves to report and produce evidence that the requirements under the fixed penalty warning have been adhered to. Clause 7 of the bill amends item 36 in the 9th schedule of the Act. Clause 8 of the bill inserts a new 11th schedule which specifies 18 traffic violations listed in the first column of the 9th schedule for which fixed penalty warnings shall be issued. These violations have been identified as the ones for which fixed penalty warnings would be appropriate in the first instance, with an opportunity for the violators to remedy prior to fixed penalty notice being issued. The violations are as follows. Item 35. No identification lights for the illumination of identification marks on vehicles at night, 3 business days. Item 37, number of passengers to be carried not printed on right front door of taxi, 3 business days. Item 39, no tear and MGW painted on vehicles, 3 business days. Item 40, vehicles with defective fittings, 7 business days. Item 41, vehicle without silencers or fitted with cutouts, 3 business days. Item 42, unauthorized lights to front or rear vehicles, 3 business days. Item 43, unauthorized letters and figures on vehicles, 3 business days. Item 44, vehicles without 2 headlamps, 3 business days. Item 45, vehicle without park lights, 3 business days. Item 46, vehicle without tail lights, 3 business days. Item 48, no left-hand drive notice affixed to appropriate vehicle, 3 business days. Item 63, vehicle without horn, 3 business days. Item 64, permitting excess sparks, smoke, or visible vapor from vehicles, 7 business days. Item 72, vehicle without reflecting mirror, 3 business days. Item 74, use of noisy vehicles, 7 business days. Item 76, use of vehicle with no windshield wiper or defective wiper, 3 business days. Item 79, public service vehicle without spare tire, 3 business days. And item 82, placing of advertisement on side of window of taxi, 3 business days. The 11th schedule also details in the 2nd column and 3rd column respectively the time in which each traffic violations are to be remedied and the locations where vehicles are to be presented for inspection as evidence of the violation being remedied. Mr. President, the practical operation of the proposed new sections A to A and A to B is intended to be simple, fair, and effective for both motorists and enforcement authorities. In essence, we are constable defined in the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act to include a police officer, a transport officer, a traffic warden, and an estate constable employed under the Supplemental Police Act in the public body listed in the 8th schedule has reason to believe that a traffic violation specified in the proposed 11th schedule is being or has been committed, the constable shall issue a fixed penalty warning. Where the driver is present, the warning may be handed directly to the driver, and where the driver is not present, the warning may be affixed to a visible part of the vehicle, ensuring that the motorist can properly see the notification. Once a fixed penalty warning is issued or affixed, responsibility for the violation rests with the driver or the registered owner of the vehicle. The warning clearly sets out the nature of the violation, the steps required to remedy it, the time frame within you must comply, and the location at which the driver or owner must report and provide evidence that the defect or non-compliance has been corrected. The owner or driver is then afforded a reasonable amount of time, either 3 or 7 business days window, to fix the violation. After doing so, the driver or owner is required to report to a police station, an office of the licensed authority, or another location as specified in the warning, and to produce evidence of compliance within the prescribed period. Upon satisfactory verification, the driver owner will be issued a certificate of compliance. That certificate serves as confirmation that the requirements of the fixed penalty warning have been met and results in the driver or owner being discharged from any further liability in respect to the violation. The matter is thereby resolved without the need for a fine, court proceedings, or further enforcement action. However, in the event the driver owner fails to remedy the defect, the warning will be converted automatically to a fixed penalty notice. Mr. President, the Ministry has conducted several stakeholder meetings to put the infrastructure in place. This amendment bill is fully aligned with regional and international best practice. Within CARICOM, St. Lucia operates a warning-based system under its motor vehicle legislation, which allows motorists to be notified of breaches and given an opportunity to comply before penalties are imposed. In the United States, several states, including New York and Indiana, use formal written warnings and require defects to be corrected and reported before fines are imposed. In the South Pacific, Fiji operates a defect order system under which vehicles found to have defects may be directed to those to be corrected. Perhaps most importantly, South Australia, under Section 145 of its Road Traffic Act, operates a structured defect notice system that requires defects to be formally recorded, repaired, verified, and cleared before a vehicle may return to normal use. Mr. President, this framework is very similar to what we are proposing in this amendment bill, a structured, traceable, and enforceable warning system that improves safety, compliance, and accountability. This bill reflects a balanced approach that recognizes not only the importance of road safety, but also the need for efficiency and fairness in the administration of justice. Under this framework,
warnings may be issued for certain offences, with escalation to fines or prosecution where necessary. As a result, penalties become proportionate to risk and severity rather than automatic. This therefore encourages a corrective approach rather than a penalty-driven system. There are situations where the defect arises shortly before it is detected, giving the driver little or no opportunity to correct it. A structured warning allows an enforcement officer to draw the issue to the driver's attention, provide guidance, and allow the driver an opportunity to rectify the breach before action is taken, ensuring enforcement remains fair and reasonable. The system can help build trust between the motoring public and enforcement agencies. When drivers know that infractions may result in warnings rather than immediate fines, they are more likely to engage positively with law enforcement and to adjust their behavior going forward. While there have been a reduction in numbers between 2024 and 2025, over 10,000 violations were recorded in both instances. This means that for 2 years, over 10,000 individuals per year were issued fixed penalty notices and deprived of the opportunity to make the relevant adjustments to their vehicles. For 2026 thus far, the record showed that over 50 warnings were issued to drivers relating to the 18 traffic violations identified in this amendment bill, and over 230 fixed penalty notices were issued. By introducing fixed penalty warnings for the 18 violations, it is expected that there will be a significant reduction in the number of fixed penalty notices issued. Individuals will now be given the opportunity to remedy any violation brought to their attention by a constable under the Act, and to do so within a reasonable period of time. Furthermore, Mr. President, the fixed penalty warning system allows the motorist the opportunity for early detection of traffic violations which would, in any event, be identified by examiners at inspection stations. Drivers and registered owners are therefore already expected to have their motor vehicles free from defects, so there's no additional burden being now implemented to have their vehicles in good condition on our nation's roads. It is acknowledged that persons may contest fixed penalty notices where they are not aware of the defects with their motor vehicles, which notices were issued. By issuing warnings instead of giving persons an opportunity to fix the defects, there will be over time a reduction on the burden of the courts, as such matters will be diverted away from the court system. This effectively frees the judicial and administrative resources to focus on serious and dangerous traffic offences. Mr. President, this bill establishes a system that is firm in accountability and sound in administration. While it gives motorists a reasonable opportunity to remedy infractions, it makes clear that this opportunity is not without consequence. Where a motorist fails to correct the defect or report it to the authorities, the fixed penalty warning automatically converts to a fixed penalty notice, and the prescribed fine becomes payable as if the notice had been issued in the first instance. This approach deals Mr. President. Mr. President, the bill establishes a clear and efficient administrative framework. Proposed Section 8086 requires that a duplicate of each fixed penalty warning may be sent to the licensing authority within 1 day, ensuring accurate records, effective oversight, and reliable tracking of compliance. This strengthens coordination between the TTPS and the licensing authority and reduces the risk of error or abuse. Moreover, the standardization of the form and content of the fixed penalty warning as approved by the Minister and published in the Gazette ensures that issuance across Trinidad and Tobago is done in a clear and uniform manner. Importantly, the legislation also incorporates a necessary degree of flexibility by empowering the Minister to update the categories of violations, adjust compliance timeframes, and reporting locations, which guarantees that the warning system remains responsive, efficient, and relevant as our operational needs evolve. Mr. President, in conclusion, this amendment bill modernizes our traffic enforcement framework, strengthens public confidence, and ensures that enforcement is fair, consistent. It is practical response to real and persistent challenges in our system. It recognizes that not every defect warrants an immediate penalty, while ensuring that non-compliance still carries clear consequences through the conversion of warnings into fixed penalty notices. This is not experimental legislation. It is grounded in proven regional and international practice, informed by data,
and supported by stakeholders. Its success will lie in careful and structured implementation, which this government is committed to. I therefore commend this bill to the House and urge all honourable members to support its passage. Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters be now read a second time. Senator, the Honourable Amery Browne.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Happy New Year to you and your dear family. And I want to say, Mr. President, that this Senate was not given very lengthy notice to prepare for some very important matters for debate today, beginning with this particular bill. And the leader of government business is not looking up at the moment because he knows there was a switch. The AG has taken response. There was a switch in the sequence, which we have to adjust to as flexible and responsible senators. Mr. President, I have to say, I have to confess my surprise and disappointment. The minister who piloted this bill is not known to be a man of rancor or bitterness or extreme hostility. And I would have expected, as a responsible citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, keenly aware of the evolution of this issue of road traffic fines over the last few weeks, the minister would have found it within himself to begin his contribution with an apology to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. It's not that hard to do. Mr. President, instead, he found a way to try to give credit to the Prime Minister for the evolution of this bill and for the content of the bill, describing it as a marker of, and I quote, visionary leadership. Mr. President, if this is visionary leadership, this is the type of leadership this country can do without any day of the week. And I have to ask, where was this visionary leadership yesterday on the eve of this debate when the entire nation and this bench was stunned by an attack launched on the independent senators of Trinidad? And where was the visionary leadership then? And I just want to say, Mr. President, without dwelling on the issue, we have, in this democracy, we have to be able to disagree with something or perspective being shared while at the same time being willing to defend one's right to say it. And that is the perspective of the People's National Movement. That is the perspective of this bench in the Senate, where we will respect the views of others, even where we disagree. So to use the kind of rhetoric that we saw being deployed by the Prime Minister, that is not visionary leadership. So I beg to disagree with this minister right from the onset, the way in which he started his presentation. And Mr. President, what is the true history of this matter? What really happened is that on Christmas Day, normally the children get the presents on Christmas morning. Well, on Christmas evening, this nation was astounded because the government of Trinidad and Tobago issued, while everyone was distracted, a legal notice number 471, which adjusted traffic offenses, almost all of 96 traffic offenses were adjusted. Almost all of them were increased, and the vast majority were doubled on Christmas Day. Mr. President, this has to be put in the context of the type of Christmas the people of Trinidad and Tobago had to endure. It was a bleak Christmas for many families, particularly those who were dismissed from employment in the last few months of 2025, tens of thousands of them to be saddled now with this. Some of them struggling to keep their little motor vehicle, whether it's second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand motor vehicle on the road. Some of them having been dismissed, finding themselves utilizing their motor vehicle for their sustenance, whether it is to work as a taxi, whether it is to operate as food drop or these other services, whether it is to deliver children to school, to make grocery runs, to do delivery runs. The motor vehicles and the use of their cars for many people, especially the humble, ordinary people of this country, is not a matter of an option. Sometimes it's vital, it's critical. And so to choose that period when persons were struggling and holding on for dear life in matters triggered by the decisions of this government, very callous decisions, to then choose Christmas Day to unleash these 96 increases, Mr. President, I cannot imagine anything less visionary and anything more worthy of condemnation from a government of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, these increases are unprecedented. We heard reference earlier to the NAR government, which had a very austere approach to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. Even them and our deceased colleague, who we pay tribute today, did not see fit to unleash, worse yet on Christmas Day, such a wide and comprehensive slew of increases, the vast majority of them being 100% increases, with the fines being drawn from the pockets of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, what was the reaction of the people of this country? I have to confess, I was surprised as well, because persons from all walks of life, from all over this republic, were outraged, and they expressed their outrage on social media, letters to the editor, calling on the programs in the morning and in the evening, and the government must have become quite alarmed, because it was not just PNM supporters, it was UNC supporters, it was, I don't know who else, Tapia, and whoever else is out there in society. Persons were outraged and expressing their outrage, I would say without precedent, since April when this government was elected. And some persons were saying, well, is the government trying to lose through this measure, these measures? Are they trying to lose the 2030 election in 2026? It really appeared so at one point. So the Prime Minister decided that she's going to play the hero card and try to save the day. That has brought us to where we are, and that is where we have to examine this bill for its merits and, should I say, its demerits. Its lack of merit, I think, would be a better way to phrase it, Mr. President. And members of this bench will do exactly that. So there was a sense of anger, betrayal, astonishment, resentment coming from persons from all walks of life, including outrage. And then the leader of government business, a few moments earlier, regaled us with some very pleasant memories of when he was back in university and did a protest around the Red House for the cess, when the cess was imposed by the then NAR government. But, Mr. President, these impositions of this current UNC on Christmas Day and then on adjusted on Old Year's Day 2025, just a few days ago, have occurred during a state of emergency. So the environment that the leader of government business enjoyed during his time of university is not enjoyed by the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago at this time, whereas the imposition and the betrayal of their trust is even worse under this government than it has ever been before. Mr. President, why am I using words like betrayal and resentment and outrage? Why am I using this kind of language? You don't have to look very far at all. I want to take this Senate back to the 23rd of April 2025, just a couple days before the general election, the last general election in Trinidad and Tobago. And I want to refer to an article in the Guardian newspaper authored by Rishi Raghunath. There's a lovely photo in the article, the Prime Minister flanked by some of her key supporters. Mr. Bisesa is there, and some MPs. And I quote, Mr. President, UNC political leader Kamla Prasad Bisesa said, if elected, she would lower traffic fines, calling them a scheme for government revenue collection. A scheme for government revenue collection. Goes on. A UNC government, these are the words of Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Mr. President. A UNC government will reduce traffic fines across the board and implement state-sponsored driver education programs instead. A UNC government, this is a pledge, a promise made. A UNC government, on the 23rd of April, will reduce traffic fines. Which ones, Mr. President? Across the board. Promise made. ... Promise certainly not kept. And Mrs. Prasad Bisesa went on to empathize with the population, connecting very nicely with the sentiment of the people. Some of these officers seem to be on a power trip, bullying and abusing citizens regularly. So the Prime Minister was aware of what was going on now. Very different to the minister's presentation a short while ago, where apparently according to him, this bullying and misapplication of the law was only just discovered subsequent to Christmas Day. Very interesting sequence, and also very ironic, I must say, with the use of phrases like power trip, bullying, and abusing citizens, given the ridiculous and disrespectful comments that were made yesterday about members of this particular chamber. Mr. President, the article went on to say, according to the Prime Minister, these officers insult and abuse drivers in front of their families. These officers must be reprimanded for their abusive behaviors toward the public. She added that these traffic fines are too high. She said the country must explore alternatives to fines and suspensions. Apparently, Mr. President, under this government, the alternative to a high fine is the doubling of a high fine. That is what we are presented with here today. That is what this minister is offering us as a form of visionary leadership, the doubling of fines that were deemed to be too high before they got into office. Mr. President, I just want to go on to explain the sentiment of the people, because the minister did not connect to how people have received and the impact of these measures on the psyche of the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And they really should be a bit more worried than they seem to be at this stage, because I was a bit taken aback. They certainly have lost the trust of the people on something that is seemingly straightforward. But the contrast is so stark from what they said to what they have now done and unleashed on the people of this country. People are outraged, of course, because the Prime Minister said that she would lower all of these fines, and she's increased all of them. Most of them she's doubled. That's a fact. The population is also outraged because many of them are struggling hanging on, out of work, displaced. The cost of living still increases, so they're very concerned about the timing. The population is also outraged, Mr. President, by these measures before us because they have seen the police, the same police that the Prime Minister accused of bullying and abusing citizens regularly. The population is seeing these police officers being rewarded based on the number of tickets that they are issuing to the population of Trinidad and Tobago. And I didn't hear the minister explain that at all. So if he is really to introduce these measures to the Senate and to create some comfort in the minds of citizens, he would have to account for some of that. And I take this Senate and the minister back to the 1st of August 2025. Government was settled into office by that time. A Newsday article by Maya Kwame. This caused a sensation at the time. Police Constable Keron Sanker was rewarded by the TTPS for issuing, rewarded, Mr. President, for issuing 1,427 traffic tickets between January and June. This is the same government that was complaining and connecting on issues of bullying and abusing citizens, and we need alternatives, was rewarded by the TTPS for issuing 1,427 traffic tickets between January and June. Mr. President, do the maths. Or maths could be done. That's 240 tickets per month from one officer in the TTPS being rewarded, and this being publicized and celebrated and elevated, I suspect, to inspire other officers to do likewise, or certainly to go for the gold, as it were. He was not the only one from the Highway Patrol Operations Unit that was so publicly rewarded, Mr. President. There were several others at that commendation ceremony at Police Administration Building. This took place on the 31st of July. 4 other officers, according to this Newsday article.
Person who remembers whose phone has disrupted a proceeding, can you leave the chamber and make sure you take at least 20 minutes before you return, please? Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. As Senator Philip Alexander gives us a little pause from his presence. Mr. President, as I was saying, that is 240 tickets per month from one officer under this UNC government. 4 others were awarded for their generous ticket. These are not my words, Mr. President. I'm quoting. 4 other officers were also awarded for their generous ticket distribution. You hear that? It's being called generous. Their generous ticket distribution over that same period. One issued 970 tickets in a 6-month period. He got the silver medal, got an award. Another issued 734 bronze. He got an award. And another issued 718, and the last in the winners issued 670 tickets to the drivers of Trinidad and Tobago. And the commendation closed with this phrase: "This is a momentous occasion," according to the Assistant Commissioner. "This is a momentous occasion where we can come together and receive commendations which go a long way to motivating officers." So, Mr. President, I'm giving you the sequence why the population has responded the way they have responded to the government of Trinidad and Tobago at this time, when they see police officers being rewarded and commended and awarded for their generous issuance of tickets. Visionary leadership for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, another reason the population has responded to these measures in this way is because simultaneously the government has introduced measures via the budget to permit importation of older and older vehicles up to 8 years vintage. And the question must arise in the mind of a logical citizen or someone who's paying attention. Why at the same time would they be permitting the importation of these older vehicles, older used vehicles into Trinidad and Tobago, while simultaneously ratcheting up all of these fines and simultaneously motivating and rewarding and driving police officers to go out there and issue these tickets? It appears to all and sundry that it's a setup, according to my colleague, a setup, a treasure hunt where the treasure is being found in the pockets of the ordinary citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. The other factor in all of this, unfortunately, the good minister didn't sufficiently address it in his piloting, is the public communication around this matter. The government has not distinguished itself in this department, maybe with one or two minor exceptions, but on this issue, it's an unmitigated disaster. And when that space, no one is speaking, the official voices are quiet, speculation rises, and then you have it's amateur hour, your little side shows and con men and different persons come in and try to inflate, when what is required is leveling with the population by the government that we've elected to do so, and clarity in public communication. That did not occur. The other factor in the response of the population, Mr. President, is the inconvenience factor, which we don't pay enough attention to. Has any member of this government paid notice of the long lines that have been forming outside of the various licensing offices in this country? People bringing their vehicles before sunrise, before dawn, from the night before, forming lines. You would think this is Ukraine or Russia starved of gas or resources. And there's no compulsion. There's no good rationale for this. This was a voluntary decision, unprovoked and untriggered by anyone in the population. The government decided we're going to go after them, we're going to raise these fines, we're going to do this, we're going to jack up our revenues, and the citizens have been paying the price. So that inconvenience factor and all of the consequences flowing out of that is another reason why the population, as we are reflecting and representing here today, has reacted in this way, Mr. President. And then you add that to the lawless dump comments, which came in the context of these same concerns that citizens were expressing. You were reacting like that because the country is a lawless dump, and we will be treating with that during the course of this debate as well, Mr. President. And then one of the reflections that has been very consistent from the people is, why is this putting the cart before the horse? This government campaigned heavily on the issue of road and infrastructure repair, and I challenge any member of the Senate to stand here today and to say that pothole repairs have accelerated and improved, and the road conditions for the people of Trinidad and Tobago have been ameliorated to the extent that you can put your vehicle on the road confident that the road will not destroy the vehicle. That's the reality. That's part of the betrayal as well, Mr. President. And that's what we're treating with. So this has been heralded as a solution by the minister and the prime minister before him, based on the fact that there's now a warning system in place. For a few offenses, there's a 3-day notice and warning, and for others, a minority, there's a 7-day notice and warning. So let's talk about that. I heard the minister refer to Australia. He said, most importantly, we have the example of New South Wales in Australia. Minister, I hope I'm not misquoting you at all. I don't think I am. He's not disagreeing. Most importantly, we have the example of New South Wales. Let me tell this Senate, Mr. President, a little bit about the example of Australia. You see, Mr. President, in Australia, you have the AARA, the Australian Automobile Repairers Association. This is a national industry sector committee that advocates on national issues affecting all automotive repairers and auto mechanics in the entire territorial district of representation. The reason I'm referring to the AARA is because what this government has done since Christmas Day is to put this population at the mercy of an unregulated, unmonitored, unsupervised, and unsupported auto repair and mechanic industry. And I need to tell you, Mr. President, it's a free-for-all out there. Those who've ordered their brand new vehicles, they're not going to see a mechanic for years. That's the truth. And many of them go to the dealership and it's fine. Many of us go to the dealership and that's fine. But the citizens out there, many of them will never see an auto dealership to fix their vehicle. They are at the mercy of a mechanic industry. There are some good mechanics in this country, a few. Many of them prey on the citizens, especially the elderly, especially young persons, or those who may not have means to go very far. It's a free-for-all. So to bring the Australian example, where there are these structures and systems which protect and defend the ability of a citizen to get redress and to achieve progress with their repairs or whatever else they've been warned and notified to address. It's chalk and cheese here in Trinidad and Tobago, and this bill and this government has done nothing to address those realities. So you throw our citizens at the mercy, and Mr. President, you talk to any mechanic right now, they're living in Disney World. It is happy times for mechanics of Trinidad and Tobago because citizens by the thousands are being driven to their doorsteps and they are at their mercy. And when we look at the provisions of this bill, Mr. President, you would be even more alarmed than you might be at this stage. So, Mr. President, the minister refers to this 3-day period as a reasonable period of time. And through you, Mr. President, I have to ask the minister, is 3 business days really a reasonable period of time? I would beg on behalf of the citizens to disagree vehemently. It is not. Maybe on an ideal planet or in an ideal country, it could be close to reasonable. In the Trinidad and Tobago of today, it is completely unreasonable and unsupportable. Maybe in New South Wales, but not in Trinidad and Tobago. And that further demonstrates how disconnected this government is from the lived realities of the citizens who would have voted for them. It's a free-for-all out there with these mechanics, Mr. President. They're having a good time. And what you find is citizens jumping from one mechanic to the next. And the mechanics have no liability in this matter. And some members would know what I'm talking about, where you have trial and error. You present with a problem. There's a defect in the vehicle. There's an oil leak. And sometimes to repair an oil leak, they would change a part. The oil leak continues. They would change another part. The oil leak gets worse. And that is the experience people are living today. So in 3 business days to expect these defects to be repaired, and if they are not and certified to have been repaired, automatically that 2,000, 3,000, 6,000, that notice and warning automatically converts into a fine. And what happens to your citizen then? Well, they still have to repair the problem, still have to spend more money, and on top of that, they have to pay the fine as well. How is that fair? How is that compassionate? How is that visionary leadership and governance, Mr. President? I really would like a response from the government on these particular matters. In the real world, those 3 days and those 7 days are completely and totally insufficient. Mr. President, let's look at clause 6, subclause 6 of this particular bill. If you just allow me to quote from the clause. Here we are. Where a fixed penalty warning has been issued or fixed under this section, the police officer in charge of the station for the district in which the fixed penalty warning was issued shall send a duplicate of the fixed penalty warning to the licensing authority within 1 day from the date of issue or fixing of the fixed penalty warning. Mr. President, so in the real world, your police officer is given 1 day to send a duplicate to the licensing or authority. What happens if that police officer is off on the next day, is going on leave, is transferred, is responding to an emergency, is called out on a special operation? What happens in those circumstances? The minister was completely silent on that. 1 day. Within those 3 days, the police officer must send a copy to the licensing authority. And what if he doesn't do so? We have not heard. We have not heard. Mr. President, what about if you change the part yourself? You receive a warning and you change the part yourself. It's the bulb on the illumination light for the registration plate, the license plate. You change the part yourself. You know what you have to do now according to these measures? You have to find yourself at a mechanic or the licensing authority to get that certified. That's what you have to do. You line up, you have to get that certified before you can have any comfort. And when you get that certificate of completion, what do you do with it? Do you have to keep it in your vehicle? How long do you have to travel around with that particular certificate? The minister didn't really explain to the citizens how this law will operate for them, the certificate of compliance, Mr. President. And what happens really if you don't fix the issue? What happens if you don't fix the issue? Do the police get an alert? Are all of these police officers now holding iPads and do all the police stations now have full internet connections and Wi-Fi? How is this operationalized in the real world? Because the government has presented this as some kind of solution, talking about immediately transmit to the licensing authorities and verify and duplicate, etc. Completely disconnected from the real world of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. And then so you affix this warning and notice on the vehicle. The police officer fixes it onto the vehicle. But if someone removes it from the vehicle, not the driver, someone else removes it, that person is liable to a charge of $3,000. Now, again, that appears to be a gigantic loophole, because how are you going to find the person who removes that fixed penalty warning? How are you going to find that person to charge them $3,000? And then if it was removed, does the 3-day period continue from the point at which it was issued, because the driver does not have any access to the warning or notice? So again, the minister, besides reading out at nauseam the explanatory note, etc., which we all have in front of us, it's not necessary to have read all of that. The minister did not take us through. Maybe he will do so later on in the particular debate, Mr. President. And then we can go on to look at clause 680B, which is a whole new section, and the particulars of Schedule 4. And there's some vagaries in here, Mr. President. So if you, I can't bring you into the debate, if one receives a fixed penalty warning which says vehicle with defective fitting, because there are certain particulars, you have to give the date, you have to give the section, let's get it. You have to give the amount of the fixed penalty. All of this is part of the warning. You have to give the time frame, the 3 days or the 7 days in which it has to be fixed. You have to give and then you have to give some particular in terms of the section of the written law creating the traffic violation. So what you would have on your fixed penalty warning would be something like this, according to the schedule. Where is it? Defective vehicle with defective fittings. What is your citizen supposed to do with that? And when he takes that to the mechanic, defective fitting, there may be 1,000 issues with the vehicle. Which of them is being assessed by the police officer? Which of them specifically is he being warned about? And how can he be assured that what is to be repaired will be repaired? There are just so many gray areas within this particular approach. And look at some of these offenses. Visible vapor coming from the vehicle. Mr. President, depending on what time you start your car and pull it out of the garage, you're going to have visible vapor. And if you have a vigorous police officer to go and inspect any vehicle outside on Abercrombie Street, they could find visible vapor if they're looking for it. And that's thousands of dollars. That's thousands of dollars when your prime minister has already said before the election, when she was a little more realistic in a view of the operations of these officers, that they are abusing and very subjective in how they apply these measures. And they're now motivated, by the way. Excess smoke. How are they measuring this, Mr. President? The minister didn't tell us. What is excess? How much is excess? Depending on the climate conditions, the weather conditions, a vehicle may smoke more, it may smoke less, etc. What is the objective? Thank you, Mr. President. What is the objective measure? Noisy vehicle. Are these police officers being equipped with decibel measures or some to remove the subjectivity? Or are we unleashing these same factors that this government complained about before they elected? Are we just unleashing them on the innocent citizens who are just trying to make a living and survive the Trinidad and Tobago of today? All very subjective, all very non-specific, and all, Mr. President? Oh boy. Mr. President, so there's a serious problem with all of this. This government has already poisoned the economy, effectively sabotaging their own prospects when they dismiss all of those persons. And the less money is in circulation, small people, small businesses are suffering, and it really has been a bleak Christmas, and it will be a bleak 2026 for many. The decision to double these fines and then to impose these basically unrealistic and for many cases meaningless warning periods of 3 and 7 days when parts are hard to find. Sometimes the mechanic may substitute the wrong part. Someone in Matlot has to go to Sangre Grande to look for parts. He may have to go to Arima. Sometimes he has to come to St. James or the Bamboo. He has 3 business days to do all of that, get certified as having completed, and just to ensure avoiding a fine. If he fails to do so, he has to do the repairs and he has to pay the fine as well, Mr. President. And even if you park up your vehicle, it makes no difference. You are still liable as well. So, Mr. President, this is all devastating for poor and humble people. If you're wealthy, it matters not. There's like gas money for you. Any one of these penalties is like gas money. So maybe it doesn't sound as devastating to the government as they think. You add to that the police are overstretched. This is all counterproductive. It's not a good strategy. It's not a good approach. my recommendation, in fact, Mr. President, my demand to this government is that they roll back these increases in total. The doubling of these fines is not assuaged by a 3 or 7 day warning. They need to be rolled back. So the Prime Minister may not be able to decrease the fines as she promised before the election, but at least she should bring them back to where she met them. At least that would be forgivable in the eyes of the population. This is all brutal punishment for citizens. This is all unacceptable. People feel betrayed and deceived by these broken promises. And what was the minister's excuse, Mr. President? The minister's excuse was that we did not have the data when when the promises were being made. We did not have the data then. That's what he told Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, I have to ask, in the light of the fact that when these promises were made, the government is saying it did not have the data, how on earth can they now come and make their entire manifesto and slew of promises official national policy of Trinidad and Tobago? There is a stark contradiction there. They cannot have your cake and eat it at the same time. The data was flawed. They should go back to the drawing board on all of it. If the data was good, then the minister is deceiving the population. And in fact, this is simply a stretch for the revenue found, not in our creativity, not in our diversity, in the pockets of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Desirée Marie, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and Happy New Year to everyone. I hope everyone had their flu vaccine to protect yourself from the influx of tourists that's about to besiege us for the carnival. Anyway, I rise to express my support for the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026. It is my view that this bill is about safety. A motor vehicle, if poorly maintained, is a potentially lethal weapon. Now, at the ceremonial opening of the 13th Parliament in May of 2025, Her Excellency President Christine Kangaloo reminded us that no one is exempt from dying or losing a loved one in a vehicular accident, having lost both a sister and a brother in traffic accidents. Her Excellency said, and I quote, "Traffic laws are not mere policies. They are matters of life and death. Traffic laws are not mere policies. They are matters of life and death." Sadly, I have witnessed in my profession the outcome of faulty vehicles on the road, resulting in injury and worse. The state has a clear responsibility to ensure that vehicles on our roads meet basic standards of roadworthiness. If a vehicle is not roadworthy, it simply should not be in use on the roads. There have been too many incidents of fatal accidents after drivers have lost control of their cars on the roads. Some of these vehicles should probably not have been on the roads in the first place. In my view, the 11th schedule provides a practical and sensible approach. The defects listed are not abstract or arbitrary. They are common and recognizable everyday issues that directly affect visibility, control, and the safety of others on the road. For example, the absence of headlamps, tail lights or park lights, a defective windscreen wiper, or the lack of reflecting mirror are matters that can significantly increase the risk of an accident, especially at night or in bad weather. The schedule also addresses matters that go beyond immediate road safety and speak to broader public and environmental concerns. Provisions relating to vehicles emitting excess sparks, smoke, or visible vapor, or the use of excessively noisy vehicles are important. Vehicle emissions in Trinidad and Tobago have significantly increased in recent years due to rising vehicle numbers, contributing to air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. Poorly maintained engines and exhaust systems are significant contributors to unnecessary greenhouse gas emissions and air pollution. So, ensuring that vehicles are properly maintained and not emitting excessive smoke or vapor is a practical and immediate way to reduce avoidable emissions aimed at reducing greenhouse gases. Now, for small island developing states such as Trinidad and Tobago, this is not a minor issue. We are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change, including rising sea levels, coastal erosion, and more intense weather events, as we saw in the recently concluded hurricane season. So while we are not among the world's largest emitters, that does not absolve us from responsibility. On the contrary, it requires us to be vigilant and proactive in managing emissions wherever we can reasonably do so, including the transport sector. Even the requirements that appear administrative, such as proper identification of lighting or proper identification lighting, the marking of gross vehicle weight, or the display of passenger limits on taxis serve as important in enforcement, accountability, and public confidence. My only real concern with this bill is the time frames set out in the schedule, which I find somewhat unreasonable. In most cases, drivers or owners are given only 3 business days to remedy relatively minor defects, and more serious defects, 7 business days. I think that this is a relatively short window. Although this grace period demonstrates an intention to encourage compliance rather than to punish, for many persons it just is not enough time to comply. Single mothers with children with special needs, for example, or families who have elderly parents with health challenges, and diabetics who need dialysis 2 to 3 times per week, 3 business days go by in a flash. In addition, we all know that productivity falls during certain times of the year, and many businesses open later than usual or close earlier during the Christmas holidays and in the season that we're currently in. Of course, there are also financial constraints that many people will suffer. So at the very least, persons should be allowed the opportunity to use part of their salary at the end of the month before the penalty becomes payable. So I'd like to humbly suggest that 21 business days for minor defects and 42 business days for major effects is a more humane approach. Importantly, though, the proof of compliance is made convenient. Once the defect is repaired, the driver or owner may present the vehicle to either the licensing authority or to any police officer at any police station. So I think that that flexibility removes unnecessary barriers and makes it easier for motorists to resolve the traffic violation. The issuing of a certificate of compliance discharges the liability and further reinforces the point that this legislation is more about getting unsafe vehicles off the road or repaired rather than about revenue collection. It allows the law to adapt to evolving standards and environmental considerations, and the fact that the 11th schedule can be amended by order subject to negative resolution of Parliament ensures some parliamentary oversight. So, taken together, these provisions show thought and balance between enforcement, fairness, and environmental considerations. They promote safer roads, they respect due process, and they make compliance straightforward for law-abiding drivers. I therefore congratulate the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation for bringing the bill. Mr. President, I thank you.
Who is next? The Honorable.
Yes, Mr. President.
No, wait. Wait. Just take a seat, please. I know that I was told that somebody else was supposed to speak before you. That's why I didn't point to you. Is there anybody else on the government side supposed to speak? Is it you, Browne? Browne Baig? All right, Senator Browne Baig, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I first of all want to say to you, Happy New Year, and to my colleagues here in the Senate. Mr. President, I listened attentively to Senator Browne, as well as that of Senator Amery. And I have to say, I was a bit taken back by Senator Browne with his comments. And I find that very strange in the way he was talking about this government owes an apology to the people. But I must agree with Senator Murray that this bill is about saving lives, and that is what is important. This is about saving lives. And you mentioned about the state of emergency. I didn't see the relevance of speaking about the SOE in this. But what I am not going to accept here in this Senate is what he said about the Prime Minister in here. And I want to remind him that the Prime Minister herself made a promise of the removal of the demerit points, and the demerit points has been removed by this government. I'll get into that as well. He should have talked about that, but he didn't. He made mention about people have to find a mechanic. Well, I want to remind the goodly senator, every driver has a mechanic. No one goes and look for a mechanic. Every driver I have a mechanic. I'm sure he has one too. So they say they're going to look for a mechanic. I really don't understand why he said that. And I will leave anything else that he said to my colleagues. Mr. President, again, I must say it is an honor to be in this debate. Mr. President, you know, life has a way of coming full circle. And I'll tell you why. When I was now started becoming a lawyer, in 2011, I was called to the bar. So this year makes me 15 years called. As a young attorney, I started to cut my teeth, especially working in the government. And one of the ministries that I worked in was, in fact, the Ministry of Transport, under the then Minister Chandresh Sharma. And we looked at amendments to the Motor Vehicle Road Traffic Act. As legal officers, that's part of our job, to look at the law, if there's any amendments to make. So I'm proud to be part of this government now, to bring and to deal with amendments yet again to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. I'm proud to be in that. But again, it's, like I said, it's full circle. Between the period 2014, 2015, 2017, but between 2014, 2015, I worked at a very interesting office called the Office of the Attorney General. And I would have assisted the then Attorney General, Mr. Gavin Nicholas, when he debated, again, the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, because I came with some experience dealing with that. So I'm proud to again take part in this debate as now a member of the government bench. So I'm very happy to be part of this. Mr. President, this country has been plagued with reckless and lawless drivers in this country, Mr. President. And we must not make slight of it. We must accept it. We do have lawless drivers and reckless drivers in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We do. There's no doubt in that. That's a fact. Mr. President, just Friday gone, last week Friday, you know, there was a major accident on the highway from in front of courts there, Megastore. Many cars was involved in that accident, and all because of one reckless driver that led to a number of cars getting into an accident. I would know if some of those persons was in that accident, actually. I felt some of the pain when Senator Murray talked about it, that persons who are victims of accidents. Mr. President, I know persons who, to this day, still are recovering from motor vehicle accidents caused by lawless and reckless drivers. I know of one individual who not only lost his eyesight, but has a scar across his face that will be with him to the rest of his life. And he came to me and told me about that. So, Mr. President, that is why this government makes no apologies when we say we are here about saving lives as well as bringing responsibility to our drivers in this country. Mr. President, as a practicing lawyer, I am in the courts every day. I attend traffic courts. And I can tell you of magistrates who give tongue lashings to persons. I mean, it is, how to put it? It is mind-boggling to know when a man will come to court and tell you, well, I didn't have a driver's license, you know, boss, but I still drive the car. How could you drive without a license? We must understand that a motor vehicle is not a toy, you know. A motor vehicle is a serious instrument that you use on the roadways. Is that something you go and buy in Toy Hill, you know? And we must understand that. But you know, Mr. President, I cannot sit here and listen to hypocrisy, Mr. President. I can't listen to hypocrisy. That I heard the goodly Senator Browne talk about the issue of the statement that was made about this country being a lawless state. I want to remind him of one of his own colleagues who called this country a lawless state. I don't know if you remember a man by the name of Terence Dialsing. There was a debate. I know there was debating the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. And you thank God there's something called the Hansard, you know, Mr. President. I'm so happy for that, you know. And he called this country the one Terence Dialsing. And Mr. President, I want to read the Hansard. Let me just get it, Mr. President. And Mr. President, he made it very clear that he called this country a lawless state. So back then, the PNM and their members could call this country a lawless state. And that was fine then. But when the Prime Minister made it known that how lawless this country is, apparently he has a problem now. That is hypocrisy. Hypocrisy of the highest order. And we cannot accept that. Further that, Mr. President, I want to give this country some figures. Some figures I want to give this country. Because the PNM in the other place boasted that they carried down that the road fatality which fell under them. But I want to tell them, and I have the figures here. So in 2020, Mr. President, and I will refer to my notes, the demerit points came in, and it was even debated in the Senate. In fact, our goodly senator, Senator Al-Rawi, was the Attorney General at that time. That's how the demerit points came in here. In 2021, there was a drop. The figure was at 75. But the reason why it dropped so low, because it was COVID, Mr. President. The country was on a lockdown. Nobody was driving. Nobody was anywhere. But in 2022, it went to 95. So from 75, it went to 95. And then in 2023, it went to 102. And in 2024, it increased to 124. But I don't understand. They are claiming it dropped under them. But it's increasing. And that time, they had the dreaded demerit points. And they were claiming that the demerit points helped to take down the fatalities. But how it could be low under them when, in fact, the facts is here? That shows, Mr. President, demerit points never helped in this country. And that is why we got rid of the demerit points, Mr. President. That is why we got rid of it. Mr. President, the one thing I would say, a former Prime Minister I knew, Patrick Manning, said, facts is a stubborn thing. They don't go away. But a former Prime Minister I knew, Bastio Pandey, also said that facts is always there and the PNM are afraid of facts. And the facts is that the PNM never once cared about persons in this country. But we will care. And that is why we brought this legislation, because this government is about protecting the citizens of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Mr. President, we have to also understand that this is about an issue that is raised, and the PNM is going around talking about how they're here to generate revenue, that we are about that. But that's not true. Nothing is further from the truth with that, Mr. President. In fact, I have some more figures to give you, Mr. President. I refer to my notes again. That in 2015, the PNM government made $42 million in road ticket fines. $42 million. In 2025, they made $100 million, Mr. President. But they want to tell us that? Come on, man. Hypocrisy of the highest order. And as my good friend, Senator Roberts, would say, that in 10 years, they made $1 billion, Mr. President. In 10 years. This is why we are here to ensure that we will save people's lives, Mr. President. But further to that, Mr. President, some more figures to give you, Mr. President. As of 15th of January, there were late driving permit renewals in 2026 to the point where it is 2,107 persons. So, Mr. President, there were persons in this country between that period were driving without a driver's permit, Mr. President. Could you believe that? Persons were driving without that. Further to that, Mr. President, some of these persons were not even driving without insurance, Mr. President. But the one thing, though, Mr. President, that the one thing we are here is to ensure that we must cut out something in this country that is called laissez-faire behavior. We are here about cutting out certain attitudes, because the one thing we Chinese like to do is to procrastinate and wait long to do something. Mr. President, that's a fact. Mr. President, I can now just briefly speak on some of these fines. The fine for driving without insurance has now been increased to $10,000. I'm totally in support of that, Mr. President. Because you know, Mr. President, I have had to represent persons in this country who got in motor vehicle accidents. And when you check, the man have no insurance, you know, my colleagues. No insurance the man have. I know what happens there? The issue of liability, insurance companies don't even want to assist. Because you know why they say, hey, that man that wasn't insured on that way. Mr. President, you have a driving on a permit, $1,500. Then there's another category showing you $3,000. Mr. President, we have to understand that that the people of this country understand that you have to take responsibility for your actions as well. And that is what we are here about. Now, I understand the remedies and about the issue that Senator Murray talked about, and saying that the 3 days time limits. But I want to tell you, 3 days are very reasonable, very reasonable. Because I heard Senator Browne talk about, well, he had the bamboo. Well, I don't know if he ever went to the bamboo in the first place. I don't know if he even know, I don't know if he even know about that. You know about bamboo? Okay, you know about bamboo. And then he talked about how, well, if they could get the part. But he never went there. In bamboo, Mr. President, they have part for everything and anything. That's why I say I'm so sad to know that our brother Jan Ishmael is not here today. Because he would have jumped in one time to discredit everything that he has just said. They will get everything. And it's fixed, and they will get fixed immediately. I can tell you that. Mr. President, I drive by X-Trail. I can tell you that. I have a bulb that went that blow, and I couldn't find the bulb. What was the first thing I do? I head straight to the bamboo. I went to give me, yeah, we have that. You understand? And I went there straight. I know to tell me, Mr. President, if you don't have your mechanic, we have a man right at the back to help you with it. So, I mean, those kind of statements to make, don't come here and make those statements, because the public is watching you too. And the public of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, where you talk about the poor man, well, I can tell you, real poor people, let's go down by the bamboo and let's get help one time. Now, I don't mean to advertise for them, Mr. President. I might get a little commission, who knows. Anyway, moving on. Mr. President, this bill is very forward-thinking. This bill is very much to help the people of this country to focus and get back on track of becoming responsible. And I am in full support of this bill. I fully support the minister on this, and I support my prime minister in this country. And I want to tell her, she stood her ground, and I stand with her, we stand with her. Mr. President, with those few words, I say thank you, and Happy New Year.
Yes, Senator Janelle Bates.
Mr. President, may I take this opportunity to wish you and the entire House Happy New Year, and to thank you again for the opportunity to make a short intervention in this very important debate. Now, during his contribution, Minister of Transport used words like, to describe this bill that they have brought to the House today, such as decisive, a decisive reaction. He used the word solutions. He spoke about preserving accountability. Well, I would like to say from the outset, I couldn't disagree with the minister anymore if I tried. This bill is far from solution-oriented. This bill undermines accountability, and this bill is not a decisive reaction. As it was described in the lower house, it is more of a knee-jerk reaction. This bill, as none of us here can deny, arose because of the public outcry. It is not that the government had any intentions of providing any alleviation to its citizens. If it was not for the protests on social media, the numerous newspaper articles, we would not be here today. The fact of the matter is, the government chose one of the worst times of the year to increase fines. The government increased fines in the Diwali into Christmas season. On the 1st of January, where most people are looking at their bank account with horror, they had to then face the fact that road traffic fines had, in most cases, doubled. This is a government that likes to describe itself as one that listens to the people, that cares about the people. Yet, that is the time of the year you will choose to increase fines? When people counting down the days of January, most people find January have about 1,000 days. That is when you will look to increase fines? As somebody is saying, January is the longest month. We learned that 30 days has September, April, June has November, all the rest have 31. No, January has 100. But that is when you choose to increase fines. Let me just say from the outset that this bill contains requirements that are unworkable and arbitrary in some cases. Before I get into the substantive portion of my contribution, I want to address what was said by the last contributor, Senator Baig. Senator Baig said that we on this side are afraid of facts. But I don't think I have anybody here who are more afraid of facts than he is. Let me tell you the facts that he's definitely afraid of. The senator was at pains to repeat over and over and over that his government removed the demerit point system. He's afraid of that fact because you know why? There are actually 6 traffic violations for which the demerit points still exist. So either the senator is ignorant or afraid. He could choose whichever one he wants to use. Then, in a startling removal from reality, Senator Baig indicates, well, everybody have a mechanic. That is the type of attitude that underscores the demeanor of this government, underscores their policy, an attitude removed from the regular citizen. I don't have no mechanic. And I know a number of people in this country who cannot afford to say they have a regular mechanic because having a mechanic is low down on the list of things they need to have on a daily basis. Is this government really aware of what's the reality of some people in this country? Are they in touch with those in the lower socioeconomic strata? Are they in touch with the thousands of individuals they would have let go last year? The 30, 40, and 50,000 individuals? These individuals cannot afford to have a mechanic. And it's because of their inability to understand the day-to-day realities is why they can bring this sort of bill and feel that they are being all benevolent and merciful to those living in the lawless dump, as they want to describe it. So I want to start there. I want to start there by touching on why this bill makes no sense for those on the lower socioeconomic, well, not even those, because it makes no sense for many people, despite where they fall on the strata. Not everybody has an X-ray that they can then go to the bamboo and get past also freely, as Senator Baig has described. For some individuals, repairing a vehicle, despite how trivial you might want to make the cost of some of these parts seem, they can't afford it. They cannot afford it. The $100 that it might take to repair what you might consider, let's say your windshield wipers, $100. For some people, that $100 is all they have to use to feed their children for the week. That $100 is the little bit of gas they have, the amount of money they have to put in gas to take their children from home to school. So saying you have 3 days, because we are also merciful, we're giving it 3 days to go and repair a vehicle. They have to find the money to repair the vehicle. Then they have to take time off from their job. And not everyone has an understanding employer. And not everybody has time off to go, as Senator Murray would have indicated, some of the individuals who may find it very hard to get that time. You have to repair the vehicle, take time off to then go to a police station or a licensing office to get, your vehicle certified as being complied with. I'm only hearing somebody, one of the government senators on the other side mumbling, don't break the law, don't break the law. Again, the fact that that is what he would want to say, again, shows that they are removed from reality. Because not every defect on a vehicle is because the person broke the law knowingly. People are making it seem that if everybody out here who has been fined for a traffic violation made a conscious decision to break the law. But, for example, exactly, if your bulb blow, is that a conscious decision? You know, I was reading the newspaper today, and there was a letter to the editor that really touched on that very point about people knowingly or unknowingly break the law. And that same assertion of don't break the law, that simplistic notion that you're being fined because you knowingly broke the law. So let me read from that letter to the editor in the Daily Express today. The individual who wrote the letter said, "The question is not whether the law should be obeyed, but whether enforcement mechanisms acknowledge reality, human fallibility, and the foundational legal requirement of fairness." Because as I said over and over, not every traffic violation that has been committed was done by somebody purposely breaking the law. Your light bulb could go at any time. A lot of times, for example, if you break the traffic signs, if you breach a traffic signs, there are a lot of individuals who do not know that they cannot go up a certain street, for example. I have a friend. She used to make a particular drive every day in Port of Spain near Sackville Street. You know, when you turn off from by the fire station, you can go left or right. She used to go left all the time. She's seen other cars doing that. Yes, she went to school in Port of Spain. She's working in Port of Spain, so she made that drive. One day, a police officer stopped her and said, "Ma'am," when their eyes made four, as we like to say in Trinidad, they realized, oh, it's an officer she knew. He said, "Ma'am, you know you can't come up this road." She said, "Officer, really? I've been driving up here all the time." He said, "Ma'am, no. You cannot come up this road, make the other drive," and he told her what to do. That is not an individual who was purposely, deliberately trying to break the law. That was a person who was ignorant because, like a lot of places in Trinidad and Tobago, we do not have properly demarcated signs. Mr. President, may I seek your indulgence and some assistance?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So, I would now like to get into the substantive portion. So we're speaking about, as I would have indicated, the unworkability of this bill. The first aspect that makes this bill unworkable is the need to acquire the certificate of compliance. And again, it sounds fantastic and sounds easy. The bill says you fine a police station, if you get the time off, you actually find the money to fix the vehicle, you get the time off, go to a police station, any police station, and let the police officer inspect your vehicle. Mr. President, this is Trinidad and Tobago. How many times have we gone to a police station or any public place and they don't have a copy of this? They want you to come with your own copy. The copier ain't working, the printer ain't working, we run out of this, we run out of that. How many times have individuals actually gone to get their cars inspected and they have been told we have no more inspection stickers? Just show the police officer the receipt. So this individual now who has gone to police station A, well, if they actually manage to get the police to take them on in a quick order to then be informed, well, we don't have no certificate of compliance, go somewhere else. So it is very plausible that individuals will be hopping from station to station, office to office to get a certificate of compliance. On top of that, this need to acquire a certificate of compliance is putting an unnecessary burden on licensing officers and police officers. The licensing officers already have a number of transactions that they are required to undertake on a daily basis. They have to inspect vehicles, they have to do transfers, they have to do reclassifications, there are regulations, examinations, permit renewals. And now we're telling them they also have to go outside to look at somebody's vehicle to give them the certificate of compliance. Far less for police officers. All the number of things they have to do on a daily basis in the police station. Now we are adding this additional burden onto them. Is it workable? Could we not have adopted another way to have the vehicles certified? Do we even need the certificates of compliance? And I will tell you up front, no, because I'll come to tell you about St. Lucia, what they do. The next portion of this bill that makes it unworkable in the Trinidad context is Clause 6 of the bill, which inserted Section 8A6, which requires a police officer in charge of the station to send a duplicate of the fixed penalty warning to the licensing authority within 1 day. Dr. Browne would have given examples of why that is unworkable in the Trinidad context. He would have asked, what if the police officer is sick? What if they transferred? What if they were off duty? But my question is, I'm going beyond that. Even if the officer is there, I have not heard from the Minister of Transport by what means we're expecting the officer to transmit this document in 1 day. I would assume it cannot be that we're expecting the officer to physically trade, and this is the officer in charge, no less, to traipse down to a licensing officer and handing these certificates or these duplicates. So it must be that we're expecting there to be an electronic system. Again, I'm asking, does every police station have the resources to do that? Do they all have connectivity? Do they all have computers? Is it really feasible in a Trinidadian context to expect that we are going to transmit these duplicates to the licensing office in 1 day? I have not heard anything that leads me to believe that it is possible. Then we have the short window to forward a copy of the certificates of compliance. Clause 6 again inserts sections 8A, 7, and 8, where the certificate of compliance is issued by a person other than the licensing authority. A copy of the certificate shall be transmitted to the licensing authority within 1 day. Again, I'm asking the same questions. Do we have the resources for that? Do we have the manpower? And when it reaches to the licensing office, do we have the personnel there who are going to log it on a system? Because to me, it's not a matter of just transmitting it there. Something has to be done. It has to be logged. There's a proper record keeping has to be done. Look at what is going on in licensing already. Anytime there's a surge in persons going there, the system crashing, lines upon lines, people lining up from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. to be told, no, we can't deal with your transaction today, go home, the system failed. Really and truly, do we have the personnel and the resources to make this work? That is the question I have. And the reason why I am asking that question is because we have had several instances in this country where these sort of administrative failures have led to some travesties, to some outcomes that no one here would want to be subjected to. An example of that, there have actually been several instances where, well, before I get there, let me see. The whole point is, if your certificate of compliance is not logged appropriately, remember your fixed warning becomes a ticket automatically. So to avoid that, it has to be transmitted and logged appropriately. So I'm going to give an example of these administrative issues that have arisen when systems fail in this country. There have been several instances where warrants have been issued for individuals due to administrative failures. This is what happened to a gentleman called Patrick Awong. He actually brought a claim, CV 2020, 00146. Patrick Awong, against the Attorney General, I believe, sorry. Yes, and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago. The undisputed facts are this. On the 27th of February 2015, Mr. Awong was issued a fixed penalty traffic offense notice. So it's a traffic offense, eh? He pleaded guilty and was fined $1,000, or he had to serve 14 days imprisonment. Mr. Awong paid the $1,000 in 2015. 3 years later, on the 28th of August 2018, a warrant was issued for him. He was detained for 8 hours and was released after he paid the $1,000 again. Now, it was sorted out eventually, and he was reimbursed his $1,000. But the point is this. Because of an administrative failure where it was not noted that he paid his $1,000, 3 years later, when he has gone about his life, done God knows what, he was arrested. Now, I am not saying in situations that this bill presents that if a certificate of compliance is not logged as being, is not transmitted to the licensing officer, a warrant will be issued. I don't want those on the government bench to confuse what I'm saying. But I am saying is that due to the short timelines in this bill, the likelihood of administrative failures happening is high. And the point of the matter is, if the certificate of compliance is not transmitted in time or logged in time, your fixed penalty warning will automatically show up on the system as a fixed penalty. You would then be required by law to pay the fine, and if you don't pay the fine and the system doesn't note that you have contested, you get the summons to come to court. And God help you, because you don't know when this would happen, God help you that you have your certificate of compliance to prove that I actually complied. So we have to be mindful of the Trinidadian context that we are bringing these bills in. The minister would have indicated it's a simple and fair and effective system. But is it really? And as I said, the fault may not always be on the side of the police, you know. Let's be real. Licensing office closes at half day many times. Half day ahead of holidays. Again, the system crashing. The police officer could try all they want to get transmit the certificate of compliance in time and fail because of other exigencies. Now I'm coming to the arbitrary nature of the bill. So I spoke about what makes it a bit unworkable. Now there's something about this bill I find a bit arbitrary. So this bill applies to some fines, certain traffic violations for which there were increases in fines. Now, as I said, the bill was touted by the minister as a solution to balance accountability and fairness. But as I said, we would not have needed it but for legal notice number 471, which was later amended by legal notice 496. Those dastardly legal notices that were brought in the middle of the night when people were trying to do their last-minute cleaning for Christmas and so forth, where 63 violations. There was increased fines for 63 traffic violations, right? Most of them doubled. 1,000 to 2,000. 600 to 1,200. 500 to 1,000. This system under this bill of the fixed penalty warning only applies to 18 of these offenses. So 63 offenses have now increased fines, and only 18 of them fall under this fixed penalty warning system. Most of the fines that are now 1,500 and up, for those traffic violations, they do not fall under this warning system. So again, when we're trying to trick the population into believing that we're alleviating some of the issues that arise because of the doubling of fines, we're not, that is less than a third of the traffic violations are being addressed by this bill. So my question is, what is the rationale for choosing those 18? Why not more? Now, when I examined the 18 that were chosen, most of them seem to, all of them actually apply to defects in your vehicle. But why only those? Why not other traffic violations? There's a traffic violation of a taxi driver being inappropriately dressed. I don't even know what that means. Why a taxi driver who is inappropriately dressed as the officer deigns him to be? Why can't there be no warning for that? And this is not impossible. Let us look at St. Lucia. In St. Lucia, a traffic officer can issue a warning notice where they have personal knowledge that a person has committed a ticketable offense, warning that person that if they commit a further breach, they will be liable to pay a fine, be imprisoned, or have a permit suspended or cancelled. Ticketable offenses include operating a motor vehicle in an unworthy condition contrary to their section 63, violation of conditions of registration, using or permitting use of a motor vehicle without a motor vehicle or trailer license, non-compliance with traffic control devices and directions, speeding, and improper parking. And we have many other traffic violations in our 9th schedule that could fall in one of those categories. So why did we limit it to these 18? Now, if the government had, not in this reactionary manner, brought this bill perhaps later down, after it had strengthened the licensing authority, for example, what could be done is this. The same handheld device that they use when they are ticketing people, they could have logged the warning there. So, for example, if a police officer had seen somebody, for example, with their rope, there's a violation of tying a rope to another vehicle longer than 5 meters, for example, again. If he had seen that, he could have simply warned the individual, if you do that again, but penalty for you. Logged it on the system, and if the individual commits that breach again, the next officer, using his handheld device, pulls up the motor vehicle or whatever and says, hey, I see here that you already been warned for having the rope longer than 5 meters, you're breaching it. I'm going to give you a ticket now. That could work, you know. So again, if we had fleshed out the system more, we could have included more of the offenses. But now, we only have 18. And for the rest, where the fine is 1,500 and 2,000 and whatever, find the money. Go and pay. Now, I would have already touched on the socio-economic impact of this this bill, on those in the lower socio-economic bracket, so I wouldn't go there today. I will just touch on one more thing. This term of accountability and fairness, it really struck me, it really stayed with me from listening to the minister repeat that same speech that he gave in the lower house. So I've heard it 3 times now. It stuck with me, accountability and fairness. Good governance has 3 principles. Accountability is one of them. The other 2 are respect for the individual and competence. If this government was minded to undertake its responsibilities with those principles in mind, we wouldn't be here today. Because accountability requires transparency. It requires respect for the rule of law. It requires free press, but I won't go there today. And it requires allowing citizens to participate fully in decisions taken on their behalf. So what are we talking about there? Consultation. If this government had engaged in some consultations before it went on this removal of the demerit points system for most of the traffic violations, the doubling of fines, even if there was some consultation about how we would go about implementing this fixed penalty system, we wouldn't be here today. Because there are many individuals who would have engaged in those consultations, and many individuals and organizations who were supposed to be consulted about all of those issues. We have the Maxi Taxi organization. What are their thoughts about the doubling of fines? What are their thoughts about this system? We have the Owner Dealers Association, and I know they have some thoughts because they have expressed it. I have read it in the newspapers. What about the Law Association? What about the everyday citizens? What are their thoughts about doubling of fines in these economic times? There are other ways, and that is why I disagree with Dr. Murray when she said this is not about revenue generation. It is. It is. Because if this was really about safety of the individuals, we would not have removed the demerit system. A system that was rooted in driver rehabilitation and a change of culture in this country. That is what would have been, that they would have done if they really cared about the safety. Now, the reason why I said consultation would have been a good idea, the Owner Dealers Association, they had some good ideas for humane revenue generation. So you need the money. I accept that because people are getting paid late, left, right, and center. We need the money. I accept that. They have suggested, as printed in the newspaper, that we could have registered ATVs, UTVs, and side by side to raise money. Sounds like an excellent idea. An idea, again, the government would have heard if we would have had consultation. They have suggested vanity license plates, I guess similar to what they have in America. But they would have talked about setting aside certain numbers, 000, special numbers that people used to, with the right connections, used to get in licensing. That is a humane way to generate revenue. Again, a moratorium on fines. Many individuals suggested that, but the government did not listen. And I'm not surprised that this government is not one for consultation and accountability generally. Because we have seen the reaction of the Prime Minister anytime there has been any pushback or any dissent or anyone who disagrees with some of the things she would have said. We have heard about CARICOM being an unreliable partner. We have heard about the independent senators making vapid and shallow contributions. We have heard, oh my goodness, what was said about the Law Association had me astounded. I actually thought that must have been false. I could not believe the words that were coming out of the Prime Minister's mouth or fingers, as it may be. So, accountability. That is something that is clearly lacking. But despite the fact that the government only seems to listen conveniently, I would want to join Dr. Browne in his call on the government to roll back these fines. That is, I am calling on the Prime Minister to roll back the fines. In conclusion, this bill is a knee-jerk, it is reactionary, it is not one that reflects good legislative planning, it definitely is not one that speaks to consultation, and we know that you view this country as a lawless dump, and I would want to say that a lawless state, calling something a lawless state, it's miles apart from calling it a dump. Calling a place a dump, the Prime Minister calling this country a dump is akin to a mother calling her home a labas. How can you expect to engender, how could a mother expect to engender change in her husband, her family, by using derogatory terms? In the same vein, how can we expect change in the culture of the citizens of this country by calling this place a dump? How? So even though you may consider this place a dump, and you may want to say that this is an act of benevolence by bringing this act, and you're being merciful, mercy without your proper machinery is meaningless. So until we have the systems in place to make this act work, or make this bill work, I cannot support it. And with that, I thank you.
Senator Lalite-Ettienne.
The Honorable President, I'd like to wish you Happy New Year. And to those who I did not, reach out to, I would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year. People may want to know how come a senator contributing onto a bill which deals with a lot of highly visual issues. And I'm happy to contribute towards this bill because I'm a citizen. It affects me. It affects me directly and it affects me indirectly. First, I'd like to compliment the government for the efforts being made towards, curbing the way people approach driving on the nation's road and how their attitudes towards the approach on the nation's road. And I'll give you a perfect example. Earlier night, my husband and I was traveling on the Degomatin Main Road. And all of a sudden, he had to swerve to the left. I said, what happened? He said, somebody driving with no lights. And that's not the first time. I've also known people who are no more because of careless drivers. And that is very sad. Very, very sad. And I am happy where Senator Amery put into our minds and reminded us about our honorable president of the country when she stated in her remarks last year of she actually being a victim, her family being victims of careless driving. What I would like to say is that some people are getting away while some people have to face, maintenance of their vehicles. If one thing that our country is lacking is people having the approach of maintenance. Now, if you have your vehicle and you are tardy in maintaining it on a regular basis, what will happen? It will come to a point where it will be extremely costly to maintain it. And we are supposed to be law-abiding citizens. And if we are law-abiding citizens, we have to go by the law. And for some people in this country, they treat their vehicle, they want to be on the road, but there is no attention paid to the vehicle. And this law, it's there just to say that they made adjustments to it, and now they have penalty warnings for it, etc. And I believe that, the government is trying to curb the carnage that is continually being taken place on the nation's roads with people's lives. Sometimes you hear a vehicle pass and you want to know if it's a jet plane. No respect for life. If you don't respect your life, okay, have respect for the other citizens, because we share a place, a common and an equal place, all right? And every citizen have their rights. People are complaining about repairing of vehicles. I will use my husband as an example. He has a hired taxi. And a hired taxi, people are complaining about repairing and stuff like that. One, a hired taxi. Well, people will think I may be driving a taxi, but I'm well updated on everything. A hired taxi, you have 1 year to renew, it's annually to renew your inspection. And when you have to renew your inspection, you have to get engine wash, under wash, your vehicle but have to be in good regular standing as a hired driver operating a hired vehicle to carry passengers safely. And I don't see the difference, all right, in that aspect coming towards safety when having your vehicle in proper functioning condition. Then you have to pay your inspection $300, and you have to go through the whole tune-up. You have to go through handbrakes, adjusting handbrakes, and everything. And that is the aged driver on the road. He has to face that, and this is his livelihood. And he has to put aside, or he or she has to put aside funds to maintain. All right? So out of the money that he's making daily on the road, he has to put aside funds for maintenance. If you don't put aside funds for maintenance, then you have to pack up the vehicle, because at the end of the year, you would not be able to renew. For private vehicles, correct me, I believe it's 2 years. 2 years to get your vehicle in order and to be inspected. Some people have been so lawless that they have gone under the radar and have not been inspecting their vehicles. They're not inspecting, they're not fixing, and they expect to go unchecked while people like my husband and other law-abiding citizens facing the cost of repairing and maintaining their vehicles. And it's unfair, all right? So you have to look at it from that point of view. If my husband could repair his vehicle and maintain his vehicle, what about anyone else? If you cannot afford a vehicle and you cannot afford the maintenance, because a lot of people get lost and a lot of people think, well, I want a vehicle, and they get the vehicle. But in anything that you have to do, there is a maintenance component. It could be a vehicle, it could be a building, it could be even your own body. You don't have maintenance of your body, and you'll see how long you last on the face of the earth. Okay? So I applaud the government in aspects of this bill. So you'll try to have people abiding to the laws, traffic laws in Trinidad and Tobago. Because people driving a vehicle that is not roadworthy, if your vehicle is not roadworthy, should it be on the roads? Ask yourself that question. It shouldn't be on the roads, okay? I understand that people are going through economic crisis. I understand, what is happening. People have lost their jobs. I fully understand all of that. And Senator Bates, one of your comments you made, I would like to correct it because I have factual information for it. You said that you could get all parts in the bamboo. I am telling you, the Toyota vehicles, Toyota Yaris, since my husband have rolled it off a Barataria compound, we have to always go back to the fountain. It's $10,000 for an alternator. You can't get that in the bamboo. $10,000 for a radiator. You can't get it in the bamboo. And I'm serious. Many times it's like, and this is a hired vehicle that it has to be on the road. A simple weather guard for a back left door, there is nowhere in Trinidad you could find it.
Not the bamboo.
So if you could get parts for your X-Trail, I am so happy. And hear what? People don't know this until the vehicle is in their hands. And the thing about it is, when I say 10,000, it's 10,000 plus tax. So when they give you the final quote, that's not 10,000. Okay? So yes, you could get, so you might be able to get a windshield, you might be able to get a grommet. Everybody who hears about vehicles could know about grommet. All right? You cannot even get a fan. What you have to do is buy a substitute fan and try to retrofit it into your vehicle. It's so sad, all right? And one of the reasons that this is all the car dealerships, they don't stock parts. Because they're going to lose, they don't stock parts. Sometimes you go and you're lucky and you say, yes. Right now, for Toyota, when you go and order a part, they will tell you up front is 2 to 4 months, according to the part. We were waited on a shock for the vehicle 4 months before it comes in. You pay for it, and you have to wait. So that is the situation there. Which brings me to a question. And I think this is one of the main issues that made me rise to my feet today. The question is to the Transport Minister, Honorable Transport Minister. As I've just explained, some brand of vehicles, the Nissan, it's easy to get your parts. A Tida, you can get your parts, and different parts you can get. Some parts you could say, all right, if the mechanic good, he will say, all right, we go make this fit. We go do something, we go do adjustment. The radiator specialist, we go do our adjustment, and we go make it fit, and we go try and use another radiator. Now, and this is the reality. You could ask any car dealership, you could ask Southern Sales, you could ask Toyota, you could ask Honda, all right? If I go and I buy a part for my vehicle, and let's say, all right, let's say for example, somebody busted my taillight. You cannot get it in the bamboo. And the only place you have to go back to is the fountain. Toyota and Barataria. You purchase the light. They don't have it in stock. I am sorry, Mr. Etienne, but you cannot get that light under 3 months. I'm telling you. Go and make an order at Toyota and they will tell you. Okay? If you want it fast, you have to pay more money, and it's thousands of dollars added on to that to get it in a month time. And that's a month time. And anybody could do that investigation. We are going through this 5 years now. And they tell you you can't get the part now. My husband have a licensed hired vehicle to bring in income. What is he going to do? That is our big concern. I am not chastising the government, I'm just bringing the reality. What are we going to do if we pay for it and we have to wait? And the thing about it is, he has to use the vehicle on the road. He has to come and drop Senator Etienne to Parliament. What Senator Etienne and Mr. Etienne will do? Would we have to travel? In those cases, those instances, what would happen? Because it's not to say, and we didn't bust the taillight, we got in an accident. You have the report from the insurance company, you have the police report, because all of that they go through, the police report, you're waiting, all right, and you have everything. And that's the next thing too. When you get in an accident, it's a whole long process for the insurance company then to fix the vehicle. We went through that as well. When they do issue it, all right, they will give you, sometimes they don't give you cash, they will give you a document. Can't remember the name of the document. You take it to the company, all right, and it's not I forgot the name of it. What happened? And you take it to the company, and they will, a bill of something, and they will go through with the process and order it. They order it, but you have a busted taillight, and you have a light missing in front, or some other part of the vehicle, the fender bend, or something like that. Then what would happen? It's not like just going by a straightener and letting them fix it and putting on filler. What if you have to wait for the part? What will happen to these citizens? Because yes, when you have a bill, it's supposed to cover all aspects. You try to cover all aspects. So what will happen then if that part has to take 2 to 3 months or sometimes 4 months to come in? How the Minister of Transport is going to deal with it. And it's the reality. I'm kindly asking the Honorable Minister if he could investigate it. Go ahead, reach out to those car dealerships, not the bamboo with the aftermarket parts, and where you cannot find the parts. We don't mind aftermarket parts as well, but you can't find the parts. So you have to go back to the fountain, the original fountain, and they have to, if your car comes from Japan, they have to go to a factory in Japan or Thailand in order to order it. So what would happen to a person like that, and the person may have just one vehicle? That's my big question, what will happen? And here is where the timing also, 3 to 7 days, you have to be kind of realistic. if somebody gets a warning, all right, 3 days. What if it's someone with a disability, because you have people with disabilities that have vehicles, and it has to be fixed? They would need more time. They would have to go source the money and look to get it repaired. So I find 3 to 7 days. I am not encouraging lawlessness. I support the bill. 3 to 7 days, I find it's too little bit. You can't let honest, law-abiding citizens pay the penalty for people who are lawless. And those are people who didn't fix their vehicles. I could understand that. But you can't hold everybody together, because you have the honest ones who cannot afford, or who can't, the part, they're waiting on it, and things like that. So how are you going to approach that in 3 to 7 days? And the person waiting on the part. Because when I watched that bill, I said, my goodness, what would happen to us? We fall in that category as well. So what will happen? And that is why I rose to my feet today to plead with the government. I'm not trying to encourage lawlessness, but to come up with a strategy that will cover that area, that area that is not covered. One, and you can investigate it, the time it takes for parts to come in. I know you have web source, and you have other methods of bringing in parts much faster. That is if you know, and some people go online and they order their parts so they can get it much faster. But you have to be careful. We went through that already, and what ended up happening, we got the wrong part. They shipped the wrong part to us. So are you going to spend money to ship it back, and your car's still waiting there, and you have a busted taillight? Some people, they are not all that technology savvy to go up, and you have to be very careful going online and doing online purchases. So some people can do it. Some people who know to do it, they're actually charging people to do it. So if they bring down your part, they're getting a cut in it. So how are you going to address the situation where you, because the citizens in the country, parts are not, we are not like those first world countries or countries that have manufacturing plants like the United States. So you can get your part, quickly. We are in a third world country where you have the time period for shipping, ordering, and it still takes a while. Even though with AI and with all the upgraded technology and things are much faster, we still experience a delay. So I'm kindly asking the government, and Transport Minister, if you could look into it. 3 to 7 days, it's really, really tough. And also, how to address, if there is a strategy, if there's a system that you all could implement, if that person get that part and they're waiting on it, if there is something that they can show, some documentation, because when police officers stop you on the road, all right, right now, we are not having any mercy. Immediately, they consider you as being lawless. So I'm kindly asking if the government could consider that and think about that area with the parts, because not all the parts you get in the bamboo, and also the time period. So I'd like to thank you for your time, and that's my contribution.
Senator David Nakhid. Honorable Senator David Nakhid.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Mr. President, it would be easy to say to Senator Lalite-Ettienne that although she's visually impaired, her heart has perceived what PNM eyes cannot see. She clearly understands the larger context of this bill. And a law cannot take all the delicate calibrations and intricacies that can occur. That is just a fact. And that's why we have what we call discretion. That's why what we have a certain grace period, which the Honorable Prime Minister so rightly and with honor did in coming back and saying, okay, there are certain things, defects on a vehicle and so that people may not have noticed, we give you a grace period. They neglect to see the honesty in that. They neglect to see the courage of conviction in that. They neglect to see that is in itself a certain degree of value in governance. And we applaud the Prime Minister for that. Now let me deal with the matter at hand. I would like to say to Senator Lalite-Ettienne, apart from the jocularity, no one knows more than you about the bamboo, after what we just heard. Maybe Senator Browne. But it was quite interesting to note that the PNM contributors talking about accountability, talking about this bill obscures the fact of that, overlooks that. Let me tell you something. If one thing this bill does, it gives us three aspects of what we consider value. The value of accountability, the value of civility, and the value of life. That is what this bill does. This bill tells us, I hear all this talk about what if this defect, how much does it take in a man's life, a woman's life, to go outside in your garage for 15 minutes and check all your lights? How long, we always talk about we want to improve the society, we want to go into first world status, and then when we ask you all, when you ask people, well, I should say PNM, because really and truly the silent majority, as Dr. Murray got up after that vapid contribution by Senator Browne, she got up and she said, I agree with this bill. And that is the majority of Trinidad and Tobago. They might be the silent majority, but she got up immediately, I agree with this bill. Because people want to see us evolve as a society into a society that values civility. It values discipline. We want that. We recognize the value of that. We realize the importance of having proper obeisance on the roads. We recognize how important that it is to save lives. It comes back to the value of life. Now, PNM, when you listen to them, all of a sudden, and I had to write this long. I couldn't believe all of a sudden, we now no good signs on the road. We only have one set of pothole. The police station doesn't have no equipment. They don't have no resources. Nothing right. Licensing authority, I think Senator Bates said, weak. All of this happened. In 9 months, all that happened. For 10 years, I sat on that side. And we used to ask them, the police don't have no resources, they are not working cars, they don't even have a fax machine, they don't have no paper, and they used to tell us no. Now all of a sudden, that is what happened. That is not hypocrisy, that is downright mendacity from the PNM. Mendacity. They have destroyed the country for 10 years, and then coming to tell us about what the Prime Minister say about a lawless dump. It's a lawless dump. And lawless don't mean only from the bottom up. It means from the top down. You have people on that side with questions to answer about $500 million, $500 million. You have people on that side that answer about $200 million in rent, and they don't want to say it's a lawless dump. It's a lawless dump. exacerbated and demonstrated by the PNM that this is a lawless dump. So we have a prime minister with the courage of her convictions, and they're talking about visionary leadership. Yes, we can say she has visionary leadership, because you know what leadership entails? It entails actions. Someone with the willingness to take actions. Don't come and tell us what we had in our manifesto. You'll have to understand something. A manifesto is a guide. But when you come into office and you realize what these people on that side left the country in, the state they have left the country in, I applaud any leader, especially our prime minister, who say, you know what? We have to change direction here. We cannot continue like they have to kick the civility can down the road, to kick the accountability can down the road, to kick the value of life can down the road. That's what they have done. And believe me, that's what they continue to do. You know why? A lawless dump, mediocrity, is a breeding ground for corruption, and that's where they thrive. That's where they thrive. They love that. They love if the country remains mediocre. They love it. Of course, they like pig in mud. We have come now and said, no. We want a society where there's a certain level of discipline in all spheres. We want a country that recognizes the value, and that culture is not only about beads and bikini, and that culture is about how we see ourselves evolving into first world status. They don't want that. They don't want that. The first thing I bring up, oh, you're targeting certain people. You're targeting certain people. When you check, a man going 140-something miles an hour. If you look down one of the family, what do you say? Somebody come on social media, he got like $19,000. When you check, he have no insurance. He hit your family, God forbid. And you got to take care of your family for the rest of your life. You can't send your children to school anymore. You got to take them out of college in America. You can't provide for them. All your life is depleted because some moron, parliamentary language, some moron, driving no insurance and hit you, and your family end up with all kind of thing. They don't see the value of that. They'll come and give you all kind of thing. You're targeting the poor man. This is not about the poor man. Somebody get killed, that is not UNC or PNM. That is a human life lost to recklessness. I'm not talking to them. I'm talking to the independent scientists. You know why? They have made this so political, it's disgusting. They want to talk about, you know what I mean, UNC supporters outraged. Of course outraged. Some will be outraged. But we don't care why, because you know why? Our Prime Minister, she sees laws for all, govern all, to protect all. For her, a life lost is not a UNC life. It's a Trinbagonian life lost to recklessness, to indiscipline. But they will come here as vacuous as they are. This and all disgusting for them. As vapid as they are, this and all is the lowest of the low. Trying to turn this into somehow retargeting somebody with this. Yeah, we targeting recklessness, we targeting illegality. You cannot continue as a country looking for change and remain in our comfortable position of mediocrity. You cannot. You cannot. It's either we determine as a people we want to be better. We want to do what is right. And that is the purpose of the high fines. The Prime Minister realized, with her visionary leadership, that when you put people in a situation where you shock the system, it's a shock to the system. I'm not saying no. It's a shock to the system. I was the first person who went out the next day and looking, because I don't want to look bad. Senator Nakhid was driving a car and he had a defective light. I went and I put on all the lights. That is, you telling me I'm the only person here who could do that in Trinidad and Tobago? All the others can do that? I double check, call Neil go sign to make sure my insurance up to date. That is what you have to do. How else are you going to effect change in a country like Trinidad and Tobago? We have become lawless. And I say it again, lawlessness breeds mediocrity, which breeds an inherent systemic corruption that will bring us down even further down the rabbit hole than where we are. We have to have that shock to the system. And this is what it does. This is what it does. So when those 18 offenses that Senator Bates talked about, there is the Prime Minister saying, okay, I've heard the outcry, and some of these things we could have an effect of grace period for it. They complain about that too. All right, so it's not 3 days or 7 days. How much do you want it to be? Huh? Give me a number. How much do you want it to be? A month, 2 months, 3 months? Eh?
And then 3 months pass and then...
And then, you know what? There's a reason in football where you have an immediate red card. There's no consultation about it. You commit an offense that is deemed by the referee to be a grave offense, you get a red card. You don't have time to consult. All this talk about consultation. Consultation has always been the Achilles heel of the PNM. Always. I sat down across from them. They don't consult with nobody. Ask Igor if he consult with us about President Petrochina. He consult? Consult anybody? When actual reports came in front of this population, do not close down Petrochina. He consult anybody? He closed it down to protect people. They want us to consult now to save lives. Something wrong with all here. Something wrong with all here. I want to say again what Senator Baig said, a bunch of hypocrites. We know that. And all they have your political job to do. The fact remains, we have governance. We are responsible for the well-being of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We have a Prime Minister who has decided that she's not going to kick the can down the road anymore. She has said, shock the system, wake our people up, bring them into first-class status. You think we didn't expect this kind of reaction from the PNM? You know, and they will keep riling up, keep inciting. I mean, Senator Al-Rawi said that. We have him on tape saying that. We'll bring chaos to the country. We'll bring that to the country. And then we have the sane voices in the room. Archbishop Gordon, who I wouldn't say is a big fan of the UNC. You know, I mean, I've spoken in some videos about him. But yesterday, in an appropriately themed seminar or whatever they had, the urgency of now was the theme. Where he said he agrees with what we have got here. We agrees with this bill. Because the indiscipline it stinks of high heavens. If I want to be biblical, as you're talking about the Prime Minister, it stinks of high heavens, the indiscipline in this country. We know that. I certainly don't want any of my family, their lives being taken because some moron decide he wants to take a chance and drive without insurance. I go end up in jail. I'm very serious. I'm not accepting that. We have to take it to another level. And that's how we do it. So if Archbishop Gordon said that lever of indiscipline has to be pulled, we have to make sure we bring people back on the right path of discipline, the right path of moving the society forward. We're not going to consult with them who have brought the society backwards for 10 years. All this consultation talk they like to talk about, but we were given the mandate to govern for a reason. We know when we have to consult. When it comes to lives, when it comes to saving lives, we don't need to consult. We save lives. That's what the Prime Minister has done. We save lives. We act. We don't talk about it. We could come and consult about other things. But we know what we're doing. And we're asking the independent centers to give us that chance. They give them 10 years. Look where we've reached. In the morass. They don't like to hear the word lawless dump, but that is where we've reached. As indicated by those representing us there, or representing whoever they represent. I would like to say to the public, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they have their job to do. I understand that. Their job is opposition. They have to try and make the government look in a certain light. But God forbid, I mean this from my heart. This is the Islamic Catholic side of me coming out here. As my ex-father will know. Sorry, we were in Catholic school together. Confirmation, everything together. So yes. My ex-father. I used to call him Fa. God forbid that something can happen to any of them on that side or their families with the lawlessness that they are promoting just in the interest of playing politics. God forbid they do experience the pain. God forbid this intentional obliviousness to what is right that they want to practice now in the interest of politics. When you're moving your tie, that's a signal, eh? You're nervous. Yeah, you had to be. You're on the wrong side. This intentional obliviousness to what is right for something so fundamental to respecting the value of human life is beyond even the PNM, or it should be. I'd like to commend the Honorable Prime Minister for having the guts. I would like to say another word. It's something they don't have on our side. The guts, the courage to have something like this. Let me make some space for him to come out of the chamber. So, Honorable President, mine was a short intervention. I couldn't stand the utter nonsense that we heard from Senator Browne. I mean, his skill set truly suited to be a teacher in a primary school or secondary school, like to lecture everybody. I would like him to have once lecture on that side when they totally ignored the lawlessness that we experienced for the last 10 years on the road. I would like them just for once, to look at the bigger picture, to forget the obscure cases that we could all bring to the table to try and make something that is good look dubious. The reality of it is the overall essence of this bill places us, Trinidad and Tobago, in an elevated standing, looking to progress as a people, looking to progress as a nation, looking to have a culture of discipline that for 10 years has been ignored and denied us. I think the silent majority of this country will agree with this bill, and I ask the independent senators to also do so. I thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable senators, I think it's a good time for us to take a break for tea. It's a late tea, but I'm going to give you 1 hour to settle your stomachs. So at this time, settle your stomachs. At this time, you will suspend until 6:30. The Honorable Faris Al-Rawi, Senator Faris Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to join in contributing to this debate. Before us is the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026. It proposes amendments to effectively introduce into the new system of motor vehicle and road traffic treatment a method of warnings. And on the back of the warnings, it prescribes by way of a schedule the items in respect of which a driver may have a warning, the time which a driver or owner of a vehicle is given to effect the matters that are the subject of warning, that is to make repairs or otherwise, and then a location as to where you can treat with this. The bill proposes effectively an insertion into Section 20B of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, and the bill then proposes an amendment to Section 80 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act by inserting a new 80A. Mr. President, I had the pleasure of designing the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act amendments in 2017. And in 2017, we met the parent law, which we seek to amend today again, which had a number of mischiefs attached to it. So I propose to look at the mischiefs that this bill proposes to treat with, look at it in the broader context of what the law is intended to do as the parent law is being amended. In 2017, the Trinidad and Tobago landscape, according to the Ministry of Works and Transport, and very importantly, according to the Honorable Chief Justice then, Mr. Ivor Archie, in the opening of law term 2015-2016 speech, the Chief Justice culminated in a statement which effectively said that the judiciary has been spending 10 years, year after year, of literally begging for the judiciary to be offloaded with statistical information provided. The statistical information, which is relevant to this bill, is that in the prior to 2017 law, we had, Mr. President, roughly 104,000 motor vehicle and road traffic cases coming to the magistrates' court. The caseload at the magistracy back in 2015 was 146,000 cases a year. That included preliminary inquiries, that included drug matters, assault, but 104,000 out of the 146,000 cases there were motor vehicle and road traffic cases. Why? Because the law prescribed that everything had to be dealt with by way of an offense. So you had a summons being issued for an offense of a faulty taillight, a summons for driving badly. You have movable offenses and non-movable offenses. Offenses committed while you're moving in a car, and non-movable taillight and engine and other offenses. So that 104,000 cases per year was there. The method of payment was upside down. You had to get to court, bring every policeman that issued a summons had to turn up to court, treat with all of the persons summoned to court. If the policeman didn't come, it was adjournment after adjournment. If the defendant didn't come, the summons became a warrant. Then you had a warrant to arrest somebody to come to court. And the statistical information, which is relevant to this bill, demonstrates that, for example, in the period 2011 to 2012, 1 year alone, that year you had 81,346 tickets. Only 29,000 were paid, so you had 51,000 unpaid, which showed that a vast amount of police resources being spent in summoning the police to court. The court was being occupied. The 43 magistrates spent their time calling traffic case after traffic case, and justice was going nowhere. Come to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. Actually, in the year 2000, the concept of demerit points was born. They amended the parent act. They inserted Section 100. Section 100 said you can have regulations which will help you to treat with demerit points. Demerit points came from a number of jurisdictions. It's all through Europe. It's all through the Americas. It's in South America. It's in Australia. And in particular, in 2017, relevant to this bill that we're amending today, we took the laws from South Australia, the province of Alberta in Canada, the United Kingdom, and Jamaica. And instead of going with a motor vehicle authority, which successive governments tried to pass with a 3/5 majority, my solution was, look, let's just amend Section 20, which we amend today. Today we're amending Section 20. Let's amend Section 20. Let's insert a 20A, a 20B, and a 20C. And 20A and 20B say, and we're amending 20B today, listen, if you want to be on the government road and hold a government license, that will be a conditionality requirement. It is a condition of your driver's license and a condition of the registration of your motor vehicle that you will be allowed to drive on those roads. One simple amendment to Section 20 caused the birth of demerit points, red light camera enforcement, which is something to come on very shortly. It caused the digitization of the vehicle registry at the Motor Vehicle and Registry Licensing Authority. It caused a specific piece of software between the licensing authority, the judiciary, and the police to be put together. And Mr. President, when I hear, for instance, Senator Nakhid say the PNM did nothing for 10 years, Mr. President, clearly Senator Nakhid hasn't bothered to avail himself of the law before us, or of the practice before us, or the fact that you could pick up your phone and check your driver's license and check your motor vehicle registration, and it's all online. Clearly, Senator Nakhid does not know that you can pay for tickets online. You can go to court online. So just because they say it doesn't mean it's true. Now, we're seeking to amend Section 20B of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act. This is the entry to the solution that the last 10 years has brought. The fact is that the mischief that we're seeking to cure today is a legitimate one. We have a huge mischief in that, as senators before me have said, so I'll say it very quickly, just to tie in the logic. The government on Christmas night, Christmas Eve, passed a legal notice, introduced the doubling of penalties. Today we seek to cure one of the mistakes they made because they breached the law when they did that. They breached Section 88 of the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act that does not allow you to double penalties. It says if you're raising the penalties, you can only go up to 75% of the limit. So they breached that as well. There was rancor throughout Trinidad and Tobago that the government was now the Grinch, and that the Grinch code is yellow, putting it quite simply. All of that said and done, today we don't have a government coming for benevolent purposes by the divine architect who came along and said, let me save you all and come up with a piece of law. There was a mischief that was created. A mistake was made. The UNC made a mistake. The population, because it was not consulted, had revolt in terms of thought and attitude to the doubling of fines. The Attorney General has drafted, commendably, a piece of law to come here today. One of the aims here today is to treat with a grace period lest people find themselves in the financial bamboo. You're in the financial bamboo. And why is that? Because the societal reality is that 50,000 people have been put onto the breadline. There will be more. We are in difficult economic times. The fact is, the specter of people having themselves subjected to greater fines is a very worrying one. Now, I accept and I commend the fact that people ought to obey the law. You could look at this and say, well, you know, maybe there's something of worth because the very, very, very long lines are lines to comply with the law. That's a commendable thing. The harshness of how it came about is something that may stick in your craw. It's something that you may hold on to and say whether you've had enough or not. The point is, the bill has a legitimate aim, and the aim is to find some remedy for the relief of how fast you have to pay this fine, or can I get off on this fine? And therefore, I support the legitimate aim of this bill, in that we ought, as a parliament, to give a grace period. The giving of a grace period is not uncommon. It exists in a number of jurisdictions. In looking to the proportionality or the legitimate aim of any bill, you've got to look at the aim. The aim may be a good one, but how you treat with the aim is important. Is it proportionate to the circumstances? Is it something that is within Section 53 of the Constitution, where you make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Trinidad and Tobago? The first submission to be made, in summary point, is that the doubling of fines, which we're seeking to remedy in part today, was not, in our respectful view, the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We submit that because, as I started in the rationale for the amendments, which I crafted in 2017 myself, one of the rationale points that we must associate in this debate is this going to, by the prescription, legitimate aim aside, is this going to result in something that we ought to be cautious about, wary of? And the answer is yes. Senator Lalite-Ettienne pointed it out squarely. Senator Janelle John Bates pointed it out. Senator Amery Browne pointed it out. What is that, Mr. President? The time frame set out in the 11th schedule that says by when you are supposed to do this is too restrictive. I accept that the 11th schedule may be amended by negative resolution. So there's a method to change the 3 days and the 7 days in the schedule. But the time frame in the act where the police officer or the person other than the licensing authority who has to do something, a police officer has to send a copy of the warning somewhere. He has 1 day. The licensing authority or anybody outside of the licensing authority that gives you a certificate of compliance has 1 day. That is in the parent law. It cannot be amended by a regulation, by the hand of the minister, or by an order, subject to negative resolution or otherwise. Why is that a problem? That is a problem because you are going to go back to the very mischief which we sought to fix in 2017. In 2017, the intention that we had, that I crafted in drafting this law, was to reduce the magisterial caseload. When we reduced the magisterial caseload, we didn't stop there, contrary to what Senator Nakhid says. We not only amended the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, we not only digitized the entire licensing authority, but, Mr. President, you are aware, we also passed a different form of court. We actually have a road traffic arena. We have a new criminal division, a new family division, a new children's division, a new summary court, which is called a district court and road traffic court. We have a drug treatment court. We dramatically increased the number of officers working in the courts by making registrars, magistracy registrars, clerks of the court professionals. We stopped the breach of the Legal Profession Act by having clerks who are not lawyers acting in legal positions, which is in breach of the law. And we reduced the magisterial caseload dramatically. And we also reduce the backlog, magisterial backlog, dramatically, because we had the opportunity to offer a form of amnesty for payment. 75% if you pay now, 50% if you pay now. We extended the time frames. You could pay online. Because the intention that this bill must have must also be associated to what is the effect of non-compliance with 1 day and 3 days and 7 days. What is the effect of non-compliance? Put very simply, the effect of non-compliance is you are going to court. You are going to pay thousands of dollars, And let's forget the back and forth over the thousands of dollars and the impact. We accept that there's a terrible impact to some people and that there are some people who may find it not inconvenient. The fact is, the impact to the court system must be watched. Because we are with our eyes on crime. And I say that, Mr. President, because one of the very focused forms of reform that I had the privilege of leading and drafting and working on was the entire criminal justice sector reform, starting with the courts, the number of people in the courts, moving the number of high court judges to double their number, moving Court of Appeal judges from 12 to 15, moving masters from 2 to 25, creating the divisions of court, digitizing the court system, auto-transcription, record transcription, movement of files, virtual files. All of that affects crime and criminality, and the motor vehicle and road traffic offenses, which this bill touches, feeds the backlog, feeds the burgeoning of the system. You must readily appreciate that to give an authorized officer, be it the licensing authority, a police constable, or someone else, 1 day to do something in the parent law means if they don't do it, you're in trouble. Now, if I was the Honorable Attorney General, I would amend that to say, or such other period as the minister may prescribe, giving the Honorable Attorney General the liberty to increase and enlarge the time frame so that you don't have to come back to Parliament to change from 1 day to 2 days to 7 days to 3 days. It doesn't make sense. If we look to the court system, Mr. President, we have to be concerned about the specifics of what the law says. So let's turn to this law, the bill. When we go to Clause 6, so in Clause 6, where a constable has reason to believe, the constable shall issue the driver. This is Clause 6, new paragraph 80, capital A, Roman 1, third line. Shall issue the driver. I'd respectfully suggest to the Honourable Attorney General
the offender leave the chamber, come back in half an hour.
I respectfully suggest to the Honourable Attorney General that the word shall should be the word may, because there ought to be a discretion. It's in keeping with the architecture of the principal law in any event. I would also suggest, when we look to 80A, turn the page, Roman B, sorry, not Roman B, paragraph B, a police officer at any station. Now, when we look to, this is where a constable has reason to believe a person is committing a traffic violation. You should get a fixed penalty warning. And that fixed penalty warning says you may present your vehicle for inspection by licensing authority, no problems, a police officer at any police station. I think we need to have a look there. When you go to section 80 of the principal law, the primary law, the law as amended in 2017, when you go to section 80, a constable includes a police officer, transport officer, traffic warden, estate constable employed under the Supplemental Police Act. When you go to the schedules and you go to the 8th schedule, which is tied on to section 80 of the Act, you will see public bodies allowed to issue fixed penalty notices: Airport Authority, Public Transport Service Commission, Shagaramas Development Authority, National Hospital Management Company Limited. So there are 4 entities and anybody under the Supplemental Police Act. It's not just the licensing authority, it's not just a policeman. When you get to this law and you look to the flow chart and you follow your way down, you get to subclause 6. Where a fixed penalty warning has been issued or affixed under this section, the police officer, note it's none of the persons I just read in section 80, in charge of the police station for the district in which the fixed penalty warning is issued, shall send a duplicate of the fixed penalty warning to the licensing authority within 1 day from the date of issue or affixing the date. So let's work out this law. CDA officer sees a vehicle, issues a warning, puts it under the windshield wiper. Within 1 day of doing that, the CDA officer needs to go to the Shagaramas police station, get a copy there, get it out. In default, troubles. Can we enlarge the 1 day period? No. Not without an act of parliament. And that's what I was referring the Attorney General to when I said that the enlargement of timeframes, similar to that done in the schedule, is something that ought to be factored. If you go to the rest of the Act, you go to Section 79, the new Part 5, you go to the new Part 6 for the fixed penalty notices, the shortest time frame inside of there is 15 days. In law, in the parent law. But on this occasion, we're going with 1 day. I respectfully suggest to the Attorney General that that is too restrictive. You are bound to collide with the logistics of the law being operated. Bound to collide. When we look to the fixed penalty notice, now I personally have no problems with the placement under the windshield wiper, the person removing it. Those are in fact reflected already in the parent law passed in 2017. There are practical concerns in relation to that, but I would just add that was solved in the rest of the law by the use of the electronic devices which we introduced, because there was a handheld device. At the moment of issuing a fixed penalty ticket, it goes automatically licensing authority, judiciary, and police. So traffic warden, anybody entering into that has the benefit of that. This amendment does not reflect that necessarily. And I would urge the Minister and the Honourable Attorney General to harmonize the law. The Minister is sitting next to the Minister of Artificial Intelligence in part. We have to bear the technology in mind as we're looking at these prescriptions. Where a driver or owner complies, this is subsection 7 of the same clause, with a fixed penalty warning, he shall be provided with a certificate of compliance in a form approved by the Minister and published in the Gazette. I would point out here that all of the rest of the architecture of the Act, the Parent Act as amended, refers to forms and prescriptions approved by the licensing authority, not by the Minister. That would allow for harmonization of who is making amendments at what particular point in time. And where the certificate of compliance is issued by a person other than the licensing authority, a copy of the certificate shall be transferred to the licensing authority within 1 day. Again, you're going to collide with the logistics of performance. And I respectfully join in the submissions of my colleagues and the independent bench that this time frame just can't work. It's not like the 11th schedule, which you can amend under the stroke of a pen. It's in the parent law. If we go to subclause 8, where a certificate of compliance is issued to a driver or owner of a vehicle under subsection 7 in respect of a fixed penalty warning, he shall be discharged from any liability for the traffic violation specified in the fixed penalty warning. I'd respectfully point the Minister and the Attorney General to section 83 subsection 2, which is the comparative for fixed penalty discharge. The language there says, in fixed penalty discharge, that is when you pay. When a person pays a fixed penalty notice, you shall not be liable to any sanction for the traffic violation in respect of which the fixed penalty notice was issued or affected. I would suggest that we keep harmony in the language because of judicial interpretation and because we ought not to have divergence of language in that regard. Section 80B, as it's proposed to be inserted in this clause, has a comparator in section 83 of the parent law. the same time frames, the same provisions, etc., except when we get down to the end of it. And if you turn the page and you go to Roman 4 and Roman 5, and you compare it to section 82 of the parent law, 82 subsection 2. Sorry, we compare it to, yes, section 82 and section 83, 82.2. What is missing is the date and time and address, the court at which the person is required to appear. And if I were to take you there to that section of the parent law, that's where we introduce a new part 6. That is the new sections 80. If we get to 82, 82 says, a fixed penalty notice issued or affixed under section 81 shall bear the signature of the constable and shall specify. Note that we're using the word constable. We kept it in tandem in 80B, so that's more than just a police officer. But what I'm referring to now, if you go to section 82 and you go to H, 82.1H, it says the date, time, and address of the court at which the person is required to appear in the event of filing a notice to contest in accordance with section 85. That must be included here. Because if you don't have the prerequisites of the fixed penalty notice, then the fixed penalty notice requirement is not prescribed. You can't prescribe it if the parent law doesn't say what it must contain. If we go to 83 subsection 2, that's where I was referring to. And if I read that for the comparator for the minister's notes, we need to keep the language in tandem. 82 subsection 2, 83 subsection 2 says a person shall not be liable to any sanction for the traffic violation in respect of which a fixed penalty notice was issued or affixed. That language needs to be harmonized. When we get to subsection 5, the minister, excuse me, the minister may by order, subject to negative resolution of Parliament, amend the 11th schedule. If I refer you to the Parent Act, the requirements for harmony with the licensing authority coming to the minister ought to be matched up. Clause 7 of the bill is where the admission of breaching the law came about. So the Christmas gift of the doubling of the fines was not permitted in law. The reason it wasn't permitted in law is because of section 88. 88D as in Delta, subsection C, which says, after the fixed penalty for any traffic violation listed in the 9th schedule may alter, the minister may from time to time by order, C, alter the fixed penalty for any traffic violation listed in the 9th schedule to an extent that the fixed penalty as altered does not exceed 75% of the fine prescribed for the traffic violation. Thank you. The problem that we have there is that the Christmas gift by the government double the fines. The law only permits you to go up to 75%. That's another legitimate aim here. The question I have to ask the minister is, what about the validation? Because you can't just keep people money if they paid. You can't. So you're missing the validation clause here. If necessary, do you intend to refund the money? Do you want to validate the collection of the money? How are you treating with what has happened? Because there was no moratorium on the law, as far as I'm aware. The law is still speaking right now. And therefore, you can't just come and say, well, the 25% extra that are collected is mine. That doesn't work that way unless you provide for it and you specify it in law. Mr. President, if we go to the effect of this law and why it is the government has been saying that we're not supporting the law, it's not that we disagree with Senator McNish or any senator behind me. It's not that we're opposing for opposing's sake, thank you, as my colleagues have alleged. It's because we raised these submissions in the House and we were told plainly, we're not doing it. So when you are told by a government, that is it, take it so. You're living in a dump. It is illegal, a lawless dump. You're watched as an opposition that says you did nothing. When you're reading the most comprehensive reforms to Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act in forever. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act is an act of 1935. It was only under our government that we caused the radical amendment of the licensing authority, digitization, harmonization of laws, all the reforms that Minister Zakour will be able to bring, red light enforcement, RFID tags, all of it comes on the back of the work we did. But what are we greeted with? We're greeted with condemnation, insult, foolishness. I listen to Senator Nakhid. I get along well with Senator Nakhid. Some of the things that comes out of his mouth when he's speaking make him unrecognizable to me, in all honesty. I regret that he adopts that personality in here. Not the man I know otherwise. I could stand here and trade insults with him all day long, but where does it get us in a serious place like the Senate, Mr. President? I will stand here and make amendments to the law. Somebody will stand up and say, you talk a pile of foolishness. They're taking notes diligently in the back, knowing everything I'm saying is true, you know. And the amendments that we're proposing here and the lack of support is that we know you will collide with reality and logics and logistics because one day cannot work. You need to amend the parent law here. And not because it comes out of my mouth or somebody else's mouth is it foolishness to be rejected. And the bamboo has the solution for everything in Trinidad and Tobago? No, Mr. President. So, with the greatest of respect, if we do not make the amendments suggested, if we do not enlarge the timeframes for compliance, if we don't harmonize the law with the rest of the law, we're going to have an unworkable scenario, and that is why we can't support it in its current expression. It can be amended. Draw a line on fixing what was brought here. Our job here is as legislators. But as people that speak for the people with the privileges of the Parliament, guaranteed here, we are bound to say as well, we philosophically believe that no adequate or any justification of a proper kind has been given to the elimination of demerit points. Why? Because demerit points, when added to lower fines, allow you to self-regulate. And the fact is that we're seeing more and more offenses being triggered into violations and more people coming forward for violations because we have digitized the system. So the degree of transparency is there. So when Senator Baig reads out the figures we collected and the PNM collects so much in money, no, we improved the system and we never once sought to double fines. Because we philosophically and legislatively have prescribed that if you put reasonable fines, you enforce the law, you provide demerit points, that you will have a degree of self-compliance that would allow you to get there. There is an interesting item in the schedule, and this says, in relation to public vehicles, 17, public service vehicle without spare tire. 3 business days. So, Senator Zakour is the Minister of Transport. He on the line. Because when a vehicle that is registered to a pass-through reaching to him happens, what we're going to do? Make sure that he doesn't end up in compliance issues with the law, or Corporation Sole, the Minister of Finance. You see, Laws have consequences. And therefore, you ought not to look at these things glibly and just brush it off. The fact is, we have to be careful what we're saying. Philosophically, and by way of recommendation, the government has doubled fines and removed demerit points. We respectfully suggest that they return to demerit points and they reduce the fines forthwith. It will at least make sense of what the Prime Minister has said. The Prime Minister, days before a general election, said she was going to drop the fines. Instead, they doubled. Thank you, Mr. President. In terms of specific prescription to the bill, please harmonize licensing authority and minister. Please harmonize the wording for exculpation. Mirror up the sections that I've pointed the minister to. Please, for a moment, put ego aside and listen to the logic behind the one-day prescription. The one-day prescription cannot work. You could amend the schedule today, and instead of 3 days, put 30 days, because other jurisdictions have 30 days. In the architecture of our Trinidad and Tobago law, if you're going to file a fixed penalty notice, you must do it within a notice to contest, you must do it within 15 days. You can't get the lash from the court or otherwise unless 2 months have passed from the last date of the date for payment of the fine. We've put generous time frames to allow for compliance, because the truth is this: many people will not be able, for either supply issues or payment issues, to comply with the law. Please give the minister the opportunity to enlarge the time by a period that can happen without coming to amend 1 day to 2 days by an act of parliament. Mr. President, this is simple logic. The submissions of the opposition are given with the best intention of assisting the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The government will have its way. Others will have their say, but the recommendations are meant, leaving aside all the torture and turmoil that have caused the people of the country today, fix the law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Jones-Simmons, Candice Jones-Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wish you and the other members of the Senate a happy and fulfilling 2026. Now, Mr. President, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share my perspectives on this Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Amendment Bill. It is incontrovertible that this bill comes at a time when, as we've heard, public concern about the enforcement of road traffic laws, escalating fines, and road safety is both genuine and widespread. Therefore, it is important that our discourse on the bill doesn't only focus on the letter of the law, but the lived realities of the citizens who will be affected by this legislation. So, I acknowledge and welcome the introduction of a fixed penalty warning system, which is, as the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation said, is intended to address inconsistencies, as he said, can arise where, for instance, two drivers committing the same violation may end up with different outcomes. For instance, one might be issued a fixed penalty notice, and the other gets, as we say in local parlance, a bly. Now, Mr. President, permit me to share a personal experience, and it is one that I heard Senator Bates outlining. And of course, when she gave the account, there was a lot of comment from members of the government, right? So I want to share my experience. So there was a time I was driving on a street and I was ignorant of the law. I didn't know that there was a restriction for driving at a particular time because I didn't frequent that street. And so bad was my ignorance that when the officers tried to stop me, I kept flagging them and saying bye, because those people on that side, they probably did something wrong, but it could never be me. It wasn't me that they're trying to stop. And so, of course, when they made vigorous attempts to stop me and indicated that I was in breach, well, you could imagine my shock and horror at the same time. So I spoke to the officer, and he explained to me, well, you know, ma'am, you're not supposed to be driving here. Well, I didn't know that, and I explained that. And of course, I wondered to some extent if he thought I was giving him a story. But he seemed to believe me, and he said, "Ma'am, if it were up to me, I would send you on your way. But it's not up to me, you know. You see, that officer over there," and he pointed to a female officer, "it's up to her. And so if it were up to me, you can go." So I spoke to the female officer, and again, I explained my predicament. She wasn't impressed. She said, "Ma'am, you know what you need to do next time? Pay attention, right? That's what you need to do." I didn't dispute it because as an attorney, I know ignorance of the law is no excuse. And I submitted, you know, I was willing to accept the consequence. But I share this experience to say, you know, it does highlight that inconsistency. One officer was willing to give me the bly and the other said, "No, face the letter below," and that's what she's there to do, and she was doing her job, and I accepted it. I also share it to say sometimes people run afoul of the law, not because they're willfully reckless. Sometimes you just don't know. And so we need to keep that in mind because I think this is why we're here. So after the significant increase in traffic fines on the 1st of January 2026, many motorists experience anxiety and uncertainty, particularly where penalties were imposed for minor or administrative defects. And we are told that this amendment is seeking to provide a measure of procedural relief and provide a degree of fairness that was previously lacking. As we've heard, under this bill, motorists who commit specified minor violations are now given a mandatory warning, coupled with a grace period of 3 or 7 days to remedy this defect before a fine is imposed. So again, the intention, as articulated by the minister, is to address where owners were unaware of defects and in circumstances where those defects arose shortly before an enforcement action was taken. And so the bill, as I understand it, is seeking to strike a balance between accountability and fairness. So, in this regard, I agree with the observation of Madam Justice Avalon Quinlan Williams, who, in a recent judgment, opined, and permit me to quote, "The introduction of an entirely new system geared towards improving the enforcement of traffic offenses with the ultimate goal of reducing traffic violations is one that ought to be applauded." Now, this judicial statement, while it was not related to this legislation, it underscores the legitimacy of the policy direction of this bill. Now, I should add that the judge also noted in her judgment this: teething problems at the commencement and implementation of new systems are not unexpected. What is hoped is that no harm is done to users. So at the end of the day, whatever we do, we must ensure that the end users are the ones that have minimal harm. So she suggested that the licensing authority take a closer look at its enforcement policies. So, Mr. President, while the relief offered by this amendment is welcomed, it is equally important for us to examine its practical operation, as we've been doing and discussing, and its broader impact on road safety. As they say, the devil is in the details. So let's review the impact. Now, again, I wish to share another personal experience, so indulge me, please. I presented my car to an agent, an authorized agent, to have my car inspected. And when I got there, again, to my shock, I was told, "Well, ma'am, we can't complete this transaction because the chassis number on your vehicle does not match the chassis number on the digital record." So I said, "Well, what am I to do about that? I want to get my car inspected, and I want to get a sticker, and I want to drive out of here, and I want to be assured that if a police officer stops me, they're not going to look at me and think I'm giving a story." So I was told, "We will contact the licensing authority. Here's our business card," and they wrote a short note at the back and told me that if I was stopped, present this business card with the note of explanation. and the licensing authority would contact me in 2 weeks. So, Mr. President, the licensing authority needed 2 weeks to revert to me on a clerical error. I waited out my 2 weeks, and I did get a call, and I was told that the error was rectified, present myself to complete my transaction. I relied on that and in good faith because I want to obey the law, right? I want to be compliant. I went back. Now you have to understand, Mr. President, this is time out of my day. This is time from my job. I have to pay gas. Every time I'm going back and forth to this place, this is now my second trip. When I get there, they check the record, and in fact, they said, "You got a call in 2 weeks?" They were surprised. They were impressed. And they actually doubted me when I said, yes, I received a call and I was told to come here and complete my transaction. When they checked, there was no corrected record. So you can imagine my disappointment, my frustration, and my angst, because I want to be disciplined, Senator Nakhid. I want to follow the law. I want to do the right thing. But it's starting to feel like doing the right thing is so hard. Right? It feels that way now because I must come back now a third time to rectify a problem that I didn't even create. And I'm patient and I'm trying. So at this point, I figured I didn't trust the system anymore. I was not going to wait for yet another call whilst they were waiting to reconcile. So I took myself down to the licensing authority and I presented my vehicle, and I waited almost the entire day to have this matter addressed. They looked at my vehicle, they took the notes, I filed a notice of amendment of chassis number, whatever procedural thing I had to do, and again I was sent on my way and told that I would be contacted and all will be well. Now I stress this to say, this is a clerical error. This is a data entry matter, and it's taking now months to be rectified. And all of this time, I am not compliant. And I know that there would be many citizens who would just give up at that point and take their chances with whatever happens next. So it is against this backdrop that I want to now discuss the administrative obligations that must be fulfilled with these very short timelines that have been mentioned. So we're now telling the police officers who are in charge that they have to transmit duplicates of these fixed penalty warnings to the licensing authority within 1 day, and that certificates of compliance that are issued by these officers, again, transmitted in 1 day. So you could imagine me when I read this thinking, well, if they have to do this in 1 day, you could imagine the margin of error and how many people's things might not be updated. So I wanted to ask the Minister of Transport, because I don't know what the internal system is like. It would make sense to me if this is a digital or an electronic system, and that whatever the licensing authority has access to, the police have access to, so that when one person enters, it's automatically reflected on the system, so that there is no need for one person to contact the other person, that it happens automatically. That would make sense, so I don't know what is the system, but I would really like to hear more about that. Now, fixed penalty warnings must further specify where and to whom proof of compliance must be presented. Now, these requirements, while well-intentioned, may place additional strain on an already burdened system. So we must ask ourselves, as has been asked here, what happens if you present yourself in the prescribed time to an officer who is unavailable because the officer has other things to do? He might be in court, it might be his off day, he might not be well. And if you've ever tried to go and give a report to a police officer, you could know sometimes they're just not there for valid reasons. Now, we've asked that question, but what I want to understand is, what safeguards do we have in this legislation to prevent a compliant citizen from being unfairly penalized due to any delays that arise? Because this is now automatic, okay? So when you go and the officer is not there and the time frame elapses, you're probably going to end up with a fixed penalty, automatic notice, and have to pay for no reason, for no fault of your own. Now, these are not theoretical concerns. They are practical realities, and they must be addressed if the system is to operate fairly, because this is the objective, right? And as I said, we have made no provision for those delays. Now, I agree, Senator Nakhid, that, you know, the law can't cater for every eventuality, but I think we could all sit here and understand that with a 3 to 7 day window, we are going to have a lot of challenges and a lot of delays, and we need to try to cater for that in advance, because we can anticipate the teething problems. We understand the system that we have, and the law doesn't give any discretion. And now what I want to address is that point of discretion, right? So we are removing a discretion. So a police officer could no longer give a lie, as we say. But now that I've shared that there are circumstances where there are genuine reasons that someone may not comply with the law, or they may commit some type of infraction, not because they're reckless or they're willfully trying to flout the law. And if there's no discretion for mercy, then the system needs to be fair, right? And I want to stress on that, because we need to get the buy-in from citizens. And when citizens believe that the process is fair, they want to follow the law. Mr. President, no one disputes the serious economic and social consequences of road collision. No one. The insured costs run into millions of dollars. Police resources are heavily consumed with investigations, reporting, and most importantly, there's the unquantifiable human costs. You see the loss of life, the grief, where lives are permanently altered. No one questions the significance of that. So therefore, it is right to pursue policies that improve road safety. That, we cannot dispute that. But when we are implementing policies, we must ensure that they're balanced, realistic, and equitable. So Schedule 11 of the bill outlines specific violations and the periods for the remedy. So in the case of noisy vehicles, defective fittings, or vehicles emitting sparks and smokes or vapor, a 7-day period is provided. I don't think I need to go into the details, because we have heard lots of explanations, particularly detailed ones from Senator Etienne, where we understand how difficult it is to get that addressed in a short time frame. And I want to go back to the scenario that Senator Etienne painted, where she said that her husband, who uses his vehicle for hire, so this is how he earns an income. So if he gets into an accident and he now has a defective fitting, for no reason of his, it's now a matter before the insurers. And you know that they are not going to resolve this matter promptly. And he decides, and he's approached someone in the bamboo or wherever to get his part, and he cannot get it right away. And even when he decides to park up his vehicle and the 7-day passes, he is now liable. And guess what? There is no discretion that any officer could exercise at that point to save him. So I want to ask the Minister, just as Senator Etienne asks, what does one do in those circumstances? Many citizens face, Mr. President, challenges in sourcing parts. And it is even worse when you come from Tobago. So imagine your vehicle is damaged in Tobago. There's the additional hurdle of traveling to Trinidad to search for the part, only to find out that you can't get the part. And then you have to travel back to Tobago. You can't do that within 3 days. You certainly can't even do it in 7 days. And so in those circumstances, I wish to propose that there be an extension of the remedial period for certain defects. And let's be real, that wouldn't undermine road safety. If we've already come here to say we're going to give an ease, Let's go a little further and be reasonable and enhance the fairness so that we can get the compliance. So, Mr. President, it is critical that we acknowledge that, and I want to stress it because I have heard it and I accept it, that there are people who break the law and they deserve to have the full letter of the law, the full book thrown at them. But not all of our traffic violations come from recklessness, right? There are also systemic and social factors that contribute to non-compliance. These include inconsistent enforcement, perceptions of corruption or abuse, inadequate public education about traffic laws, particularly when there are recent changes to regulations, where laws are perceived as unreasonable or unevenly applied, compliance will suffer. Of particular concern in Trinidad and Tobago is the state of our road infrastructure. Poorly maintained roads, potholes, inadequate lighting, faded or missing marks, poor signage, flawed road designs, poorly timed traffic lights, all contribute to vehicle damage, chaos, and unsafe driving conditions. The high cost of tires and suspension. I can tell you about my car. I'm afraid to tell you it might make noise sometimes. Often necessitated by these bad roads. So imagine you got the warning, you fix your car, you comply within the 7 days, only to fall into a pothole, and a next tire gone. What are you to do again, Mr. President? So increasing fines alone will not solve these problems. For some, I want to tell you, higher fines are not a deterrent, as they can afford to pay and continue offending. So conversely, these fines disproportionately affect poorer citizens for whom a single penalty could have devastating consequences. When you're working for $5,000, $6,000 and you have to pay a $6,000 fine, you can understand how that will hit. And so it is for this reason that a points-based system is considered to be more equitable, as the accumulation of points leading to license suspension, I dare say it creates an equal deterrent for all drivers regardless of your income, because the inconvenience of the loss of driving privileges hits everyone the same way, and it's ultimately more effective at changing behavior. And the government has acknowledged to some extent that the penalty points-based system works because they have retained it for some of the serious offenses. And so there might be merit in the demerit system. In closing, Mr. President, this amendment is a positive one, and it is necessary to provide procedural relief to citizens. It introduces fairness, transparency, and procedural protection into the enforcement of these traffic violations. And so if we can make it better by extending those timelines, this bill would definitely get support. It requires sound infrastructure, public education, administrative efficiency, and policies that recognize the economic realities faced by ordinary citizens. If we are truly committed to making our roads safer, then enforcement must not only be firm, but fair. Penalties must be proportionate, and compliance must be realistically achievable. There must be continued refinement and complementary measures introduced to address these traffic violations. And Mr. President, with these few words, I thank you.
Senator Francis Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I rise this evening not to argue for one way or the other on the particular bill, or to defend any party's position, but to reflect on what I think is a deeper issue that we're faced with this. Let me start by saying I want this to work. I think people may have very different ways of approaching it, but all of the contributions this evening and all of the crosstalk and old talk is about how do we get a safer road and how do we get safer traffic regulations and how do we get it to work. When I was reflecting on this bill, a favorite author of mine is a chap called Terry Pratchett. In a novel called Night Watch, he observed, and this is a little bit cynical, Mr. President, people on the side of the people always end up disappointed. That's a quotation. Children of the revolution are faced with the age-old problem that it's not that they had the wrong kind of government or rules or laws, which was obvious, but they had the wrong kind of people. We end up blaming people for how people are. It's not a literary curiosity. It's a recurring political temptation. In democracies, we do not govern ideal citizens. We govern people the way they are. And when policies fail, there's an easy temptation to conclude that it is people that are ignorant, that it is they're lazy, they're resistant to progress, or that they're criminals. And seldom does history correct that to show that it is the policy design, not the people. So the question I think that we may wish to consider, or the government wish to consider, is can a democratic government change ingrained behaviors with the minimum of coercion? And in addressing that question, I want to suggest that our country has already done that in the past. There's a tension between power and people, and human habits and values and instincts change slowly, if at all. Governments, successive governments of many political dimensions and stripes have fallen into the trap of decreeing new rules and assuming that they have done their job. But human habits, values, instincts change slowly, if at all. So the question is, how do we change ingrained behaviors where those behaviors in this particular instance have to do with maintenance and with how people drive? There are any number of proposals and ways in which social scientists have identified that. I just want to offer a few concrete examples of how our society has changed behavior over, sometimes it takes a generation, sometimes it takes a decade, sometimes it can happen faster. Consider for a moment, colleagues, non-communicable diseases and healthy lifestyles. The sensitivity people have now to that and to having unhealthy diets, dealing with tobacco, dealing with alcohol, dealing with inactivity. And it's not perfect, but behaviors have changed because the conversation has changed across the society. There was a time where smoking was considered not only acceptable, but socially desirable. I dare say that in many instances, and it's not just non-smoking, no smoking campaigns, but we have changed as a society whether that is the right thing to do. And people will not object if you go and take a smoke, you know. It's just they will kind of look at you, and there are any number of people who say, I leave that alone. One that is particular to a number of people, including some that maybe are close to me, is how, as a society, we have changed our perception about HIV, AIDS, and socially communicated diseases. That has been generational. How we think about it now, and it's not perfect, is very different than 10 or 20 years ago. That had an emphasis on education, along with clinical service, along with people getting to know their status, and most of all, removing stigma. How we deal with, and this is an area that I have done a little bit of work, certainly not like the pioneers like Radhika Seth and others in that field, but how we have dealt with domestic violence. There was a time where it was considered acceptable that that is husband and wife business, and they have to sort it out. Today, we will not accept that. You hear a ruckus, hopefully, more often than not, the neighbors will call the police. We changed the law. We need a major change in the law for that to happen. That didn't happen overnight. So the law supported a change that was already happening in the society rather than being imposed on the society. Workplace engagement. We still have a long way to go, but how we treat people in the workplace, the work that unions have done over the years, the way we accept today matters of how we hire and how women work in the workplace and the need for opportunity. How many of us have heard growing up, give the child licks, it's good for them. Today, I dare say that you'll have parents who would, at the end of a rope, say, no, God, I want to give that child some good licks. But that would not be considered across much of the society a socially acceptable way of disciplining a child. The need for discipline hasn't changed. The way of doing it has. What these examples, few as they are, have in common is that there were multi-year engagements. They were sustained campaigns rather than short campaigns with brief messages. They went beyond simply passing a law. They involved people so that the participation of citizens helped change the law. I have had examples offered to me of people riding in a a taxi. And one lady said, driver, what is the story with, and she called her defect in the car. He said, I dropping away, I had to go. She said, driver, put me down. I ain't driving in no unsafe car. Now, this is a fellow who traveled a route. They knew each other, not friends, but they were certainly familiar. Within 2 days, the thing was fixed. The point is, she didn't try to buff him, she didn't cuss him, but at the same time, she was very clear. That didn't involve no police. That involved two people saying, here's how this thing will work. I paying you for service. Your service has to measure up to what my expectations are. And all of that, Senator, falls into it, and I agree with you. These changes happen, and I think a number of members have said it on both sides, through sustained social engagement to change laws and to empower people, not simply through legislation or punishment. The government's role in all of this, I want to suggest, and we will be dealing with other bills that we will have to deal with this, is the government role, I would suspect, in many cases, is as a catalyst and as a facilitator. In other words, the society itself changes. Yes, it can be frustrating because it can be glacial, and we want it to be faster, and road deaths are way too high. We need to bring it down. But simply changing a law by itself is not going to be enough. How do we create the conditions where people begin to change the behaviors because they see for them the social value in doing so, not merely because it was said so in law? So there are many of the comments, suggestions made by colleagues that I support. What is it we want at the end? We want safer roads. We want vehicles that are compliant with law. I support appropriate penalties, but penalties, while necessary, are not enough. Without the cultural reinforcement and consistent enforcement, higher penalties alone will not change the behavior that we're looking for. So, as a democratic government, we cannot remake human nature, but we can redirect it. The most successful changes have occurred where governments, sometimes reluctantly, accept people as they are, but also recognize that they will change. So for us, the question becomes, us collectively, is how do we change behavior with the minimum of coercion? And this very simple presentation is to demonstrate that we have already done that as a country. It dismays me when we beat up on ourselves. So what our population hears is how bad we are and how much to blame. And while I understand campaigning, and I certainly understand that some people being held responsible for conditions is certainly necessary. If that's all the population here is, if that's all our people here, without also recognizing that we have changed as a society, we can do this. So my question and challenge to the government, and it's a positive challenge, is how does one reinforce the very behaviors we're looking for? Whether it's 3 days, 7 days, those are details that need to be worked out, and I do support the idea of you do what helps it to work. Sometimes you have to hold the line, sometimes a degree of flexibility will in fact bring you to where you want to go. The task is not to remake citizens. It is to redesign the institutions and the policies and work with human nature, not against it. I hope that if we can do that, we will find that success is compliance. In the absence of a police presence, where safe driving becomes the default, where a safe car becomes the default, will it happen 100% of the time? Probably not. Will it happen a greater percent of the time than now? That's the aim. And that's the standard we should be aiming for. And with that, Mr. President, thank you.
We have a procedural motion at this time. Leader of Government Business, a procedural motion, please.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until completion of the business at hand.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. And you know there are several pieces of matters before us. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue. This Senate, rather, will continue to sit until the business before it is completed. I now call on the Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would first like to thank all members who contributed in this debate. I would now like to reply to members opposite, and I'm going to try and go in order. Senator Browne indicated that he didn't have sufficient time to review this bill. But this bill was before Parliament for several days. It was also debated in the other place on Friday. So he had sufficient time to read the bill. I make no apology. This bill is about fairness, compliance, compassion, and about saving lives. The government had to act decisively to address the lawlessness on our nation's roads. The fines were increased. Members opposite are saying it was a surprise. But I remember in the budget debate and the finance bill, the Honourable Minister of Finance and the Minister of Planning did speak of increases of various fines. So I don't understand the members opposite saying it was a surprise. And we did indicate that these fines will come into effect on January 1st. Members opposite are very upset because the legal notice came out on the 25th of December, in time for the 1st. We had no control when it would have been published in the Gazette. That's the date it was published. And if you look again, over 12 other legal notices were published on that day. Over 12 others. The opposition also misled the population for several weeks, directly and indirectly, through their trolls. One of their trolls, I believe, was paid $3 million by the Ministry of Finance previously. I think the former Minister of Finance signed that contract, if I'm not mistaken. But they misled the population by saying that, for instance, the increase in the renewal fees. They knew nothing of it. But if you looked at the finance bill under section 61A, it was there. So clearly members opposite did not read the finance bill, or they didn't listen when the minister. So they caused all of the issues. Correct. When we were on the campaign trail, and I stand with what I said, we did not have the statistics. We did not know the lawlessness, the extent of what was happening on our nation's roads, and I stand by that. And I would like to share some current statistics, if I may, to this honorable House. Since January 1st, close to 3,000 persons came into license office to renew their driving permit outside of the legal time frame. Close to 3,000. Several months to years overdue. Meaning every one of these persons on our nation's roads was driving without insurance. Because one of the compliance, to have insurance, you have to have a valid permit. Close to 3,000.
Yes, you like, tell them.
Over 2,500 persons came into license office since January 1st to transfer their vehicle that they did not do within the time frame. When you give possession of your vehicle, you have 7 days. Persons would have given possession years ago and is now coming. Hence why you're experiencing long lines at license office. You have persons coming outside of the legal time frame, along with persons who are coming within the legal time frame. Hence the reason for the lines at license office. I'm also going to add to that. Since January 1st, over 43,000 vehicles were inspected at the various inspection stations, and over 5,200 field inspections. So those are some stats currently. And Senator Browne also spoke about revenue. This is not a revenue exercise. With this law, the government will collect less because persons will have warnings and they get to remedy the defect. And with the increase in fines, less violations will be less revenue. But the last 5 years of the P&M administration, they issued over 600,000 fixed penalty notices. Over $600 million. And they want to talk about revenue, but they're not mentioning that here today. And I would also like to mention, I think Senator Browne and Senator John Bates mentioned the 1 day of the transmission from the police officer to the license authority, and Senator Al-Rawi actually mentioned it. We mirrored exactly what was in the law. The current law states 1 day. So we are consistent with that. I guess Senator Browne and Senator John Bates did not read the law. Now, I would like to discuss briefly, a few members brought it up, including Senator Jones-Simmons, about how it will operate, but I'll do that closer to the end. Senator Murray, sorry, Jones-Simmons, my humble apologies, ma'am. Senator Murray, thank you for your contribution and your support. However, the recommendations you had, the period is too long. Longer the period is longer the risk. And the reason why I say that, I'll give you an example. Let's say a police officer stops someone for a defect, which a windscreen falls in that category, and there's a crack. And you give them 21 or 42 days as you recommended. And days progress and the crack gets worse. Eventually that windscreen will shatter. And what if that happens when somebody's driving? Someone could be killed, a life could be lost. Or what if you give someone 21 days to fix a bulb, and a week later it starts to rain, and somebody rear-ends that vehicle and they lose their life? So the longer the period is the longer the risk. So these days, 3 and 7 days, is very sufficient to fix these defects. A light bulb only takes a few minutes to change. To remove writing on the door of a vehicle just takes a few seconds to scrape off. The effective windscreen 7 days, but it's actually 9 because you have the Saturday and Sunday. And most places are now open on weekends as well. So it's actually 9 days to fix that defect, not 7, because it's 7 business days. Senator John Bates spoke about a lot of things. I touched on a few when I was responding to Senator Browne, but she spoke about signs. For 10 years, you were there, and the traffic management branch was begging for signs during that whole 10 years. But if you're driving on the highways now, you're seeing road safety signs going up all across the country. You spoke about no inspection stickers. Well, that happened under the P&M when they were running out of stickers all the time. But that has not happened under this government. You spoke about system crashes. I have indicated publicly we have some challenges at license office, but the IT department was begging the previous minister for years to update the system. That never happened, but we are doing that now. You spoke about a story in 2015. Well, in 2015, it was a manual system where the tickets would be issued by the police officers and you would have to pay at the judiciary. Now it's an automatic system. Okay. You also mentioned a taxi driver attire, his dress code to be listed as one of the violations, and I didn't understand this. So a police officer or constable is going to stop a taxi driver with a short pants and tell him in 3 days he has to get a long pants. So I didn't understand I didn't understand that at all. And I would like to now touch on, you mentioned about the reserve and the vanity plates, but that's already being done by the ministry. But you spoke about the demerit points, and a few members here brought up the demerit points. And I have repeated this several times, and I will repeat it here again. The demerit point system did not work. There is no data. There is no data to prove that it works. The demerit point system came into effect in May of 2020. In 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024, the road fatalities increased. In 2024, it went up by 22%. 22%. These are the stats. I have it here. And then it did not change driver behavior. Let's go to the tickets. In 6 months of 2020, over 55,000 fixed penalty notices issued. 2021, over 91,000. 2022, 95,000. 2023, 107,000. 2024, 108,000. Driver behavior did not change under the demerit point system. Also, the demerit point system was extremely unfair. There were persons with 12, 13, and 15 demerit points being disqualified, and persons with 150 to 200 left in our nation's roads. When I came into the ministry in May of last year, I learned that there were over 18,000 people that had reached the threshold for disqualification. 18,000 people. And they weren't disqualified. Over 9,700 of those persons received the letters of intent to disqualify, and nobody followed up. Those persons with hundreds of demerit points were left in our nation's roads. The data, it's in front of me. All the stats are here. The demerit point system did not work.
Keep it going, Eli. Love it.
Senator Etienne, thank you for your contribution. Inspections for private vehicles over 5 years is every 2 years, and taxis is every 1 year. You mentioned parts being difficult to get, but with these 18 violations, The parts will be bulbs, horn, not the major parts that you had referred to. The team has met, stakeholders have met on this, and we believe that the 3 days and the 7 days is sufficient to fix the issues in these 18 violations. But you also mentioned what will happen now. Well, right now, persons get a fixed penalty notice. These are giving people an opportunity to remedy the defect without getting a fixed penalty notice. Just one thing I'd like to respond to Senator Al-Rawi. Currently, you cannot pay fixed penalty tickets online, but very soon you will be able to. Senator Jones-Simmons, I'd like to respond. You mentioned you having some issues with the information on the copy. Well, as you know, any system converting from manual to automatic, there are issues. There were a lot of staffing issues at License Authority. The reason is back in 2022, and I'll tell you why. And one of the reasons why the long lines we're experiencing now is because we don't have the staff at License Office. But let me tell you why. In 2022, over 1,400 persons applied to work at License Authority. Nothing happened. Absolutely nothing happened. However, myself and the team met with the Service Commission recently for this matter to be addressed. This is something, ma'am, that we inherited. Yeah, we inherited that, ma'am. Okay? You also mentioned how this is going to work, and several members would have brought this up. We are currently in stakeholder meetings every day now with the Trans-Bureau Police Service, the Licensing Authority, and other stakeholders. You're driving your vehicle on a nation's roads and you're stopped by a police officer, constable, under the Act. Once the defect has been identified on the system, which is the fixed penalty system, you'll be given a warning, which will be printed and given to you. Once that is created, it will automatically be sent to the License Authority as they handle the system. You would have 3 or 7 days. Once that defect has been rectified, you could go to any police station, to any officer, present yourself, show them the warning. Once they confirm the defect has been fixed, you will be issued a certificate of compliance, which will then be sent to the License Authority, and they will then cancel the warning. That's how the system, as of now, is going to work. The system will be cancelled. Someone mentioned what happened if the police don't send it in right away. Well, what happened? If that happens, the License Authority will have the authority to still cancel the warning if it comes late. Okay? And the person, the violator, will get a copy of the certificate. One for the officer, one for the violator, and one will be sent to the License Authority. We are also updating the system where this could also be uploaded online. Okay, so that's how the system will be working. I don't understand as well why there's so much negativity regarding this bill from colleagues opposite. This is about compliance and saving lives. And Senator Murray is a medical doctor. I have met, since I've been minister, dozens of families who lost loved ones on our nation's roads. I met mothers who lost children, children who lost parents, and I met a gentleman who lost 5 family members in one accident. One accident. So I don't understand a negativity from the opposition in not supporting a bill in front of us that ensures compliance. What do I tell these families? What do I tell them? We are doing this to save lives. And I spoke at an event several months ago, at the Arrival Live Remembrance Walk, where many families, Mr. President, was there. And I said, as long as I am minister, I'll do everything in my power to save lives. Someone mentioned to me last week that because of all the noise from the opposition, you're becoming an unpopular minister, Minister Zakour. And I thought about it for a second. I said, I have no problem being an unpopular minister once I'm saving lives.
Mr. President, point of order, please. Standing Order 42-9.
Yeah, just check. Please. So you're saying that some material part of your contribution was misrepresented? You want to indicate to the Senate what material part of your... And that was misrepresented by whom? Is it the minister? All right. No, he can't. No, he's winding up. So he can't finish. That is dead after. So he has to do it now. Okay, I'll give you the 2 minutes to clarify quickly.
Thank you, President, for recognizing me. Thank you, Minister. Mr. President, I seek to clarify a misrepresentation whereby the Minister, referencing Clause 6.6 and misquoting me with respect to the one-day period to send a duplicate of the fixed penalty warning to the licensing authority within 1 day from the date of issue or affixing of the fixed penalty warning. At that stage, the minister said that the Parent Act also gives 1 day and therefore is consistent with this amendment, and the member, referring to myself, did not read the act. Mr. President, I got a copy of the Parent Act, which I have in my hand, and it says, under Clause 81.6, again, the fixed penalty notice was issued, in which a fixed penalty notice was issued, shall send a duplicate of the fixed penalty notice to the licensing authority within 7 days. 7 days, 7 working days from the date of issue or fixing of the fixed penalty notice. So this was a total misrepresentation by the minister with full desktoping and support from the government. I wish to correct the record for the answer. Thank you very much.
Okay, Honorable Minister, continue, please.
Mr. President, my point exactly. I am speaking about saving lives, and the member interrupts that story to talk about misrepresentation. The opposition will never change, Mr. President. Priorities. But, Mr. President, I don't have long. I would just like to share with the honorable members what we are doing at the ministry to improve road safety. Apart from this bill, apart from the increase in fines, what we are doing at the ministry. On August 18, 2025, we launched a national rehabilitation program where persons who would have been disqualified from the demerit point system could attend a 2-day course with an exam at the end at either Caroni, San Fernando, Port of Spain, and Tobago. So far, we have conducted 13 of these courses with a pass rate of over 89%. We also expanded the inspection station framework Persons, or I should say public service vehicles, taxis, could now go to inspection stations and VEMCOT once they're not exceeding 2,270 kilograms, and goods vehicles, trucks and trailers exceeding 3,200 kilograms could now go to VEMCOT, with other locations coming on stream soon. This alone, 65,000 less vehicles will be going to license office a year, over 65,000. I mentioned the road signage. We're installing signage throughout the highways of the country. We are also very soon launching a park and ride system where persons could park their vehicles in Arima, Chaguanas, Couva, San Fernando, and come into Port of Spain. The team is also working tirelessly to fix PTSE, but I wouldn't go into that right now. We are also expanding the traffic warden division. We are expanding the traffic management unit. We are also addressing all the issues on the PBR. And I'd like to share that the road fatalities on the PBR went down 40% in 2025. We have since removed close to 1,000 vehicles from the priority bus route. We are also restoring police vehicles. VEMCOT, the 3 weeks leading up to Christmas, restored 52 police vehicles. These vehicles were parked up at private garages all across the country, in some cases for 2 years, in some cases for 1 year. One vehicle that was there parked up for 2 years took 2 days to fix, and one vehicle that was there for 1 year took a day, actually just a couple hours to fix. We are also going to be signing an MOU with the Ministry of Education for road safety to be taught in classrooms at a very young age. We're also working on the red light enforcement, the secure license plates, the checkered band system. There's so much, Mr. President, we're working on right now at the ministry. Thank you. So, Mr. President, with those few words, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters.
The Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Senators, the question is that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. All right, so let's, all right, so, get into the committee business, I would like to inform senators that you are supposed to have in your possession 3 sets of amendments. One, in the name of Dr. Desirée Marie. Do you have that amendment before you? The other one is by Senator Candice Jones-Simmons. And the final one is one by Dr. Amery Browne. We all have that? Okay, thank you. Now the bill before us has 8 clauses, and the only one that is in contention in terms of proposed amendments would be clause 8. So it means to say that the first 7 clauses are without any contention. So you can proceed.
Mr. President, would you allow questions on clause 6?
Questions on clause 6? All right, well, let's see what the first 6 clauses, and then I'll give you a little. Now, I want to make it very clear, if there are no amendments before me, I am going to exercise some discretion, but not beyond a certain time limit. So when it comes to clause 7, in the absence of any written amendments, I am not encouraging long discussions on a clause that no member in the Senate, including myself, has a written submission on. But I'm prepared, however, to allow some degree of clarification to be had, but not for too long, because we want to continue our business, because we are going to be here very late in the morning. So let us do our business with some degree of efficiency. Okay, proceed.
Clauses 1 to 5.
The question is that clauses 1 to 5 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 5 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 6.
The question is if clause 6 stand part of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, my question to the Honourable Minister, I had raised it in debate, but it's a question on the clause itself, where we deal with subclause 6, and we refer to shall within 1 day of date of issue, and I've drawn the Minister's attention to clause 81, subclause 6, which provides 7 working days for the exact term. I'm asking the Honourable Minister the rationale for moving away from 7 days to 1 day, Mr. President. Secondly, in subclause 7, in a form approved by the Minister, Section 88 of the Act, D, provides for forms to be approved by the licensing authority, and that is also to be repeated in 83.2. And if the Minister could also speak, lastly, Mr. President, to the need for 1 day again, where the Act provides for greater than 1 day. That is in subclause 7. So that is subclause 6, 1 day, subclause 7, 1 day, subclause 7, form approved by Minister. The rest of the Act refers to forms approved by the licensing authority. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes.
Through you, Chairman.
Ask the Honourable Minister if he has to,
yes,
if he could clarify those submissions, please.
Through you, Chairman, to the member, the law states 1 day, not 7. The law was amended from 7 days to 1 day.
AG,
yeah.
Attorney General.
The Minister is reading from a consolidated version. It says by Act number 15 of 2020 and in subsection 6 of the Act. I mean, if I could read the section out.
I'd be obliged. Thank you.
Where a fixed penalty notice has been issued or fixed under this section, the police officer in charge of the police station for the district in which the fixed penalty notice was issued shall send a duplicate of the fixed penalty notice to the licensing authority within 1 day from the date of issue or fixing of the fixed penalty notice. So my colleague, the Minister, is saying that the change is consistent with the parent law and that he's not minded to make the amendment which you seek.
Thank you to the Honourable Attorney General. Through you, Mr. Chairman. I regret I didn't have the consolidated law. Couldn't find it. Perhaps it was one of the miscellaneous provisions. But thank you.
I'm not sure. I just see Act number X of 2020.
I thank you for the response. Yes, there was no amendment.
I don't think there was an amendment
yeah.
before us.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President.
The question is that clause. The question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 6 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 6 now stands part of the bill. Continue.
Clause 7.
The question is that clause 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. There are 3 amendments before this honourable committee. And the first one is in the name of Dr. Desirée Marie. Dr. Desirée Marie, would you like to clarify?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reason I'm bringing this amendment is I'm trying to make the law as workable as possible for the average citizen. I understand the Minister's concerns about the longer the delay, the greater the risk. But if that were the case, then ideally, in an ideal world, the car should be removed from the road as soon as the defect is noted. So I feel like if we're going to leave the cars on the road with a defect for 3 days, then we may as well give the owner or driver of the vehicle the opportunity to correct the defect without incurring an additional expense. I work at the hospital and I know that many people rely on vehicles to bring elderly relatives to their clinic appointments or to take children to school, so I'm just trying to make the law as flexible as possible. So that was one point. The other issue was raised about access to car parts. And the third issue is about money. The reason for extending the time is that it would hopefully span a paycheck for some people who get paid monthly, so that if the duration is lengthened, then at least people would have time to get paid so that they could address the issue at the end of the month. So if they got the ticket or the warning, I should say, at this beginning of the month, then they at least have time to address the issue when they get paid at the end of the month. So it's to do with car parts, money, and safety on the roads. So that's why I was hoping that the time to address the defect could be extended beyond 3 days and 7 days. Thank you.
Minister, Honorable Attorney General.
I've consulted with the minister, and the policy of the government is to give an indulgence. That is to say, to give some time, but not time for life to happen, and a paycheck and the exigencies of life and priorities and so on, while understandable, do not, in the view of the minister, meet the urgency of the moment. So the option would be to take the car off the road, and the government does not wish to go to that extreme. But the compromise to that position is a very short time, and his technocrats have advised him, he has agreed that the time set out in the law is appropriate.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I cannot see the difference in 3 days, and something can happen in 3 days as well as in 30 days or 21 days. So if the issue is safety, then that should be addressed immediately. But according to the 11 schedule, none of the issues there are really safety issues. I mean, I can point to numbers 4, 13, and 15 that may fall into that category. Number 4 deals with defective fittings. Number 13 with sparks, smoke, and visible vapor. And number 15 with a noisy vehicle. So obviously, you could never tell what the defect is that's causing the noise or causing the vapor, or what the defective fitting may be. But apart from those 3, none of the others are really safety issues. So it's just really giving the owner or the driver the opportunity to fix the defect without incurring the penalty, which, as we've discussed, is double what it was in 2025. Thank you.
Any further interventions? Attorney General or Minister, anybody? Yeah. No, well, before we go to yours, I wanted to ask you, before I put the question, as amended, I wanted to ask Senator Browne, given the fact that the government, through the Attorney General, seem not to be inclined to adjust the time frame in terms of the period, and given what they have told the Senate as government policy, whether you would want to pursue your matter separately, or would you want to withdraw?
No, I'm not minded to withdraw at this point.
Okay, well, if you're not minded, let me just put Dr.
Okay.
Desirée down. What's the Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 as Clause 8 be amended as circulated by Dr. Desirée Marie. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. No. All right, the division is going.
Mr. Allahar?
No.
Mr. Jeremie Essie?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Dr. Swarat Singh?
No.
Mr. Maharaj?
No.
Mr. Batiste?
No.
Mr. Alexander?
No.
Mr. Ratiram?
No.
Professor Prasad?
No.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
No.
Mr. Baig?
No.
Ms. Charles?
No.
Mr. Zakour? Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Nakhid?
No.
Dr. Browne?
Yes.
Mr. Al-Rawi Essie?
Yes.
Mrs. Roberts-Radgman?
Yes.
Mr. Dan Paul?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mrs. John Bates?
Yes.
Dr. Axe?
No.
Mr. De La Bastide Essie?
Yes.
Ms. Jones-Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Marie?
Yes.
Mrs. Lalite-Ettienne?
Yes.
Mr. McNish?
Yes.
Mr. Drayton?
Absent.
Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
Okay, 15, 16, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Members of the Senate Committee or the Committee of the Whole, the result is as follows. 16 members voted against the amendment as circulated by Dr. Desirée Marie. 13 members voted for the measure or the amendment as circulated, and there was one abstention. It means that the amendment is not carried. Okay. We now go to the amendment as circulated by Senator Candice Jones-Simmons. Senator Jones-Simmons, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, I just wish to propose the inclusion of the words such other person and at such other location under Section 80A, subsection 1C, to bring it in harmony. I want to propose that that amendment be added to the schedule to bring it in harmony with that section, because the constable is allowed to give a directive to allow the person to go to the licensing authority, a police officer at any police station, and another person or other location, but that is omitted from the schedule. So if those are the locations as provided for in section 80A1 subsection C, that should be mirrored in the schedule. That's my recommendation.
Minister, you have heard the rationale, AG? Okay.
So I've consulted with the minister and the technocrats. The position now is that the stations, the inspection stations are not ready. The bill in 80B, large B number 1 sub 5 allows the minister by order subject to negative resolution to amend the 11th schedule, and that is perhaps what will be done when the minister has put his house in order. He does not wish to make that change, commit himself to that change at this time.
Senator Jones-Simmons.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just so I am clear, the minister intends to do this at a later date, to amend the schedule at a later date?
Those are my instructions, yes. I'm a lawyer.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
So what do you intend to do? You want to withdraw?
Mr. Chair, on the understanding that the minister will amend the schedule at the appropriate time, as promised.
Okay. So, Dr. Browne?
Chairman, in the interest of time, I would withdraw my amendment.
Okay. All right, so Dr. Browne has withdrawn his amendment in the interest of time. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 now stands part of the bill. The question is, Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the Senate. The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honourable Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warning for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Division.
Mr. Allahar?
Aye.
Mr. Jeremie SC?
Aye.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Dr. Swarat Singh?
Yes.
Mr. Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Batiste?
Aye.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Ratiram?
Yes.
Professor Prasad?
Yes.
Dr. Chaitan Maharaj?
Yes.
Mr. Baig?
Yes.
Ms. Charles?
Yes.
Mr. Zakour?
Yes.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Nakhid?
Yes.
Dr. Browne?
No.
Mr. Al-Rawi SC?
No.
Mrs. Roberts-Radgman?
No.
Mr. Dan Paul?
No.
Mr. Cummings?
No.
Mrs. John Bates?
No.
Dr. Axe?
Yes.
Mr. De La Bastide SC?
Yes.
Ms. Jones-Simmons?
Yes.
Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Dr. Marie?
Abstain.
Mrs. Lalite-Ettienne?
Yes.
Mr. McNish?
Yes.
Mr. Drayton?
Yes.
Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
Mr. President, the results of the division is as follows. 23 members voted for, 6 members voted against, there was 1 abstention.
Honourable Senators, as a result of the division, 23 members voted for the bill, 6 members voted against the bill, and there was 1 abstention. The bill is approved. The Honourable Leader of Government Business and Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Senator Darrell, Allahar. Oh, I think I'm rushing again. Yeah, the long title, please.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, for the introduction and implementation of fixed penalty warnings for specific traffic violations in the 9th schedule and related matters.
The Honourable Leader of the House, Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, Senator the Honourable Darrell. Allahar.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2303, be now read a second time. Mr. President, I am honored to rise this evening to pilot this bill, which is an act to amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503. In this Senate, it is a very short bill, but a very important one. But before I proceed, Mr. President, I think it is only right, and from this place, to congratulate Chief Secretary Farley Augustine as well as the Tobago People's Party on an historic victory in the recent THA elections, where the people of Tobago spoke, and they spoke loudly, clearly, and swept the PNM out of the THA. Completely. Mr. President, there's a local saying, a new broom sweeps clean. But I think in that case it was a blue broom swept clean, Mr. President. This is where you all thump the desk and so I have a tough crowd here, Mr. President. Mr. President, this government, led by the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, is very serious about Tobago's development, its governance, its future, and its expectation, quite rightly, of equal treatment. As mentioned by the Honorable Prime Minister when she piloted this bill in the other place, this government's commitment to the people of Tobago will be managed by what the Honorable Prime Minister called a structural partnership that is grounded in respect, equality, and delivery through, Mr. President, practical measures which improve service delivery and ensure that the people of Tobago receive a fair share. This very small bill, but important bill, therefore, is merely one of those practical measures, Mr. President. And this bill seeks to strengthen the THA as an institution of government. Because, Mr. President, I think we all appreciate that adequate governance structures are key for the delivery of services to the people, not only in Tobago, but in our nation. And these structures, Mr. President, must be fit for purpose, and they must be aligned with modern expectations and current realities. So therefore, Mr. President, let me go through very briefly the clauses. Clause 4, Mr. President, seeks to amend Section 33 of the Parent Act to allow for no limit in the amount of secretaries, thus removing the numerical limit altogether. And as we know, Mr. President, there are 33 areas of responsibility that are scheduled to the Tobago House of Assembly, and therefore we wish to distribute that burden of responsibility in those 33 areas over more persons, and the result of that, Mr. President, would be more effective and responsive government for the people of Tobago. Moving on, Mr. President, Clause 5. This provision, Mr. President, increases the quorum of the Assembly from 9 to 12, and this simply is done to ensure that the business of the Assembly is conducted with the proper participation and legitimacy having regard to the size. We thought, after consultation, we thought that a quorum of 9 out of 20 is not reflective of democracy, of true democracy, and we felt that proper participation and legitimacy would result if that quorum is amended to 12 out of 20, so that we don't have the tyranny of the minority if that situation ever arises. We think it's a more representative quorum in the circumstances. Lastly, Mr. President, clauses 6 and 3. 6 and 3, which were amendments in the other place. And these provisions were amended in the other place and come to us as amended, as an initiative of the Honorable Prime Minister, because when she recently visited Tobago, she heard the representations of some of the female members of the Assembly, and they were very strong, Mr. President, on changing the very outdated term assemblyman to assembly member. And we wish to do that in this bill, merely to acknowledge the equal participation of women in our institutions of state and to fix what we consider to be a historical anachronism. And therefore, across the bill, wherever we find the term assemblyman, we propose to change to member. We delete the word assemblyman wherever it occurs, and we say assembly member or assembly members, as the case may be. And those are the extent of the amendments that we wish to pursue today. Very short, but very important and meaningful. And, Mr. President, this bill, as I understand it, and I hope is expected to receive unanimous support in this Senate. And this, Mr. President, if it happens, would be a testament to it's a credit and a testament to the inclusive, responsive, and innovative leadership of our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad Bissessar. In those circumstances, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, be now read a second time. The Honorable Senator Melanie Roberts-Radgman.
I do like Senator Allahar and tell you all the other Trump the best. Anyhow, thank you, Mr. President, for inviting me into the debate tonight. And I join with the rest of the Senate in wishing you a Happy New Year, and of course wishing all of my colleagues a Happy New Year and a very prosperous 2026. And Mr. President, I must say it was quite nice seeing you on the sister aisle. I hope you got yourself a nice little sea bath and you brought back some delicacies. Anyhow, let me state from the outset of my contribution to this debate that it will not be a contentious one. The opposition bench wholeheartedly and unreservedly support the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026. This is something, no we don't, but this is something that we have always advocated for, even in the face of staunch resistance, and our position in this side has not changed. So in this instance, we do give the government our full support. Now, Mr. President, in the interest of time, I do not propose to be very long. Nonetheless, I imagine I'll only use a fraction of my time. But if you'd permit, I'd like to use that little bit of time to continue the advocacy for Tobago's autonomy, and not in a piecemeal or cherry-picked way, but in a holistic and almost revolutionary manner that actually translates into tangible improvements for the Tobago House of Assembly and for the people of Tobago. Tangible improvements in the way that we experience life in Tobago. And the reason why I use the words experience life in Tobago is because the success of increased autonomy for the Tobago House of Assembly and for the people of Tobago doesn't just touch and affect those of us who live on the island. It augurs well and it touches and affects persons who visit for business, for pleasure, or otherwise. Now, the bill that is before us is excellent in that it provides a really simple, a really good example of why we keep advancing the argument over in Tobago for increased autonomy. Now, the government has, and let me just say this, and I'm using this example because over the break, for instance, we had quite a few members from right here in the Senate who visited the Sister Isle for various purposes. So I'll use this example. The proposal here today is to amend the present Tobago House of Assembly Act in order to increase the number of secretaries presiding over the THA's areas of responsibility. And as we've heard in both places, we've just heard it here and we heard it last Friday, the goal is really to improve administrative efficiency, to allow for better alignment of the secretarial expertise with the areas of responsibility. And then, of course, the expectation is that we would see improvements in the administration and the governance in some of these areas of responsibility under the 5th schedule. And I'll take tourism as one of those areas of responsibility because almost all of us could connect with the area of tourism. Now, traditionally, the THA has grouped responsibility for tourism with other areas of responsibility. So currently, it is grouped with culture and antiquities. And this has been a very heavy portfolio for any one secretary to really manage. And we've seen where over the last couple of months, for instance, just before the Tobago Carnival, there was a bit of disconnect and another secretary had to be assigned to assist with dealing with the tourism activities and then the cultural activities on the island. So I imagine that by way of an amendment such as this, which is just one of many of the improvements that are needed for us to really achieve increased autonomy on the island, we would expect that perhaps the Chief Secretary will use this discretion now to assign a secretary strictly for the area of tourism. Now, to tie this back to the point that I'm making about how autonomy benefits not just Tobagonians residing on an island, but Trinidadians and the rest of us. Let's use that example where you have one secretary presiding over tourism and you achieve the outcomes you're hoping, the right types of expertise, more attention to the area of responsibility, and you see improvements in Tobago's tourism product. What we would expect now is that Tobago's local tourism industry will improve, but you should also see improvements in the turnover, the revenue generation, the business outcomes for instance, Trinidadians who own Airbnbs, who own different types of accommodations in Tobago. You would see that Trinidadians, for instance, who visit Tobago for leisure purposes, they'd have an enhanced experience. And then you'd see Trinidadians, for instance, and persons from within the region who might have traditionally thought that Tobago is not the ideal tourist destination. You'd see that there's an increased and improved product offering coming out of Tobago. So they may now turn an eye to Tobago and look at it as actually, a good destination. So this is just a very simple example of why we in Tobago keep on advocating for increased autonomy. It's not about cessation. It's not about us being removed from Trinidad. It is about giving Tobago the legal and the political framework within which to effectively govern our affairs. This is what Tobago has always wanted, And to be very fair, this is what us on this side have always sought to give to Tobago. Unfortunately, even when we were in government, those on the other side did not see fit to support this mandate, and it was not for want of trying. The People's National Movement would have made the necessary steps, and unfortunately, in this year, 2026, Tobago has not received the level of autonomy that we would hope to have. Now, I listened very carefully on Friday in the other place to the words of the Honorable Prime Minister, and I listened very carefully when Senator the Honorable Allahar also piloted this bill a few moments ago here. And certain things stood out to me as he spoke. He said, and I'm just paraphrasing here, he said that this government cares about treating Tobago equally. He also said that the government believes that adequate governance structures are key to Tobago's development. And then he spoke of partnership with the THA and the people of Tobago by extension, just me paraphrasing. And while I share these exact sentiments, because it's quite right and it's quite true, as a Tobagonian, I cannot help but ask with utmost sincerity, where were these sentiments on December 9th, 2024? The then People's National Movement-led government came to the Parliament to do precisely what this current government is trying to do, and we were trying to take it even a step further. And I asked myself, is it that back then the opposition didn't care about treating Tobago properly? Is it that in 2024, adequate governance structures for the people of Tobago and for the THA didn't matter? Is it back then that we didn't see central government partnership with the THA as being important? Support for Tobago's autonomy and support for Tobago, it needs to be consistent and it needs to be non-partisan. Support for Tobago should be forthcoming regardless of which party sits in the THA and which party sits in the central government. Support for Tobago should be demonstrated whether a party sits in the government or whether a party sits in the opposition. Tobago is no one's puppet. Support should not be withheld where it serves any political agenda, and support should not be given only when it serves a political or personal agenda. This matter of autonomy for Tobago needs not to be used as a political weapon. For decades, years upon years, since I am a child, some of the earliest conversations I have heard among political minds, among legal minds, among the trade union movements, among even grassroots politicians, has been around issues of Tobago's autonomy. And for all these years, what we want for ourselves on the island continues to be relegated to political collateral, because the issue of autonomy for us in Tobago keeps getting trapped in Trinidad-centric party rivalry. Our consensus, the consensus of the people of Tobago, has continuously been overridden by national political calculations. It is no secret that back in 2024, when support was withheld by the UNC and the TPP, it wasn't because people didn't want autonomy then. It was simply because people thought maybe it would have been a political win for the PNM. The fact that we are now debating these amendments that were reflected in previous bills brought before the Parliament, confirms this. There were no issue with the changes then, and there are no issues with these changes now. Mr. President, you see, while people play Game of Thrones, inside the parliament, Tobagonians continue to struggle because we are surviving or trying to survive in a system that was not necessarily designed for us, and it needs to end now. At this time, I say once again, I reaffirm my commitment. Regardless of the outcome of the THA elections, regardless of any position taken by anyone in this Senate, I reaffirm my commitment to standing in the gap for Tobagonians. I will continue to fight unreservedly for Tobagonians, regardless of political loyalty or the executive composition. And I will restate the undeniable and irrefutable fact that the People's National Movement has always acted in the interest of the people of Tobago. Now, Mr. President, I join with Senator Allahar and make very pleasant mention of the further amendments to Section 3 of the Act, which seek that transition away from the use of the word assemblyman or assemblymen and seek to implement the use of the term assembly member. And I'm smiling because this is very commendable. And I noted the Honorable Prime Minister's commentary in the other place on the motivation behind the change. And as a woman, obviously, that receives my full support. Now, in closing, Mr. President, I wish to express my sincerest gratitude to the People's National Movement for having the foresight, the diligence, and the care to lay the framework and draft the initial legislation that has paved the way for this essential and momentous improvement in the functioning of the Assembly and in the governing of the executive. Moreover, I commend the People's National Movement for a firm and unwavering advocacy for this and other further and needed modifications to Tobago's governance structure, both while we were in government and now while we sit in opposition. This is honestly the kind of commitment, the kind of sincerity, the kind of support that the people of Tobago want and that the people of Tobago deserve and need. Mr. President, despite the UNC's previous deliberate rejection of similar legislative changes in times gone by, we on this side wish to signal our continued support for Tobago's autonomy, and we do so in this instance and in this Senate by giving our wholehearted support to the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026. Thank you.
Senator Zola Phillips.
Thank you. Mr. President, I rise from the independent bench to speak on the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill, and I do so proudly as a Tobagonian, one who is deeply invested in the social, economic, and institutional development of our island. This bill, Mr. President, represents far more than legislative reform. It represents opportunity. It represents recognition. And it represents a long overdue strengthening of Tobago's capacity to manage its own affairs in a manner that is responsive, efficient, and firmly rooted in the lived realities of Tobagonians. For decades, Tobago has carried unique responsibilities while operating within limited administrative scope. This bill acknowledges that Tobago's development trajectory requires not only vision, but the institutional authority and capacity to implement that vision effectively. One of the most significant and commendable outcomes of this bill is its potential to generate employment and expand professional opportunities for qualified Tobagonians. Tobago continues to produce highly trained and capable individuals, administrators, criminal justice professionals, accountants, educators, engineers, social service professionals, many of whom have historically been underutilized or forced to seek opportunities off island. Mr. President, an expansion such as this means more jobs on the island, careers with longevity, and the retention of talent essential to sustainable development. It also creates the social conditions for family stability and growth, as young working Tobagonians are better able to remain on island, establish secure livelihoods, and confidently build their families within their own communities. Economic opportunity is not only about income. It is about dignity, stability, and belonging. When Tobagonians are able to work, live, and raise their families on the island they call home, the social fabric of the community is strengthened, and long-term development becomes more sustainable. Mr. President, another important strength of this bill is that it allows Tobago to move away from overextended institutional arrangements toward more focused and specialized governance. One of the clear advantages of this expansion is that it allows for more dedicated time and attention to be given to newly created and emerging areas of responsibility. Rather than requiring existing divisions to multitask across broad and often competing mandates, this approach promotes focused leadership, clearer accountability, and more effective support to the public. Specialization enhances efficiency, improves service delivery, and allows public officers to perform at their highest professional capacity. In that sense, Mr. President, this bill strengthens not only structures but outcomes. It enhances the quality of governance and improves, again, the lived experience of Tobagonian people. At the same time, Mr. President, responsible support requires responsible reflection. In that spirit, I wish to raise 2 points for consideration, not as objections, but as safeguards to ensure that this bill achieves its intended impact. The first point relates to the allocation of resources necessary to sustain this expansion. Given that the national budget has already been passed, and mindful of the Tobago House of Assembly's existing high recurrent expenditure, the establishment of additional divisions may further increase recurrent costs. If not carefully managed, this could limit allocations to other critical areas of development, particularly those that support private sector growth, entrepreneurship, and economic diversification. Tobago's long-term resilience depends not only on public sector expansion, but also on a thriving private sector that can absorb labor, generate innovation, and reduce dependency. I therefore encourage a phased and strategic approach to implementation, one that is guided by fiscal discipline, performance monitoring, and periodic review. Such an approach would allow the Assembly to scale responsibly while ensuring that development remains balanced and sustainable. The second point for consideration, Mr. President, relates to institutional integrity and public confidence. As authority expands and new positions are created, it is essential that appointments and recruitment processes remain merit-based, transparent, and competency-driven. Tobagonians are not seeking tokenism. They are seeking fairness, professionalism, and opportunity grounded in qualification and capability. Strong institutions are built not only by law, but by the credibility of the people entrusted to carry out those laws. Safeguarding institutional integrity will ensure that this bill strengthens public trust and delivers meaningful results for the people of Tobago. Mr. President, this amendment bill does not weaken the Republic. On the contrary, it strengthens it. A Tobago that functions efficiently, confidently, and responsibly is an asset to Trinidad and Tobago as a whole. By empowering Tobago to manage its affairs more effectively, we improve governance outcomes, enhance national cohesion, and demonstrate that decentralization, when done responsibly, can be a force for unity rather than division. As a Tobagonian, I welcome legislation that brings opportunity home, builds local capacity, and affirms Tobago as a full and valued partner in national development. I therefore rise in support of the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill and urge that its implementation be guided by prudence, transparency, and a clear commitment to sustainable development. Mr. President, I thank you.
Mr. President, I've given an undertaking to perhaps make this shortest contribution I've ever done. On a very important note, it's really just to correct 3 issues raised by the Leader of Government Business. The Leader of Government Business, in indicating his submission, was that the Prime Minister was very serious about Tobago, that we must get over an historical anachronism. He referenced clauses 6 and 3 as being an initiative of the Honourable Prime Minister. It was at that point that I was compelled to tug the leader of my bench to say that the record needs to be corrected, and corrected immediately in a succinct fashion. Mr. President, as you know, I served as the Attorney General for several years, and I had the pleasure of drafting an act to repeal the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, and to provide for powers and functions of the Tobago Island Government and Tobago Legislature and for related matters. That's number 6 of 2021. I also had the pleasure of drafting Act number 13, Bill number 13 of number 2020, an act to amend the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to accord self-government to Tobago, to repeal the THA Act, etc. And let me just put on the record very quickly. If you go to clause 57, way back since 2021, it reads this: a reference in any written law to the former assembly shall be construed as reference to the House of Assembly or Tobago Island Government, as the case may be. A reference, subsection 2, in any written law to assemblyman shall be construed as a reference to assembly member. So let me just put it on the record. Clauses 3 and 6, I thank the Honourable Prime Minister for bothering to look at a law which was drafted 5 years ago and which put into effect the removal of the anachronism in relation to assembly member versus assemblyman. I'd also like to remind that a law written 6 years ago, drafted by me, it caused an amendment to the Constitution to anchor Tobago's lifeblood as a legislature with a cabinet, with an attorney general, with the power to make law, with the power to administer law. And specifically, in creating the THA, we allowed for a new section 141AC of the Constitution where we entrenched Tobago's rights. The Tobago Executive Council, which this bill seeks to raise now to a maximum number of councillors to distribute the load in Part 5 of the THA Act, shall consist of a Chief Secretary, Deputy Chief Secretary, and such number of other secretaries, one of whom shall be the Secretary of Legal Affairs, Attorney at Law, appointed in accordance with the advice of the Secretary from among members of the House. That allows you all 15 assemblymen, if you wish to be, if there was a full majority, a full island sweep, blue, red, whatever it may be, to run. The anchor and root of this law comes from the 2 laws drafted. I would genuinely recommend to the Leader of Government Business that a little reflection on the Hansard record would help to see where the origin of laws comes from, and we commend these 2 laws, which took a lot of time to engender, to have passed, to have deep consultation on to the government, as we hope that they bring more sections to life other than the sections before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Leader of Government.
I too have nothing to say.
Mr. President, we were going about very nicely tonight until two of my friends on the opposition benches spoke. We thought we were going along swimmingly, unanimous support, a happy night. But Senator Radgman couldn't resist throwing jabs at the government. And Senator Al-Rawi, my good friend, please don't recommend to me to reflect on anything. Because we are living in 2026 and not 2021. They have people inside of this Senate who want to take credit for everything and take credit for laws that they never, ever passed. Because they are living in the past. You know, Mr. President, after all is said and done, we're talking about origin of act and initiative and this and that. This bill is a very simple bill, as I said, 1, 2, 3, 4 clauses, simple majority, 3 simple amendments. 4 simple amendments. We get 4 simple amendments. And the fact of the matter, Mr. President, is that we have here this evening done more in this bill for the people of Tobago in 9 months than what they could not do in 10 years, Mr. President. So don't come and tell me about reflect. We are in 2026 and not 2021. Mr. President, those few words I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clerk.
Entitled, An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503.
The Honorable Leader of the House.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026, not 2021, be committed to a committee of the whole Senate, forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honorable Senators, the question is that the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate, forthwith, to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
You ready? Okay. We have 6 clauses in the bill before us. No amendments before us. So we shall take all 6 clauses.
Clauses 1 to 6.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 6 now stand part of the bill. The question is that the bill be now reported to the House, to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill will now be reported to the House. Leader of government business.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved without amendments. I now beg to move.
No.
Oh, sorry, you have to say.
I think you take a basket for me. Okay, okay. Honorable.
To the other side too much. So. Mr. President, I now beg to move. It's getting late. That the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the Tobago House of Assembly Amendment Bill 2026. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, be now read a third time and passed.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill entitled An Act to Amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act, Chapter 2503.
The Honorable Attorney General.
Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Special Measures for Upholding and Preserving the Rule of Law, Public Order, Citizen Security, and Public Safety within certain geographically defined areas of Trinidad and Tobago and for other related matters be now read a second time. Before the Senate this evening, at this late hour, this important bill seeks to allow for the creation of what the bill describes to be zones of special operations. The bill allows for targeted intervention by law enforcement in areas of the country in which there is a concentration of criminal activity and in which gangs are known to be active. The criminal activity which is undertaken in these areas includes homicides, shootings, extortion, robberies, and other serious offenses. That being said, unlike traditional enforcement surges, from time to time, the police would go into areas and spend significant periods of time. Unlike traditional enforcement surges, ZOSOs are not a purely geographic containment strategy. They are designed to be an intelligence-led intervention aimed at dismantling criminal networks rather than simply suppressing activity within a fixed location. Mr. President, by way of introduction, I wish merely to say that the legislation is supported by a number of persons in this country. You've had a number of comments made over the past week or so. One by Clive Dotton, who on the 15th of January 2026 welcomed the initiative, saying that they had worked, the zones had worked well in Jamaica in addressing levels of crime in hotspot areas. And he said, and I quote, "It is a success story and is useful in a post-SOE period." He added that at the end of a state of emergency, it is important to have something in place to continue the gains made, and significant gains have been made by us. He stressed, however, that along with hard policing, there should be social interventions. That is provided for in this bill, including input from non-governmental organizations, religious bodies, and sporting groups. In the Guardian of the 7th of 2026, a former Commissioner of Police, Mr. Griffith, and regional security expert, Dr. Gavin Hira, as well as, well, there was another endorsement by a former police officer, Wayne Head, who plied his trade at the United Nations doing security work. But Mr. Hira described zones of special operations as a viable and effective option once the SOE ends, warning that crime could surge if emergency powers are lifted without proper contingency planning. I'm not sure if that was Mr. Hira or Mr. Griffith. But suffice it to say that there have been endorsements by persons totally unconnected with the government of what the business of the Senate is involved in this evening. Mr. President, gangs in Trinidad and Tobago are not rooted solely in physical space. They are sustained by leadership structures, financing channels, firearms, supply chains, communication networks, and systems of community control. The key personnel, however, tend to be territorial and tend to control physical spaces. Now, one might ask, how are zones identified? In the legislation, Clause 6 of the bill states as follows, and I quote, "Where there are reasonable grounds to believe that there is a rampant criminality such as murder, gang warfare, or high escalating levels of violence, or the threat to the rule of law and public order are significant, the Prime Minister in Council may by order declare any geographically defined area within a single continuous boundary in Trinidad and Tobago as a zone." It has been said that these zones somehow target persons belonging to a particular race, a particular creed, and some misguided persons suggest that that might extend even to a political party. I wish to be clear. The government is targeting criminals. It is targeting gangs. It is targeting the leaders of those gangs and the membership of the gangs. Our position of principle, our resolve, is that we will not on this side allow ever gang leaders and gang members and gangs to wreak havoc on the country. And that is so ever again. That is a promise that this government has. Mr. President, the citizens of the country and we as a nation face unprecedented threats, threats that could not have been conceived of in 1962 when the Constitution was first written, or even in 1976 when the Republican Constitution was drafted. The law must adapt and evolve as circumstances and challenges of the society evolve and grow. And our responses to those threats and challenges must be adequate, lest we perish as a society. So yes, this is new legislation. And the fact that it is new does not mean that it is bad. It means that the government recognizes that if we are to win the war against the criminal elements today, we must do something differently. And Mr. President, that is not to say that we are taking complete credit for the thought behind the legislation, because our friend opposite, by happenstance, Senator Al-Rawi, and this is something that we had known but not spoken of, but Senator Al-Rawi is not going to tell an untruth. He drafted a law which is almost on all fours with the piece of legislation that is before us today. It failed in the womb in the cabinet of the People's National Movement. He drafted a law. This law, it was done by public servants in the Law Reform Commission. But the law was killed in the womb in the cabinet. And there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. The reason for that is that this piece of legislation requires courage to bring to this Parliament to have enacted. All. And, Mr. President, say what you wish. The Prime Minister of this country today has the courage to have us bring this legislation before this Parliament. Now, so that it is the first time that the legislation is before the Parliament, it is not the first time that it has been conceived of. Now, that is a point which I know that Senator Al-Rawi will not contest. It's beyond that. In the other place, one of the members, one of his colleagues, I didn't know if he was speaking in favor of him or against him, or I couldn't for the life of me understand why he would make that confession. But we know that that happened. I would have heard from the public servants. But one of the members of the PNM in the other place had the temerity to say that the law had been drafted by them, and then went on to, I use some license with my language, but then went on to say, he said failed in the cabinet. It was killed in the womb in the cabinet. This government will not shy away from the responsibilities to all of our citizens. When in the past others have balked, when in the past others have flagged, when strength was called for, we will act. We shall never give up in this battle against the criminal elements. Mr. President, as I said in the other place, the bill comes against the background of the fact that we are preparing for life after the state of emergency. Now, we would all recall that in July of 2025, the President, acting on the advice of the government, declared that a state of public emergency existed in Trinidad and Tobago. That advice to declare the state of emergency came to us as a direct result of intelligence gathered by the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service of an imminent existential threat to the state itself and to state actors and assets of the state. Now, that threat emanated from within the prison. And as previously disclosed, it was a result of, it involved collusion and collaboration among gang leaders within the prison system, employees, unfortunately, of the prison, and affiliates of gang members outside in the society. As a matter of fact, and I can confirm this evening, that the threat was evidenced when a voice note, which I had heard some time before, eventually made its way into the public domain, in which one of the key persons involved in this plot was actually caught on tape. I wish to avoid the use of the word intercept. I know that Senator Al-Rawi might have a problem with the use of that word and the law, but he was caught on tape saying this one has to fall, this one has to fall, this one lives here, and so on and so forth. That took place when a gang leader was brought from Tetron, where he was housed, and could not communicate, to the High Court. And at the High Court, he was able to, on that first day, when things were not properly organized, he was able to tell one of his associates, kill X and kill Y and kill Z, and mash up the place. I'm not sure if you heard the voice note, but the voice note went around. It's a small country. So the point is that the threat was real. Now, it bears noting that months before, my colleagues opposite had moved to declare a state of emergency, not in respect of an existential threat to the security of the state, but because of a fear of reprisals from gangs in circumstances where one gang member had been shot and they feared that that might mushroom. The common denominator in the two would be gangs, gang leaders, gang members. And the short point is that the gangs are a problem in this society. Whether you were there, whether you saw it fit to declare a state of emergency to treat with gang reprisals, I think that's a police matter. But be that as it may, it's water under the bridge. We dealt with an existential threat to the state. Both threats were emanated from gang activity. In the past 6 months, since our declaration of a state of emergency, there have been unprecedented reductions in the number of murders, robberies, kidnappings, shootings, and other heinous crimes in Trinidad and Tobago, with some categories of serious crime seeing a decline of close to 50%. In homicides, it was between 40 and 42%. Mr. President, we do not intend to go back to the state of lawlessness that obtained in Trinidad and Tobago before this government took office. Now, I say we've obtained a significant amount of intelligence on how exactly the gangs operate. And we've done that over the past 6 months. Our security services have gathered intelligence into operations, funding, locations, bases, identities, affiliates of gangs who have been running riot in the country. Now, I've been authorized to release information from the TTPS, and I propose to do justice to that by quoting extensively from their own intelligence reports. As I say, I have permission. I spoke to the Commissioner of Police to ask him again this afternoon if this was okay. Now, the police say that violent crime, especially murder, was heavily driven by organized gang activity and sustained by the widespread availability of illegal firearms. That's not a surprise. They said these trends suggest that violent crime during the period was structured, retaliatory, and concentrated rather than random in nature. Again, not a surprise. They said the persistence of these patterns, and then extrapolated from what we've learned over the last 6 years, because they're now looking at why are structures so difficult to dismantle. Persistence of these patterns over the course of years highlights the presence of deeply embedded criminal ecosystems operating within, and this is critical, specific geographic areas throughout Trinidad and Tobago. This is a police report, not me. They said that serious crime was not evenly distributed across the country. Certain areas consistently recorded higher volumes of serious crime, reflecting a combination of population density, socioeconomic factors, entrenched gang activities, historical patterns of criminal settlement, and proximity to major transport and economic corridors. Higher concentrations of serious criminal activity, they say, is clustered within specific corridors and communities, and that reinforced findings that national crime levels are disproportionately driven by actors in a limited number of geographic areas. I'm coming to the end. I know it's late, but I'm coming to the end of what I propose to say from the police report. Serious crime hotspots in Trinidad and Tobago, they say, are persistent rather than transient. This persistence suggests the presence of deeply embedded criminal networks characterized by stable leadership structures, territorial influence, and sustained access to firearms. What they found was that firearms, and they recovered a number of firearms, but the gangs obviously keep firearms close by them. They sometimes, when they speak of geographical areas, they speak sometimes in terms of a half of a street. So a half of a street belongs to, I'll just use a number. It may be an accurate number for those of you who know anything about the underbelly. 6 might own half of a road, and 7 might own the other half. This is where we've come to in this country. So geographic areas in that sense. You go across the street and you're in 7's territory. You put a few steps back into across the street and you're in 6's territory. And the firearms are located, because these people know sometimes that the police are around, but not around for very long. They conceal the gun sometimes in places where 6 will have access, ready access to their guns. I mean, these happen to be numbers which are real, but they could be, I could say 106. They go on, and I want to speed up a bit. The durability of the hotspots, that helps to explain why national crime levels have historically been resistant to short-term or isolated interventions, and why meaningful reductions in violent crime are difficult to sustain. And then finally, they say because violent crime is clustered within defined areas, again, the constant theme that is running through this is that we are speaking of defined areas. Because violent crime is clustered within defined areas, changes in enforcement intensity, leadership disruption, or criminal mobility within these communities can result in significant shifts in crime figures for a brief period of time. Mr. President, those opposite know, I believe, that what I have just stated is true. They just lack the resolve to do anything about it. They said, as a matter of fact, they're on record as saying, crime, that's for the police, not for me. The former Minister of National Security had a penchant for sleeping in the Senate and sleeping in the House of Representatives. That's what they thought of the importance of treating with this. I'm not going there. So they knew what the problem was because the special branch and the intelligence agencies were telling them what the problem was. There are other issues. We got a lot of licks for dealing with URP and CPEP and so on and so forth. Criminal activity was concentrated in some of those programs. They knew it, we know it. We had the courage to do something about it. We are not going back there. Now, I say that they knew it because there was an exercise, you see. In 2017, without the benefit of legislation, there was a problem in a part of Trinidad and Tobago. People were being killed every single day, basically. The TTPS in that part of Trinidad and Tobago, without the legislative framework, went in and they maintained a heavy police presence, joint army, what we call JAPs, joint army police patrols, went into this community and basically locked the community down for a period of time in 2017. They know about it. There was no legislative support for it, but a lot of good came out of that exercise. It lasted for a protracted period of time, and the homicide rate fell from 1 in every day or 1 in every other day. It fell precipitously to almost 0. Now, Mr. President, what happened in central Trinidad was not only a consequence of hard police action. The police took in community police service, the community police service, and other agencies of the state. So they did other things. They took care of lights, passports, all sorts of things, jobs. They listened to people. And yes, there was, I'm not running away from that, there was hard policing. I spoke to the officer who was in charge at that time, and he told me that it was difficult. But by the time they eventually left the community, because there was both a soft approach and a hard approach, it was difficult for the gangs to move back in because they had reaped significant, people got driver's licenses, ID cards, they were allowed out of their houses at different times and so on. And they became angry with the gang leaders and the gang members, and there was pushback from the community. So it was a success story for a while. Things have slipped because this was an ad hoc thing. It was not supported by legislative policy. The police officer is still in still in the police service, and he has now been promoted to a fairly high rank. But the government appreciates that the bill which is before us is as much about confronting criminals as it is about giving the law-abiding citizens who have suffered in crime-riddled communities for far too long a chance at a safer, more promising present and future. So we have built into the bill measures designed for the betterment and development of the communities which may fall into the zones of special operations. So the bill provides for the establishment of a social transformation committee to do various things, including to treat with physical infrastructure, health, environment, land tenure, that's a major issue, housing, settlements, but also to identify threats to sustainable development of the community within the zone, of course, to deal with unemployment as well. Now, there are, and I'm not running away from this, there are a number of things that have been said in the national community about, I gave the testimonials, of course the opposition plays a valuable role in a democracy. And the opposition, their friends, and concerned persons in the society have expressed views. I want to treat with some of those now. First of all, the bill is not a state of emergency. It's a point which I belabored in the other place. I repeat it here today. The power, first of all, the powers that you get in the legislation do not apply to the country as a whole. That's for starters. It's not a state of emergency. It is a zone of special operations. Now, what are the features of the zone of special operations? Well, you can have arrest without a warrant, but while the bill does allow for arrest without a warrant, that power already exists both in statute and in common law. So if you look at clause 18 of the bill, you'll see that the joint force, where the joint force is carrying out an operation in a zone, a person shall not be arrested or detained unless the officer in charge of the operation is satisfied that there are reasonable grounds for the arrest or detention of the person. So it is possible to have an arrest without a warrant on reasonable grounds. Now, on that point, I'd just like to refer to a case that comes out of the Supreme Court, which, as you know, if the other side of the Supreme Court, it's the same building, one side is the Supreme Court, the other side is the Privy Council, manned by the same judges, it's our highest court. Now, in 2015, in a case R versus the Commissioner of Police, and this is a decision of Lady Hale, who was then Deputy President of the court, she delivered a judgment on the 17th of December 2015. And she said that the case concerned the exercise of police powers on suspicionless searches. Ours are not suspicionless. We have to have reasonable cause. Now, what she said in the case, and I just want to read the first paragraph of the decision because it's important for us. She says, in this country, we are worried of giving too much power to the police. We believe that we should be free to be out and about in public without being subjected to compulsory powers of the police, at least unless and until they have reasonable grounds to suspect that we are up to no good. Our legislation has reasonable grounds, reasonable suspicion. We have so far resisted such suggestions that we should all have to carry identity cards that the police can demand to see whenever they want. We have unhappy memories of police powers to stop and search suspected persons. And then she goes on to say, nevertheless, there are few instances in which our Parliament has decided that suspicionless stop and search powers, even more draconian powers than we have, are necessary for the protection of the public from terrorism, and then it's disjunctive, or serious crime. Now, their powers are rooted in the Criminal Justice and Public Order Act, and the case concerned a challenge to the provision in the Criminal Justice Act on the basis of what they would argue to be. They don't have the power to say it's unconstitutional, but contrary to the Human Rights Act. And the court rejected the challenge, and this dicta is important. Now, in arriving at the decision, this is what the court says. Any random, suspicionless power of stop and search carries with it the risk that it will be used in an arbitrary or discriminatory manner in individual cases. There are, however, great benefits to the public in such a power. It is the randomness and therefore the unpredictability of the search which has the deterrent effect and also increases the chance that weapons will be detected. The purpose of this is to reduce the risk of serious violence when knives and other offensive weapons are used. They had a problem with that, and then they had a problem with gangs. They said this about the gangs. It must be borne in mind that many of these gangs are largely composed of young people from black and minority ethnic groups. While there's a concern that members of these groups should not be disproportionately targeted. This is our highest court. It is members of these groups who will benefit most from the reduction in violence, serious injury, and death that may result from the use of such powers. Put bluntly, it is mostly young black lives that will be saved if there is less gang violence in London and some other cities. This is our highest court, stating the uncomfortable truth in England that I am not afraid to repeat here tonight. The law shall, in the words of Lady Hale, save young black youth when it is enacted. Now, Mr. President, I know that time is against me. I did in the other place run through the 6 parts of the legislation. What I propose to do is to, and I did speak to the fact that there is a power in the Prime Minister acting in council, National Security Council, together with the Chief of Defense Staff, the Commissioner of Police, to make the declaration. That is really no different from the power which we exercise as a National Security Council to advise Her Excellency the President to declare a state of emergency, which is far more draconian in terms of its effects than a zone of special operations. And I did speak to the fact that there is a soft element in the legislation, one that seeks to promote the long-term rejuvenation of the communities that we go into. Now, unlike the English, we do have a constitutional issue, but we could, and our advice was that we could pass this bill with a simple majority because of the fact of you've had our highest court saying this is a matter which does not infringe the Human Rights Act. They don't have a written constitution. And if you look at Surat and Suraj and the English case, the Metropolitan Police case, we are confident that we could have passed this without a special majority. We've put the special majority certificate on it, and we are asking members of the Senate to do as the House did and to pass this bill, not with the unanimous support of the House. It's a difficult piece of legislation, one that persons of good faith can disagree on, but the very definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. This is not new legislation. They have tried, my colleagues opposite, it's not that we woke up one morning and decided that we were going to be demagogues, or we were going to be dictators. They tried it. When I was in government, Mr. Manning, the Prime Minister at the time, took a proposal to the National Security Council to treat with this. The country today faces a crisis which it has never faced in its entire existence. This is the nature of the response that must meet the threat of this moment. And I'm asking members of the Senate to work with us to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago does not slip back to where we were 2 years ago with a murder rate close to 700 and with rampant crime on the streets. And I want to remind my colleagues opposite, with a government in place which, having declared a state of emergency to treat with gang reprisals, then sat quietly as a state prosecutor charged with executing the laws, was assassinated in cold blood during the state of emergency. We are not going back there. Mr. President, with those words, I beg to move. I ask the independent bench in particular to support the legislation.
Honorable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Special Measures for Upholding and Preserving the Rule of Law, Public Order, Citizen Security, and Public Safety within certain geographically defined areas of Trinidad and Tobago, and for other related matters, be now read a second time. The Honorable Faris Al-Rawi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I thank the Attorney General for piloting this bill in the way that he did. I have literally been a student of the Attorney General from time to time at my LLB level, but I watched him in particular suffer an excoriation by the UNC when he was the PNM Attorney General for this country. He fashioned sort. He was beaten like a boboli, if I use that expression, over sort. He fashioned the law in relation to no bail for kidnapping. He was beaten for that. He fought against the UNC. Today, he's piloting a law, did so expertly, if I say so myself, with measure, decorum, and he put forward a few points which in 40 minutes are hard to catch in terms of the time required to address his submissions, but permit me the opportunity to do that. Mr. President, I did draft the Zones of Special Operation and Community Development Act 2017. It was 28 clauses long with a schedule, and it is almost exactly, word for word, the law before us now. What's different in the law that I drafted in 2017, having instructed the Law Commission to do that, Law Reform Commission, was the following few clauses, which today are the gravamen of the issue before the House. The Clause 4 and Clause 3 of the bill that I drafted in 2017. Clause 3 says that the Act is inconsistent with the Constitution, as this one does, that we require a special majority of 3/5. But Clause 4 of the bill which I drafted, which is exactly in terms of this bill, almost word for word the same, has a very important point. Clause 4 says, this act shall be construed as altering the Constitution. And contrary to the submissions of the Honorable Attorney General, that I may have had the courage to draft the law, but it was killed in the womb of the Cabinet. I note the Honorable Attorney General said that he saw some comments coming from Pastor Dottin and other people, etc. But the truth is, I went for consultation. The consultation that I went for, first person, was Kamla Prasad Bisesa, Leader of the Opposition. A letter was written to Gerald Ramdeen, then Senator Ramdeen, and it starts this way. Dear Senator Ramdeen, raise Zones of Special Operation and Community Development Bill 2017. I refer to the mattered caption and write in the spirit of the July 18, 2017 discussions held between the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, and the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa, as set out hereunder. As you are aware, the government has focused on the issue of elimination of crime and criminality as utmost priority. Needless to say, the focus is multidimensional and involves legislative, operational considerations, adjustments. The government's legislative agenda to tackle the scourge of crime, and I'm summarizing here. As per the Honourable Prime Minister's discussion with the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, we confirm that the government shall, under separate cover, issue report, non-legislative measures. We provided statistics. We provided affidavits of the Commissioner of Police. We inform that in its dedicated effort, the government has been in continued dialogue with its international and regional partners. Further informed legislative operations improve CARICOM, closely monitored by the Office of the Attorney General. Ongoing collaborative work offered by the Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, White Collar Crime, Terrorism. The Office of the AG, close working relationship, updated on all stages of the Law Reform Special Zones of Operation Act of Jamaica. Both Jamaican House of Representatives and Senate supported the legislation, which was assented to July 14, 2017. We are writing August 2017. Leader of Opposition Business Senator Mark Golding described the bill as extraordinary piece of legislation. The development and passage of the Jamaican law fits squarely into some of the conditions that currently apply in Trinidad and Tobago, and the government has spent considerable time reflecting upon the possibility of applying similar legislative approach. Jamaican law, I provided a copy. Opposition's information, special zones not exceeding 60 days. The law permits inter alia joint forces comprising Jamaican Constabulary and the Jamaican Defence Force. body cameras, extension of time, affirmative resolution of Parliament. Sound familiar? The Office of the Attorney General has drafted a bill reflective of the Jamaican law. It's entitled this, which requires both a 3/5 and a 2/3 special majority. The Office of the AG desires to obtain the views of stakeholders on this bill and advances same for due consideration of the Cabinet. In this regard, find copy of the draft bill. Law has the potential to deepen and sustain on-the-ground crime. Greatly appreciated. Here the end. I ask you to note that the draft bill may require necessary consequential amendments to several laws, including the Police Service Act, the Defence Act, the Firearms Act. The amendments are being actively considered but ultimately flow after receipt of stakeholder comments. We have letters to the Law Association. We have letters to to the DPP's department. We have to the Southern lawyers. Wide spans of consultation, with the caveat that the law that we drafted in 2017 required not only a 3/5 majority, but a 2/3 majority. But I'd like to put quickly on summary point. This 2017 Jamaican law, which we are essentially bringing forward as the Honorable Attorney General does today, is very different in how it is seated in the Jamaican Constitution, seated in the Jamaican law, seated in the protections of law behind it. It also comes at a time, today, in the form that it is clothed in the Trinidad version, where it does not reflect upon the Administration of Justice Preliminary Inquiries Act, the AJIPA Act. Because in 2019 again, 2019 again, 2020, 2020, 2020, 3 times again, 2023, 2024, 2024 again, 2025, we amended the Administration of Justice Preliminary Inquiries Act. We created a division of court, we put in court rules, and we specified up to this Parliament the mechanisms by which you can have search warrants, arrest warrants, the manner in which persons charged with indictable offences come before the court. We drew the distinction with the summary courts, chapter 420, because you can be arrested and come before a magistrate for a summary matter. But this 2017 Jamaican law, clothed now without a 2/3 majority, brought before us now, has none of the anchorings of how you are treated when you are charged. But this law is about one concept in law. This law is about the separation of powers principle. This law requires consideration as to whether it really ought to have a 2/3 majority for very specific reason. Let's go to the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Section 4 and 5 treats with human rights. Right to equality before the law, right to enjoyment of property, all of the rights that we have, right to private life, qualified, etc. The Section 4 and Section 5 rights can be infringed under the Constitution pursuant to Section 13. It must be proportionate. It must be reasonable in a society such as Trinidad and Tobago, and with a 3/5 majority, you can pass it. This bill has that. Clause 3. You can exercise emergency-type powers to infringe constitutional rights in the Constitution under the emergency powers section of the Constitution. We know that. We have had many SOEs. Exceptions for emergency, Part 3 of the Constitution, Section 7 to 12. You can also derogate against very entrenched rights pursuant to Section 54 of the Constitution. Section 54 is the section of the Constitution that says, if you are going to interfere with the Constitution or certain provisions of it, whether expressly or impliedly, I'm paraphrasing, you must have certain majority support. In particular, Section 54, subsection 6 says, in this section, references to the alteration of any provision of this Constitution of Trinidad and Tobago Independence Act 62 includes reference to repealing it, with or without reenactment thereof, or making of different provisions in place thereof, and listen to this bit, or the making of provisions for any particular case or class of case inconsistent therewith to modify it and to supersede its operation for any law. And I propose now to address you, Mr. President, as to why Section 54(6) is relevant to this law, why in the version that I drafted in 2017, it required the clause 4, which says this act shall be construed as amending the Constitution, because Section 54 says, insofar as you're going to alter sections, and I'm going to read the relevant ones, 116 to 125 of the Constitution, it must be passed by Parliament unless the final vote thereon in each House is supported by the vote of not less than 2/3 of the members of each House. And what are those provisions that we're referring to? Those provisions that we're referring to are the provisions which give the constitutional protection. Section 110 is the Judicial and Legal Services Commission. Section 122, Chapter 9, Appointment to and Tenure of Offices, Service Commissions. 120 is the Public Service Commission. 121 is Appointment of Public Service Officers. 122 is the Police Service Commission. 122A is relevant to the removal of members there. 123 is powers of the Police Service Commission. 123, capital A, powers of Commissioner of Police. Underline that, asterisk, and highlight it. It is 123A. The Commissioner of Police shall have complete power to manage police service. Commissioner of Police have power to appoint, transfer police officers, remove officers, exercise discipline, etc. The Constitution, the supreme law of the land, says that the Commissioner of Police has the power to manage his affairs. The Commissioner of Police and the Deputy Commissioner of Police under the Constitution are to be disciplined and managed by the Police Service Commission. The Police Service Commission is the independent entity which is insulated from political power by the architecture of the Constitution and by numerous decisions of the Supreme Courts of Trinidad and Tobago, that is the Privy Council, in particular, the case of Endell Thomas. In particular, the dicta of Lord Diplock, which speaks to the need for an anxious scrutiny to avoid the risk that a political entity may essentially have an army at its disposal for political purposes. In other words, if there is no protection from ministerial input, which I will come to and how this bill offends it, then you are in trouble and the rule of law is in trouble. And Mr. President, let me jump immediately into the bill. This bill, Jamaican in draft, this bill, and I'll come to the differences in the Jamaican point, but let me anchor the Constitution right now. This bill provides for something called a joint force. This joint force is a combination of the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. I've just told you how the police service is anchored in the Constitution. The police service is managed by a Commissioner of Police, that's second division. The police commissioner and the deputy police commissioner are managed in terms of discipline, reporting, accountability, reports to the Police Service Commission every 6 months. They are managed by a Police Service Commission, not by politicians. There's a method to insulate how the members of the Police Service Commission are appointed. The second arm of the joint force in the law is the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force is a very different creature. The Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, Chapter 1401, says this. We have here, there shall be established and maintained, Section 5 in Trinidad and Tobago, a body of military forces, style Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force, unit of land force, the regiment, Coast Guard, such other units as President may from time to time. Every unit shall be charged with defense of Trinidad and Tobago and with such other duties as may from time to time be defined by the Council. The President may at any time unit deployed out of Trinidad and Tobago. The Defense Council, Part 2, Section 7. There is established a Defense Council consisting of the Minister, that is the Minister of National Security, who shall be chairman, 2 other members of the Cabinet appointed by Prime Minister, Chief of Defense Staff, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Defense. Where the Secretary is absent, etc., the Council shall, Section 8, subject to subsection 2, the Council shall be responsible under the general authority of the Minister for the command, administration, and discipline of all other matters relating to the force. The responsibility of the Council, subsection 2, shall not extend to operational use of the force, for which responsibility shall vest in the Chief of Defence Staff, subject to the general or special directions of the Minister. There is no equivalent of a police service commission for the Defence Force. Now, why am I raising that? Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, okay. Trinidad and Tobago Defence Force, let's treat with that. Let's look at the bill. The bill says, and I want you to look at sections of the bill that pointed. When we're looking to the operation of the Joint Force, the Joint Force has a very specific power when you're dealing with the powers to operate in the zone. And the Joint Force under Part 4, powers of Joint Force in zone. In respect of any zone, Joint Command may cordon, establish a curfew, Commissioner of Police and Chief of Defence Staff may curfew, may cordon. Listen to subsection 2, and this is the gravamen of the debate. For the avoidance of doubt, whenever a cordon is established or a curfew is imposed under subsection 1, any member of the Joint Force may, for the purposes of enforcing such cordon or curfew, exercise such powers as are vested in a constable. Powers in a constable. What are the powers of a constable? Let's go to chapter 1501. That is the police service. Let's go to section 42. Let's go to section 43. Every police officer shall have all such rights, powers, authority, privileges, immunities, and is liable to all such duties and responsibilities as any constable duly appointed now has or subject to liable or may have had subject to liable under any written or unwritten law. 44. General power of police officer, wherein any written law powers conferred upon a police officer, a certain grade, such power may lawfully be exercised by police officer of higher grade. 45. General duties of police officer. A police officer shall preserve the peace, detect crime, other breaches, may arrest, charge, bring before a summary court, person found committing, etc., summon, prosecute, serve and execute, shall keep order, repress internal disturbances. A police officer may arrest without warrant. Section 46. Charge with another person who commits a breach of the peace, obstructs police officer, etc., etc. 47. Warrants issued. 48. Execution of warrant. The police have very specific powers. Now, we in this bill provide the army with police powers. The police have the constitutional protection of the arrangements in our sections 122, 123, 123A of the Constitution. The police have been held to be insulated pursuant to the dicta of the Privy Council. But look at what we are doing in this bill. This bill says that any member of the Joint Force may search without a warrant any vehicle, that's section 16. Search any place, vehicle within a zone without a warrant. We then go to the power to arrest. Look at clause 18. Where the Joint Force is carrying out an operation in a zone, a person shall not be arrested or detained unless the officer in charge of the operation. Who is that? The Joint Force, the Joint Command. It may be Army, it may be police. Where are the immunities? Even in a lawful arrest, which is determined by a court, or where a court determines that an arrest is not lawful, where are the immunities for the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service versus the Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force? Where? How do you climb to protect the members of the public constitutionally when we know that the discipline and management of the Defense Force is ultimately up to the Minister of National Security? The Honorable Attorney General is right. It wasn't that this is the first time that this is happening. In Trinidad and Tobago, we had a different version of this. In Trinidad and Tobago, the UNC government brought a bill commonly referred to as the Soldier Police Bill. They brought a bill, it's number 4 of 2013, an act to amend the Defense Act. In that act, they were giving police powers to the Defense Force. They sought to balance it by giving the Police Complaints Authority some authority to receive a complaint. But the problem with that law, as the problem with this law is that you do not have the protection of a service commission over the Defense Force. The discipline is subject ultimately to the council, which is up to the minister. The minister controls what the CDS, the Chief of Defense Staff, does. And when we get into what can be done or not done, it is imperative that we look to the words of Lord Diplock in Thomas versus the AG, 1981, 32 WIR. The whole purpose of Chapter 8, now Chapter 9 for us, of the Constitution, which bears the rubric public service, is to insulate members of the civil service, the teaching service, the police service from political influence exercised directly upon them by the government of the day. When we look to Section 54(6) and we look to Clause 4 of the bill that I drafted, you will see that this law is to be construed as altering the Constitution, because you are effectively altering Chapter 9 of the Constitution. Chapter 9 of the Constitution is being constructively altered here, and the problem that we have is that when the joint force goes into operation, the police aspect is covered, the army aspect is not. And when the army aspect is not covered, what does the bill say? The bill says you will discipline them. You look to Clause 10, you look to Clause 11, you will see the bill says, well, okay, the protection is that you'll discipline these people. If you look to Clause 10 of the bill, we have if you breach any member of the Joint Command, you shall comply with written accountability and reporting systems. 10.5, a person who fails to comply with subsection 4 is liable to disciplinary action. Similarly, if you look to Clause 11, subsection 2, a member of the Joint Command who fails to comply with subsection 1 is liable to disciplinary action. How does disciplinary action help us in a constitutional context? It does not, Mr. President. And if we go into the crux of the complaint, we are compelled to know that we are making provisions for a particular case, in my view, in a collision with Chapter 9 of the Constitution, because you cannot fail to look at it as if the Police Service Commission is being asked to look at the Defense Force. We are not making the members of the Defense Force expressly under the ambit of the Police Service Commission, but we are impliedly asking that consequence to be held. And when we do that, it's why you need a 2/3 majority, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, Jamaica, if I may ask how much time I have left, Mr. President? 15 minutes? Jamaica, from which this law comes, Jamaica started with this law in 1974. In 1974, they had the Jamaica Suppression of Crime Act. That one had security forces, Constabulary of Jamaica, that's the police, Jamaica Defense Force. They gave them powers to enter zones. That 1974 Act was the law that then Attorney General Ram Logan brought to justify the Soldier Police Bill in 2013. He said, Jamaica has the law, look the law, it's the 1974 law. He didn't bother to tell us that in 1994, Jamaica repealed that law. Jamaica removed the power of defense force to arrest people. In 2017, the Jamaicans came up with their special zones of operation, very similar to this law. But Mr. President, when Jamaica has its law, Jamaica has safeguards that we do not have in this bill. Number one, it is a fact that the members of the opposition are invited to the National Security Council of Jamaica. That does not happen here. Number two, this is the most important reason why Jamaica cannot be used as an all-force precedent. Jamaica has something called the Independent Commission of Investigations Act 2010. It's called INDICOM. The INDICOM is established by law. And INDICOM says, for the purposes of this act, there is hereby constituted a commission of Parliament to be known as the Independent Commission of Investigation. The commission shall consist of a commissioner appointed by the Governor and Council after consultation with Prime Minister and Leader of the Opposition. Independent, similar to our Section 80 of the Constitution. Functions of the commission, INDICOM, is to look at any complaint concerning a security force. Who is a security force? The Jamaican Police, the Jamaican Defense Force, the Island Special Constabulary Force, the Rural Police, the Parish Police. In Trinidad and Tobago, our Police Complaints Authority looks at the police. In INDICOM, they have the right and privilege and mandatory requirement that wherever any incident happens involving police in a zone, they are obliged to close off the zone and preserve the site for INDICOM to come. INDICOM must receive reports to the Parliament. INDICOM must report to the Parliament. The Jamaican Constabulary, the Jamaican Defence Force are supervised by INDICOM. The Jamaican law was drafted by a colleague of mine from law school, the Honorable Marlene Malahou Fort. She was Attorney General. She drafted the Special Zones of Operation law in 2017. I know for a fact that the constitutionality of the Jamaican law has not been tested. I know for a fact that the Jamaican zones of operations allow for the police to engage in action. Now, I would like to say to the Honorable Attorney General, he is the architect of how SAUT, S-A-U-T-T, managed to function constitutionally and properly in Trinidad and Tobago. He came under heavy criticism for SAUT, but nobody could bring a case against it, nobody could challenge it. And the reason is that the Trinidad and Tobago police did the coercive action, not the defense force. This law nearly gets there, you know. If you look to this zone, and you go, our special zones law, and you go to the powers in the zone, and you look to the Joint Command, Army and Police going in to search, the Honorable Attorney General, in bringing the same law that we drafted, says in subclause 3 to clause 16, a police officer in connection with a search may seize. It's not a Joint Command. If this law said that the Army is mere aid to force, cannot arrest, cannot seize, cannot search, but could stand up and watch, you're good. What this law also does not do, it does not tell us, and it has implied repeal consequences, what happens on arrest. You're told you can arrest, you'll go to the police station, they'll hold you for a number of hours. If you don't go to the police station after those hours to a magistrate, you could go to a judge. Nowhere in here is the issue of bail. Now, it doesn't expressly say so, but it does not do as we did in a jipper and tell you that when you are arrested, you go through the indictable route, you go through the summary route, you go to the master for initial hearing. We just dealt with a jipper. The Honorable Attorney General brought forward an amendment which he had to bring forward, which we all supported, subject to certain amendments. And in dealing with a jipper, what did we do? We took conscious reflection of a recent case, and that was a judgment of Joel Alexander and the Attorney General. Sure. I have very short time.
I know. I was enjoying your presentation. Up to the point with bail. If you read the law properly, you'll see that your first port of call is the magistrate. If the magistrate says no, you go to the judge. And the purpose of that is to get to be released.
Thank you, AG. I was coming to the point. I'm going to add it further to say it does not expressly remove the right of habeas corpus, which we accept is there as well, so I accept that. But my point is, the process mapping which we engage with in a jipper, where you are streamlined in how the charges are to be brought to you, etc. The drafting of this in light of the passage of a jipper may lead to a collision which suggests in court, whilst we may intend one thing here, because it is not in line with a jipper, the question is whether we are impliedly repealing certain aspects of a jipper or the Summary Courts Act, because a subsequent law is deemed to affect another law which came earlier than it has been passed. And therefore, I say as a drafter of law that my concern is that with the passage of a jipper and with the amendments that we have made most recently for the inclusion of a justice of the peace, the law that we just passed in the Senate, Mr. President, says a justice of the peace could give you bail at the moment you are in the police station. This law does not suggest that. This law does not suggest that. This law says that you should stay in custody. Now, when this law says that the magistrate may let you go, not satisfied that there's reasonable cause, or the judge may say that he's not satisfied there may be reasonable cause, what happens to the fact that we only give powers and therefore responsibilities to the defense force? What about privileges and immunities? Do they pay out of pocket? The Police Service Act has privileges and immunities. We have given powers. What about immunities? Did Parliament in its wisdom intend to exclude the immunities? It's a question to be asked. I believe the AG, and I may intellectualize over this, but this is going to be argued in court, Mr. President. So, if I may ask how much time? 7. With 7 minutes, nowhere near enough time to do justice to a debate that this requires. This is perhaps the most fundamental principle of law. I believe that stringent powers are required. If this law were to say, let's come up with the ability to put a cordon and a curfew in very carefully designed circumstances by the police, okay, Trinidad has the emergency powers in the Constitution. It also has a Disaster Measures Act. Our Disaster Measures Act allows parts of Trinidad to be taken over and managed and for compensation to be paid. But this law does not allow for compensation. The committee which is being appointed has no form of insulation from against political involvement. The Jamaican committee involves a committee which appoints INDICOM. That committee is comprised of members of the opposition and government. They say a leader of the House in the Senate with the opposition leader. They say a leader of the House in the House of Representatives with the opposition counterpart. This law does none of that. So the committee that we're looking at for social involvement is not, with the greatest of respect, with a veil of ignorance on, one that lends itself to a view of appearing to be other than controlled by the minister. Who's going to control the prime minister in this? Who? If this bill was dead in the womb, whose womb? Why did Mrs. Prasad Bisesa, leader of the opposition, not write to us at any moment in time, despite repeated reminders to her for consultation on this law. Whose womb did it die in? The womb of the PNM? That is to pretend that the leader of the opposition wasn't consulted in writing and that the Prime Minister did not go to her and sit in a meeting. This law was not progressed because the constitutional concerns. Today, I am so pleased to hear everybody on the UNC bench talking about Surat and Suraj. You remember, Mr. President, I was mocked constantly for daring to say that proportionality is what determines our law and that Surat would be upheld. Ultimately, Lady Hale's dicta was upheld in the case of Suraj. But the mischief here is the separation of powers, not just the proportionality. You cannot have a Trinidad and Tobago Defense Force that has only supervision and management by the Minister of National Security. You cannot centralize the calling of zones in the hand of the Prime Minister and say Jamaica does it when the National Security Council in Jamaica involves the opposition when required. You cannot say that there's adequate supervision by the court when the Service Commission is what looks after discipline, etc., concerning the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, but it is the Defense Council. I sat on the Defense Council for 10 years. If I don't know how the Defense Council operates, something wrong with me. And Mr. President, the Defense Council is certainly in its construct in law in the Defense Act, Chapter 1401. It is not an independent entity, Mr. President, in the form of the veil of ignorance required. Mr. President, I went back to the casting of the Defense Act in 1962, and I pulled up the Hansard, and I saw the contributions of the Attorney General, Senator Richards, on 7th of August, 1962. And he said this: it will be realized that men who serve in military forces are subject to different conditions of employment, and in civilian employment, hence the tendency in most countries, course of time, to evolve an almost separate system of law, military law. Many things done in connection with military forces have no exact counterpart in civil law. He said there are many provisions for safeguarding the rights of a member of the Defense Force, true of the Defense Force. No fear because a man has subjected himself to military discipline. He didn't go to details. He then went on. We saw an interesting contribution from Senator Rojas, and it's worth ending on this. 1962, on the passage of the Defense Act. I thought that I should sound this warning. The defense bill is necessary. Defense is important. We must have a semblance of defense. We must have our Coast Guard defense. We must have our defense for suppression, as the Attorney General has said, of any internal uprisings. I cannot see any government, least of all this one, jumping up one day and using the army in a wrong manner. Eternal vigilance is the price of liberty. And I am sure that both the Senate and other places are quite capable of exercising eternal vigilance in all matters to protect our democracy. And therefore, I'm not in any way worried that the army will be ill-used in our form of democracy. But there are definite reasons why we must have the Defense Force. We have to separate the duties of the army from the duties of the civil police force. Mr. President, having written this law with the Law Commission myself, the 2017 version, having sent it out for public consultation, not waiting for Pastor Dottin to read it in the papers, to put an article there and to tell me what he thinks, having written to the leader of the opposition, having written to the Law Association, etc., we had deep concerns on the separation of powers principle and the constitutionality of this law. If the Honorable Attorney General were to recast this law to allow police powers separate from defense powers, then the debate will turn upon the other serious issue that we had, which is that it is likely, notwithstanding the merits of some of its aims and objectives, it is likely to fall into problem for division of our society. I've drafted this law in principle form and did not push it through. It was not killed in the womb of the PNM. If any place it was killed, it is by Mrs. Prasad Bisesa in the womb of the UNC, who for 9, 8, 7 years refused to comment on the law which the Honorable Attorney General brings forward today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Josh Drayton.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. I do understand that I stand between all members getting home, so I will try to be as brief but as comprehensive as I could be given the time. Let me also take this opportunity, Mr. President, to wish you, your family, and the senators present Happy New Year and best wishes for 2026. Mr. President, first I would like to start with a quote. And this is based on the Jamaican legislation that is being referenced, of course, throughout. And this quote is taken from some work done by CAPRI, the Caribbean Policy Research Institute. The report is titled Groundwork for Peace, Reorienting SOZOs for Sustained Violence Reduction. And I quote, "In Kingston's garrison communities, gangs effectively provide alternative governance, as was clearly exhibited in Tivoli Gardens before the 2010 operation. This pattern of control is comparable to that exercised by groups like the Taliban during the War of Afghanistan and Hezbollah in Lebanon." Why am I quoting this, Mr. President? Mr. President, we have heard the references by the Honorable Attorney General with respect to intelligence related to criminality in Trinidad and Tobago. Many of us understand that, whether theoretically or through our lived experiences. But, Mr. Vice President, I wish to share a couple stories. One such story is from a former student of mine who lived in a high crime zone, what some may class as a hotspot, and was required to leave class relatively early, by 7 p.m., because the area that she lived was being monitored by the criminal element, and therefore if she was to get there in a strange vehicle, a taxi, a friend dropping her home, because she had to travel, that person in that car would have been targeted. So she needed that drop to get home. She could not enter after 8, so therefore she needed to leave by 7. Then there's another former student of mine who worked and, of course, studied. She too was restricted and therefore had to sleep out and return home in the morning because she just could not enter that specific area. I don't know how many of us have to experience that. Many of us don't. But that is the reality of a lot of Trinidad and Tobago citizens. That reality is also coupled with some other references made by the Attorney General, but also in this legislation with respect to assets owned by OCGs, which is organized criminal groups. Quite often, the transportation required to get in these areas are PH taxis, and these assets are owned by criminal groups. So we have connections now being made between criminal elements and the lifeblood, and that's why I read this quote, because what we're speaking about in these zones, these areas, is really where there's a parallel system of government. We're not speaking about a loose organization. It's highly sophisticated. There are assets, there's protection, and of course there's justice. Bear that in mind. However, I would wish to perhaps disagree with some elements of the Honorable Attorney General with respect to how some of these groups function. While their leadership structures and some of their assets may be concentrated in some areas, It is known that beyond those numbers, there are other elements that are a bit more fluid within the East-West corridor, as well as in Tobago. It's known. So that the balance that we're trying to speak about here with zones of special operations really speaks to, one, securing, yes, that geographical space, but bearing in mind that it's fluid and ever-evolving. There are criminals who are connected via their families, via their relationships and friendships with various elements throughout Trinidad and Tobago and the region. So we're speaking about transnational organized crime. Why am I referring to all of this? It's an entire ecosystem. This, from my knowledge, is one of multiple measures or mechanisms that has to be put in place. In fact, it speaks about, and this is where later down I would speak to it, but I want to reference here that there's what I deem the unholy trinity, which is guns, money, and drugs. 3 elements. And in order to have guns, money, and drugs, you need an organization behind that. So what you have to do as a government, of course, and law enforcement, is to be able to reduce the assets of organized criminal groups, reduce the flow of guns, and of course, the flow of drugs. Because that's really what you need to fuel organized crime. So that while I understand that parts of this piece of legislation speaks to intelligence gathering, which is another element, and I understand that, yes, there are times that law enforcement would require additional support to conduct the necessary intelligence. There has to also be that emphasis on civil asset recovery, which is something in the last government I mentioned, and this government I am going to also encourage the same thing. Follow the money. That's the fuel for organized criminal groups. So, Mr. President, this bill, as I mentioned, is multifaceted and seeks to address specific areas which the law enforcement would be able to have their level of discretion in conducting their intelligence in areas of high criminality. I give anecdotal examples to show that we're in a really bad state as a country, also as a region, but mainly as a country. Organized crime and illicit flows of money is really what's propping up this economy and what's propping up a lot of jobs and the benefits that communities have. And it has become so dire in some of these communities that persons are unable to survive without the input of these gangs that we mentioned. Many would know about Dons in Jamaica. We see the same thing happening here with these zones. We also have to bear in mind that criminals move so that these zones may be fluid. And later down, I'm going to ask, when we look at the legislation, the Honorable Attorney General to, and I guess he would speak to that later down the line, it's really the profile of what you consider a special zone of operations. Is it where there's a high level of certain kinds of crime? What would those crimes be? Is it extortion as you mentioned earlier on? Or is it where there's a high level of stolen vehicles being scrapped and those monies fueling, because we know that there's that relationship between those kinds of assets? Is it solely for murders, for example, homicides, etc.? So these are some of the things that we have to look at in terms of profiling these zones, because you may go after homicides, but then the other elements that are fueling the crime, you miss within a zone. And that may be the zone that has to be controlled. Yeah? And we know that there's that relationship between the mineral sector and organized crime. So these special zones of operations assume several things, Mr. President. One, that there's a special relationship between criminality and specific geographic areas, as referenced earlier. That criminals who reside in those specific communities or zones remain and commit crimes within those zones, and, as the quotation alluded to, have created a parallel system of government. And then finally, the other assumption is that law-abiding citizens in those zones require government protection. I just want to reference the responsibility of the state, as many of us would know in introductory level of politics. We know Hobbes and how Hobbes described the state of nature. And the state of nature, according to Hobbes, is described as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. That's the state of nature. And I want us to reflect on that, because the role of the civil state and the establishment of, theoretically, government is to ensure that life is not solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And if you look at the life expectancy in some of these areas, you would understand that life is short. And that's why this is important. And therefore, the state or government has that responsibility to secure life and limb, but also to ensure that there's peace, there's security, there's prosperity, and there's justice. So, Mr. President, I want to go into some of the reviews or critiques of the Jamaican legislation, how it's relevant to us. We know that Jamaica had a similar piece of legislation implemented as a multifaceted national security strategy. We know that one, it was to address intelligence-led policing, the Attorney General spoke about that, and anti-gang operations. There were significant reductions in Jamaica where murders fell from significant numbers, and in 2025 fell to 673, representing a drop of 41% from 2024, and the lowest in 3 decades. And this is from the Jamaica Gleaner. Official highlights seizures of illegal firearms also, as well as dismantling criminal networks and enhanced interagency cooperation was key to the success. And this legislation speaks to joint command and joint operations. As noted by Senator Al-Rawi, you had that this was first launched in 2017, and there were 3 main objectives. Simply put, clear, hold, build. Clear, in terms of reducing the level of criminality. Hold, sustain the effort. And of course, build, which is the community development component to the Jamaican ZOSOs. While these interventions have been successful, however, there are several concerns. And these concerns, some were raised by Senator Al-Rawi, and I suspect may be raised by some of my colleagues. Fatal police shootings rose sharply to 311 in 2025, the highest number since the Tivoli incursion in 2010. Many of you would remember that Tivoli case in Jamaica. So that this suggests that reductions in murder may partly coincide with more aggressive policing. So it now comes as balance in terms of abuse of police powers and reduction in crime. Historical context shows that declines are sometimes temporary. Several long-term studies caution that Jamaica's homicide rate has fluctuated for decades, often influenced by a mix of several things: structural, socioeconomic issues that police alone can't fix, and that's where the developmental component is important. Campbell et al. 2020, in an article titled "Politicking with Crimes in Jamaica, Specially Established Parliamentary Units in the Jamaica Constabulary Force, Zones of Special Operations and States of Emergency," noted, states of emergencies have consistently reduced major violent crime, including homicides, by significant margins.
That's correct.
So, being informed by some data. Murders dropped by 32% during SOE periods compared to ZOSO periods. And this is the AG mentioned, I think as Senator Al-Rawi from 1970, this was a longitudinal study that Campbell et al. Conducted. ZOSOs improved some types of crime, so robberies, break-ins, rapes, right? But did not reduce murders. And murders actually increased during the period compared to earlier initiatives. It then went on to speak about something previously: parliamentary units had inconsistent effects on some lowered crimes and had no effect or worsened crimes in some of these areas. Long-term homicide trends continued upwards, showing structural issues were not fixed. Over the period 1970 to 2020, neither the JLP or PNP government showed statistically significant differences in homicide outcomes. And this is important because it speaks about the politics. So what's the conclusion to that study? Very simply, the only intervention that clearly and consistently curbed Jamaicans' violent crime, especially murder, was a state of emergency. ZOSOs and parliamentary units helped in some areas, but did not curb the homicide crisis. And there was a reason why I asked the question about the profiling of zones, because it's related to the statistics. So I want to go to another study. I mentioned the Capri study in Jamaica. And that study in particular spoke about things like land tenure. I think I went for some water, and I think the Honorable Attorney General mentioned that land ownership, tenure, those titles. That's important as an element to increase community engagement, but also increase that ability for members of the community to have access to resources. So benefits of land tenure regulation in this instance in Jamaica was seen to reduce gang violence, and I think the Honorable Attorney General spoke to the fact that access to passports and certain kinds of government documents increased or enhanced the communities in central Trinidad. It enables economic development and prosperity as a collateral and improved housing in those communities. It improved governance, state capacity through better data and infrastructure, and integrates marginalized communities into mainstream society. So, that's Jamaica. There are some lessons to be learned. There are some things to consider. So let's turn to this bill. There are 28 clauses, and the objectives, which I will read out. And they are: A, to empower the Prime Minister and Council to declare an area as a zone. B, uphold the rule of law while protecting the fundamental rights and freedoms of persons who reside and raise their families, work, or conduct lawful business in a zone. C, to conduct law enforcement activities to rid a zone of illegal activities, firearms, weapons, ammunition, and other contraband. And I want to know that connection between how these zones are established and the connection between how organized criminal groups provide livelihoods for people in those zones. Yeah? Because if that's removed, we now may have another problem. So it's something that has to also be looked at carefully. Empower the members of the joint force to search a person, vehicle, place without a warrant within a zone if they reasonably suspect that an offense has been or is about to be committed. Reference being made again to searches. I think Senator Al-Rawi spoke to that. Now, I mentioned again to the AG that we need to figure out this profiling, because I can clearly see that there are specific areas that will fall under a zone, others may not be, and there's already started to be that public outcry with respect to zoning that you mentioned earlier. So that's going to come up. I also have a concern in Clause 9, with Clause 9. And this is the revocation of the order. The order declaring a zone may be revoked at any time by the Prime Minister and Council on his own motion or on the recommendation of the Commissioner of Police or Chief of Defence Staff. In the Jamaica legislation, there was reference to consultation with the Commissioner of Police or Chief of Defence Staff. And I would suggest rewording it to read that the Prime Minister in Council, on the consultation or the recommendation, rather, of the Commissioner of Police or Chief of Defence Staff, taking away that high level of discretion in his own motion, or I am also concerned with what happens to persons who are within those zones conducting lawful business. We do have quite a large number of persons in these zones who may not have contracts or any evidence to show that they're employed with a particular company or business. If a curfew is going to be enforced, what happens there? What protections are there for those persons? So that's something that you have to take into consideration. How would you verify, law enforcement, verify persons within those areas are going about legitimate business? Yes, it's intelligence-based, but we also know that quite often in these communities, you may have one house where criminals and their relatives live together. So how do you make that distinction? How do you make the distinction between someone who may have a 3-day job on a contractor site, may have to work at night, may have a night watchman job, a part-time thing. These things are going to be important if we look at these zones. So there are very important elements, as I mentioned, in terms of social transformation, and I am not going to touch on that. But I think the most important thing for me here is whether we allow this legislation to be passed without experimenting. So what do I mean? My recommendation is once the safeguards are included, let us experiment. Let us have a sunset clause. Let's figure out whether it's a 3-year period, implement it, or 2-year period, monitor it, report back to Parliament, and then make that determination. That's a possibility. All right? So, oh yeah, legislation is reviewed all the time. But there's a big difference with the sunset clause, saying this legislation is for this specific period. And I'm more sure that the Honorable Attorney General is quite familiar with sunset clauses, given ICC, for example, 2007 cricket, and others, right? All right, so all I'm going to say is that you are familiar, and therefore it's important for us not to be afraid. You mentioned courage. On all sides, I think it's very clear that crime and criminality is rampant and needs to be addressed, and this is one of the measures. I mentioned that this has to go along with other elements within the arsenal, such as civil recovery, which we're not hearing a lot about, and we need to. But I would like to say that I support this with the caveat that it should be piloted as an experiment, 2 to 3 years, see how it goes, and then you can make that change. Mr. President, I don't wish to detain members any further, so therefore with those few words, I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, it's 11:18 p.m. And pursuant to an agreement arrived among all of the benches, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, January 21st at 10 a.m. for the resumption of the debate on the law reform zones of special operations, special security and community development measures bill 2026.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Wednesday, January the 21st, 2026 at 10 a.m.